The most recent of note is the distance record of 1,200 kilometers or 745 miles purportedly set by a Chinese experiment involving a ground-to-space link via satellite. The significance of entangled particles goes well beyond spooky, as Einstein stated, but the use of the word spooky carries a negative connotation. He was never able to acknowledge the possibility of instant transmission of information, but given the prowess of Einstein's intellect, you can imagine, if the thought of the quantum soul exists in the minds of regular folk, then you can place a heavy wager that it crossed the mind of Einstein. Publicly, he never seemed to let go of this elusive problem of the duality of entangled particles. Sadly, we cannot ever truly know what Einstein was thinking deep down. But he does have numerous quotes where he attributes science and the passion of attaining a better understanding of the universe as a religious endeavor. He once stated on record that he did not attribute any of man's past religions to being correct, and that he was more a believer in Spinoza's God. Baruch Spinoza was a Dutch philosopher of Portuguese Sephardic Jewish origin. One of the foremost exponents of 17th-century rationalism and one of the early and seminal thinkers of the Enlightenment. Wiki, Britannica. I believe in Spinoza's God, who reveals himself in the nature of the lawful harmony of the world, and not one that concerns himself with the fate and the doings of mankind. Einstein. In other words, Einstein believed that God would not reward or punish people based on the nature of their actions. Understand though that we are not trying to say that there is no such thing as evil. It's just those definitions and standards are wholly human embellishments necessary for survival. You can see, given the notoriety and the genius of Einstein, that the relevance to his studies afforded him much time to ponder the idea of religions, and why people sought his input on the matter. So, you can see, despite all this objectivity going on all around us, we still have, based on the statistics, a reported 80% of the population that believes in the idea of there being a God. We see the line that the realm of science dares not to cross, because it is imperative that they work separately, because it is a different dialect of the universe, as well as we should never forget what happens to people who say things that do not fit within the keyholder's current narrative. Yes, we have seen time and time again that cognitive dissonance kills. We can also see that commercial cookie-cutter religion has brought us to a stagnation, both in the ability to navigate systems in this ever-changing world and of the spirit, which has become a repetitious endeavor that seems to be more used to convince ourselves of its validity, rather than a tool to help others. Historically, keyholders used religion as a tool to condition and control its followers into. Often this was a nation versus nation thing, but today the world, although much smaller due to globalization and technology, we seem to have much more freedom to choose who or what to believe in, and thank God for that. The old religions choose cultural and social opposition and then bunkered themselves from the endless attacks that evil has in store for them. In a way, it's a really good thing that the governments are finally walking away from the old God mentality. Thankfully, Einstein voiced on numerous his insights with intrinsic Einsteinian eloquence, revealing allusions to his innermost thoughts of deeper beliefs in statements like this one. All religions, arts, and sciences are branches of the same tree. All these aspirations are dedicated toward enabling man's life, lifting it from the sphere of mere physical existence, and leading the individuals towards freedom. Einstein. So, in the event that the soul reveals itself fully to the objectifiable eye of science, up until then, you might not ever hear a tale of it being possible. Scientists may want to believe, however, yet it may never be able to announce it publicly, or commercially be allowed to prove the existence of a soul. Science is afraid to cross that line. However, for the rest of us, we're adamant that we are here and it is not by accident. There is no evidence that could even prove that the soul doesn't exist. It's an embellishment that pretty much goes without saying for most people. Anytime you hear of someone passing on, we all hear or think, well, at least they've moved on to a better place. There is a reason why we think that, and it's because of the background information bleeding through to various levels of our consciousness. Even if it were not true, there is no need for fear of thereafter, because there would be no chance to reflect on it, because you would be dead. So, why not? If we were a product on a shelf, our label would read new and improved. Why and how we can advertise ourselves this way is because of our unique flavor, and because it is indeed the healthy choice. Our recipe is plainly written on the bottle, and all of our proceeds will be to produce equality for our community. Religion, in its truest of forms, should have never included promises of afterlife rewards for X and Y behavior, and due to the nature of our struggle, would it not be more prudent for us to focus more on our ability to survive without divine intervention? Ergo, it takes all of our efforts to do this successfully and honestly, so damn any thoughts of the afterlife or the scrutiny of an absolute God watching your every move, and even knowing it beforehand. We cannot let the dissonance of good versus evil distract us, until we lift every person from their chains of bondage onto equal ground. Only then, after the real baseline is established through true equality, we can at least all sing the praises of our accomplishment at beating ourselves the first level of this game. Religion at the root should be an endeavor utilized to spur a concentrated perpetual humanitarian effort, to consolidate and unify all spiritual belief in order to ultimately afford all people the time to do what we are all here on earth to do, and that is actually only to help one another find the peak mode to resonation, which is what we define as living the dream. Then and only then can we call this world harmonious. In no way does the eternal soul or a god equate to some form of elitism that requires titles, or a method of navigation that is derived from a cosmic definition of good or evil. So be proud and know that it is up to us average folk, which is all of us, to validate this claim, and we will do so ever so proudly and fervently. We need to achieve this, not just for posterity, notoriety, or fame and fortune, but for the greatest achievement human beings can manifest in this 3D world, which is to resonate harmoniously in unison. In doing so, we can look past all the human ambience and strike a death blow to the unnecessary duality that plagues our lives, distracting us from fixing all the problems that keep us apart and thus facilitating perpetual prosperity for a small percentage. We can achieve this frequency if we go forward preemptively aware of the message from the universe. Here is a slight expansion for a better understanding. There is nothing yet in the nothing. Everything exists. We are expressions, variables of endless possible outcomes. Our first breath was our last, and from it, the cosmos emerged. What we now perceive as the whole of our time is only a grain of sand that falls in the hourglass, and each grain is but a single galaxy. As the universe expands and contracts, we came about as a child of countless others. We exist to show, to feel in a way that allows for embellishment. We love to show each other how special each of us are as individuals. We were the voice that called back from the void. We were separated among the infinite. Born of the stars into a universe of chaos, we emerged struggling, naked to the elements. Our existence is to stand in contrast to it all. Our human experience is brief and bittersweet, but we know how to capitalize on this gift, and know that beyond these parameters, our spirit is unbound and will forever endure as indestructible energy. The struggle we experience is our ego temporarily separated and encased in infancy. We stood up and walked, and eventually, for all the right reasons, we saw that the universe moved all around us. Every perspective of our existence is an infinite multidimensional fractal on a multidimensional stage. Our every thought, a kaleidoscopic mirror laden with vines, and on each vine adorned with a rose, on every rose a multitude of seeds. Our unique existence and experiences are the elements that divide the infinite. Once returned to the source, we will share new light within the darkness, painting new colors upon new horizons. We feed on the divine ambrosia of life, for it is the true sacrament. We now know a family beyond our previous comprehension, and we will continue to be the expressions that define existence. The universe is alive, everything is consciousness, everything is energy, energy is vibration. All is information, all information humming a song. The song passes through the darkness and escapes any sympathetic instrument. As the universe, the great instrument, plays our song, the waves ripple across and permeate all of space. It meets every ear, it penetrates every heart, it plays in the memory of every soul. Our song is heard. Let us show everyone just how special they are. No one is alone. We are not a piece of an unsolvable puzzle. We are the key that unlocks the door, the perfect fit, the brightest star in the heavens. We have yearned for meaning. At every moment, the meaning was reflected all around us. As nature played its song, we were beckoned to play along. Our song each began with a single note, a cry first from the void, then a cry to the heavens as we got our first glimpse into a new life. Over time our song took form and provided contrast among others. Each of us has the ability to derive meaning subjectively. It is the infallible truth. As the author, we decide the content and the tone. Many of us have chosen to combine our song, working toward harmony. As the players of the song, we first resonate the only way we knew how. Now we know our true nature, and we cast off the shroud of engineered dissonant human ambience. The harmonious natural human ambience emits a melodic tone that can cause or cancel out clarity, the dissonance amongst harmony. There is beauty in all songs that emerge. As the struggle of all existence is the song. We compose, we listen, we are the instrument. We look beyond, knowing that all songs are connected, all notes are elements of a single stream of our energy. As we dance in the energy, we pave a path calling out for others to hear. We see the source. We know without these expressions, without these songs, that there was and will only be silence, and we now know how truly precious we are. We just solved for X. So now we can ask and answer the obvious questions, as we are aware of the why. Is it not fascinating that universal understanding is something that we might not be allowed to fully comprehend in this life? If you do not quite understand it yet, do not feel left out, because even if you do not know the reason now, in time beyond the 3D, you will. When the shroud of life is fully lifted, you will see everything. Death Day, a rebirth into the next life, what a glorious day it should be for everyone. This might sound slightly morbid to those living with a certain level of cognitive dissonance, but when you fully understand why we exist, you can rejoice in knowing that the next stop, the afterlife, leads to a life in a higher dimension. Like a flower returning in the following spring, we too shall bloom once more. If you thought something magical would materialize once you understood everything, be aware of the perils along this line of thinking. Embellishment as if some elite magical gift was bestowed upon those who are woke, is a surefire way to lead you back to questions on how to solve for X. A whole new level of cope. We still have to navigate these systems we built for ourselves, but we can and will rebuild. We should always continue to look for more of the universe's answers that are derived from interpreting the universe's innate design. You can have fulfillment and be at peace, but never close the door to new and improved systems of understanding. Always dare to get as close as you can to the precipice of the singularity, and gaze into the soul whole for further understanding. Bridge the chasm. You've been hearing this probably from various sources since you were a kiddo, and that is that we are all made of stars, and it's true. What makes up the galaxy all came from the Big Bang, and after the expansion of the universe as it cooled down 7 to 12 billion years ago, hydrogen and oxygen and carbon all formed, and since the first law of thermodynamics states that matter cannot be created nor destroyed, the energy and the chemicals go through a state of change and are recycled into whatever the system that is forming in the pocket of life. You might see that I stated that the matter formed during the Big Bang, and yeah, it sure did, but I never said that was the beginning of everything. You will be happy to hear of what I believe and what science is starting to highly consider as a distinct possibility of the origins of it all. Keep reading, I will not leave you hanging. Chapter 13 Black Hole/White Hole. Let us propose that we all agree that this universe and subsequently all life, subsequently emerged from the event called the Big Bang. Interestingly, the cause of this event carries with it a huge blind spot due to no one being able to offer a solid explanation as to how or why a Big Bang would ever occur in the first place. Wink wink. Secondly, if we were to ask if God exists, then who made God? Essentially at this point, we have to dismiss the question of how or why God exists, because we know, insert your God's name here, does exist, and we can see that the evidence of the Big Bang is the very beginning of everything here and now, but not everything before. Since matter cannot be created nor destroyed, then logic states that the materials to build this universe had to come from somewhere. For that, we should look at the next most likely contributor of the creation phenomenon that thankfully humans can at last observe: the black hole. Is the black hole an impossible puzzle that defies the laws of the universe? No, we should always reject the notion that something visible in our spectrum defies reality, as nothing breaks the laws of the universe. It would be better phrased if stated as, our current definitions of what X is, does not fit our definition of the function of what X does. This universe constructs itself in the most efficient manner but can disguise itself to those who only choose to peer out from the keyhole of their SCNVFECFGI, refusing to receive other compelling signals and messages the universe sends us. Dispose of terminology that limits our ability to understand, and terms that limit the universe of its capacity, within its own definitions. The inference of black holes first emerged into the ye olde mainstream understanding in 1687, via Newton, while he worked on his version of gravitational mathematics. John Michell in 1793, was the first person of note who theorized black holes in our universe. The concept of the black hole only really became a major talking point when they were incorporated or found to be a byproduct of Einstein's general theory of relativity in 1915, which is a set of equations he theorized to explain the curvature of space and time. The consequence of the existence of black holes in Einstein's field theory first was realized by Karl Schwarzschild in 1916, and you can see that the idea of them was so controversial at the time that even Einstein himself later published a paper in 1939, stating that black holes did not exist in physical reality. Pause and reflect on that for a moment. The premier genius, the one whose name which is synonymous and denotes an air of hyper-intelligence, the one who essentially is immortalized in the annals of history and science, was moved to speak out against the mathematical evidence of the very theory he created. This is an important occurrence that proves that not one person authors the most believable version of our reality, but we, the pieces of the whole who come together over time to create a better fit or understanding of the big picture. Later, the notion of black holes was made a reality thanks to Sir Roger Penrose and Stephen Hawking in the mid to late 60s. They explained that black holes are a commonality in Einstein's theory and are more commonly created where you have a certain amount of matter that collapses because of an imbalance in the system or insufficient pressure. In 1971 in the constellation Cygnus, the first off-a-paper black hole was discovered. Post this event, astronomers had a good idea of what to be looking for and found further evidence of stars and planets being wildly whipped around what appeared to be blank space. Over time, further discoveries and knowledge were gained, and perspectives shifted, and by the 1990s, many more observations of stars being drawn in a cyclic pattern were coming in from astronomers from around the world. These reports described the unseen forces that were recognized and categorized by anyone who understood the science behind black holes. We were now fully aware of their existence, and this pixelated spectrum finally shifted from hypothetical mathematics to being photographed by a team of astrophysicists for the first time in April 2017 via the Event Horizon Telescope. Even within the last 20 years, people are still publishing articles attempting to discredit and renounce the existence of black holes. It has taken 500 plus years to manifest beyond paper to picture. Black holes are very important to the backdrop of our awe-inspiring reality. Black holes are said to mainly exist at the center of larger galaxies. How many black holes are there, would be a trivial question due to the unknown size of the universe, but for simplification know that there are undoubtedly more stars in the universe than there are grains of sand on the Earth, and I would wager that it's the same for even galaxies. To date, based on our limited vision, the largest black hole, dubbed Ton 618, was measured to have more than 66 billion times more mass than that of our Sun, and the diameter of 242 billion miles across, which in perspective is 40 times the size of the orbit of Neptune. Its gamma-ray quasars, which are jets of shredded atomized matter, are said to be the brightest known source of energy in the universe with a luminosity of 140 trillion suns. We are microscopic. Black holes are derived from the death of a star. As it dies, it triggers an implosion of the gas clouds under enormous self-made gravity. In the core of a star, nuclear fusion crushes hydrogen atoms into helium, which releases massive energy. This energy converted into radiation which pushes against gravity, and the two forces maintain a balance. As long as fuel fusion exists in the core, the system remains stable, albeit violent. Some stars that are more massive than our Sun fuse heavier elements until they produce iron. When the core becomes iron, it no longer is able to create energy. The balance is broken, and the iron grows, and much like a volcanic eruption, it eventually comes to a point of critical mass and then goes supernova. With gravity pushing down so massively and the loss of fusion and the collapse of the core, the star implodes. At a quarter of the speed of light, it feeds even more mass, particles, materials, gas, into the core. Depending on the mass of gas collected, the star either forms a neutron star or forms a black hole. Then we have to ask, where did the matter of the star and its surroundings go to? Due to the first law of thermodynamics, which tells us that all matter is neither created nor destroyed. So yes, it goes into the singularity, but where does the energy in that singularity go? We will share our version of the answer of that question, but first, let's finish the backdrop here. If you have pondered the existence of black holes, then you might have asked the question of why or how do black holes even devour light, and if so, then does this not prove that light has mass? Not according to the existing formulas, but in either case, a measurement indicates a value. If no value exists, then the 3D does not manifest itself. Humans at this point do not have the technology to classify or measure this would-be cutting-edge phenomena, as we are in the present, chained to the wall of the cave, of our third dimension, the one that inflicts us with the weight of time. Light travels at 186,000 miles per second, or 671 million miles per hour, the fastest energy in the universe, except for quantum entanglement, and there's probably a twist, because it is purported to have zero mass. Einstein's theory of relativity shows us that space is curved, so the light is actually traveling in a straight line. I know. We all might have a hard time understanding the gravity of what is happening out there. Many of us remember back in the early 2000s when scientists from CERN, who work with the world's largest particle collider, had in the past proposed to actually create a black hole in order to learn from it. There was by no surprise public and media backlash, and they made their fairly based objections due to the alarming and possibly insurmountable dangers of artificially creating a black hole. CERN replied back stating that the black hole they had in mind was not one that would rip planets and stars apart, but one that would dissipate almost as fast as it was created, due to its extremely low mass. There are of course smaller black holes. They do not have to be supermassive like Ton 618, some of which only have a couple more times the mass of our Sun, but even smaller black holes can and do exist. Microscopic black holes were first recognized as a possibility by Stephen Hawking in 1971. As we have noticed, the universe does not really hinder smaller systems from the same functions, and even micro black holes are not off the menu. According to the math as CERN reports, is that micro black holes would be possible to create even at lower energies in their TeV range, which is what the Hadron Collider from CERN can produce. 20 years before the death of Stephen Hawking in 2002, he published a book called Theory of Everything. In it, Hawking describes what is now referred to as Hawking radiation, a plausible scenario where the energy that is collected from the surroundings of the black hole in the accretion disk is in a way burnt off, similar to how steam is let off from boiling water. The energy stream is a byproduct of black holes which form into two gamma radiation jets of energy that shoot out from polar points of the event horizon, which are called quasars, and they reportedly have trillions of years of fuel to consume and burn off. It is in this event that materials are split down to the atom, and the negative energy goes inward to the singularity, and the positive is expelled into the cosmos. This is a super basic understanding which would obviously leave a large hole for misunderstanding, but nonetheless it is important to note. Pictures. Eventually, well over what would be considered the end of the universe's lifespan, the black hole would shrink to nothingness when all the materials in the whole of its grasp were fully expelled. But even with Hawking radiation, and all the other ideas of how black holes function, it still does not dismiss the possibility that at some point within the singularity of the black hole that X is occurring. When we ask how the universe was made, the Big Bang is what is reported as the most scientific objective point of origin, as well as we are aware that that lens of science is still an interpretation of this intelligent design we are existing in, but there are not really any other promising or prominent theoretical claims made or further analyzed and backed by physicists regarding the origins of it all. Well, at least we feel confident in saying we know that we did not emerge into a pre-packaged existence like one off a supermarket shelf. We know that empty space is actually not empty. Then, given time after the Big Bang, the empty space was filled with dark energy. Remember though, since energy can neither be created nor destroyed, we can postulate that dark energy has an immeasurable mass like the way light does, and because it is so unbelievably low dense, then at the time of its release, during the Big Bang, it would expand exponentially faster than the rest of the universe's newly baked materials. Since we cannot have the yin without the yang, there needs to be an opposing force to slow the expansion of space. Still, it's hard to believe where there is a void in space. It is instead actually filled with quark and gluon field fluctuations. Nope, it's not empty. To help though, you can think of it like this. Given the nature of matter, you have low densities, and high densities, some of which we can travel through. Imagine if everything was just different densities of water. Air is too something we can swim in, and of course, contains atoms. Oxygen atoms fill a room traveling at 500 meters or 1,680 feet per second, which is 1,118.468 miles per hour. So, you can scale down the mass, and scale up the speed of expansion of dark energy, and you can see how this might occur. Since the full understanding of the physics of a black hole is still outside of the understanding of science, then it is not wrong to postulate that the energy collected by the black holes is the mother of a new baby universe. For an explosion to occur in dead space, in empty space, does there not have to be a ripple in the water made from an outside effect? Picture a space, untouched by any laws established by the presence of pre-existing energy, therefore devoid of any material. Given that the negative energy drawn in from the black hole and released by Hawking radiation does not fully account for the deletion of information, energy equals information, then it is also not too wild to picture the energy information captured from the black hole to be then spiraled down to a termination point where the duality of the infinity of the singularity by design, the cosmic DNA of the cosmos, is then injected into the womb of an alternate new universe, or what was labeled as a white hole, which is the opposite of a black hole, and thus produce what we have come to refer to as the Big Bang. As above, so below. Hermes Trismegistus. By the way, that's the only quote you'll ever hear me make about all Hermes. This I believe will be found to be true when the proper formulas come to light. Given the time that has passed since the Big Bang, we can only see remnants of it via the background radiation. This would literally be the smoking gun, the evidence needed to show us proof that a cosmic-sized explosion or expansion occurred at the beginning of our universe. Since we cannot see this event with even the strongest of telescopes, and since the speed of light only allows us to see incoming light from X, and not the beginning of the known universe, then we have to assume the origin of the expansion is what sent all the materials outward from the singular point, and what eventually formed the countless galaxies that surround us. Again ask, where did those materials come from? Does it not seem obvious? Apologies, I know that foregone conclusions do not provide answers in the realm of science, but given the circumstances, you would think that the answer formulated here is highly probable. So, we have discussed the where this infinite energy information comes from, and where it goes, and now we will discuss the how. From our perspective lens, I propose that given that size is relative, which the universe has shown us examples of time and time again, that the materials or information from a black hole does not just get teleported from our universe into a new one, via to something like a wormhole, but is instead transported vehicularly upon a scale-free cosmic yet mathematical system that allows information to be reduced indefinitely, but also retain its complexity regardless of its size. Yes, you got there before I did, didn't you? That's right, fractals. Could it be that since we are still fundamentally misunderstanding many aspects of our universe, that we could also not be aware that since fractals are present everywhere and that they hold no discernible uniform shape, as well as the fact that black holes do not actually suck, because gravity is not a force, but curvature in space-time? Then we can logically conclude that a black hole is not destroying matter but is more like disassembling it. Before you say no, consider that it is said that the Big Bang was not really an explosion, but a rapid expansion. Inversely, what happens to failed black holes is the opposite of a successful one, which is an explosion, then a neutron star. We have determined that anywhere a phase change occurs, there is the backdrop of the fractal, which means there are a set of fractals that correspond to any of the universe's functions. There also seems to be some other studies that are edging closer to this conclusion to being probable. http://url http://url http://url. We can probably bet that the disassembly of the matter is not because the universe wishes to save the nearby galaxies from its loud and obnoxious neighbors, so perhaps it has other plans for the energy it is extracting from the mixing bowl of the black hole. Everything has a program. Remember when I stated that we could be microscopic, and we wouldn't even know it? Big is small, small is big, it doesn't even matter. Even the size of the largest black hole, Ton 618, is insignificant in comparison to the size of the whole of the universe. Still want to know how insignificant your ego is? Then to what scale do we compare our universe? The answer is, do not bother, because it does not matter. With some happy similarity, a well-known physicist Lee Smolin, with the help from base postulations via his mentor Bryce DeWitt, proposed a theory where the black hole bounces energy into a new space, in his theory of cosmological natural selection, 1992. This takes into consideration the cyclic reproductive phenomena of our known universe, and how the conditions and the fundamental constants such as the resonance and mass of all quantum particles, maintain their particular balance, therefore stabilizing all of life as we know it. Smolin even further envisions the constants of each new universe to naturally evolve, allowing for relatively stable conditions to occur, in the same way that nature on Earth evolves through biological natural selection. it would make sense that the universe could too function in the same way, and that a potential multiverse would, in theory, become more adept at creating black holes, thus guaranteeing a continuation of a cosmic genetic line. An interjection of thought, if I may. If everything is energy, in a state of constant phase change, and everything works in cycles, then why should we exclude the universe and the planets and stars from having an ability to reproduce? It doesn't have to be a human definition of reproduction or of consciousness or an effort like the way we presume all animals reproduce, but it could happen, and evidently, in this hypothesis it does. In fact, it fits quite nicely. Look at the weather cycle. Look at plants. Did you know that a lot of fruits such as an apple are actually ovaries? That being said, why are we thinking that the universe that came about to create us, gifted us with the only means to proliferation? We are all simply emulating functions that God naturally created. All systems are the same. Smolin's theory, although a visionary in the universal evolutionary process, has been viewed with a sort of scientific regale, because it essentially proposes something beyond any testable scenario, as well as it would presume function and capability of a yet fully defined theory of quantum gravity. However, to the theory's credit, physicist John Wheeler, who is a huge name in the physics world, is also known for coining terms and naming cosmological phenomena, such as black holes, wormholes, and who even worked with Niels Bohr. Wheeler stated in response to the postulation of procreation of black holes via DeWitt's hypothesis, that there was a plausibility of the fundamental constants varying in black holes due to the energy intensity in the singularity, similar to how they are formed when the universe expanded from the known Big Bang, in our universe. In these theories, many ponder these conditions, and the fundamental constants that create this universe, and in this query, they notice that it almost seems too good to be true, and that the balance alludes to the idea that someone is looking down upon us favorably, tweaking the knobs just right, which of course allows us all to exist. Nudge, nudge. However, before we over-embellish here, understand that if you are a player in this game, then you can only come into existence naturally. Ergo, the knobs are always in the just right position. These cosmic conditioning knobs, scientifically speaking, not to be confused with the universal anecdote I just made above, were actually identified by physicist Brandon Carter in the 1970s, which he named the anthropic principle, AP. Without going into detail into what the fundamental constants are in the current known universe, it would better serve us if we shifted our focus on the why and how, and of its significance. Over time, the anthropic principle has evolved into two main portions, one being the strong AP and the weak AP. Strong AP states that our universe must have certain properties, and without it, our existence would be impossible. In weak AP, human existence is neither necessary nor unavoidable. Furthermore, it acknowledges that since we have the ability to observe our existence, then we logically regard it as factual, thus placing specific parameters for the laws of nature overall. Astronomer Fred Hoyle backed up this notion in 1953 by noting that the element carbon-12, which is so abundant in the universe, has to have a specific resonance, or life would have never existed. Descartes claimed that rational thought came from the seat of our soul, and that humans hold a deep knowledge of God that they acquired at birth, or perhaps we could say, genetically inherited, GI. English philosopher John Locke, an empiricist, argued against Descartes' theory with a different lens, and stated that all knowledge is acquired through experience. Descartes might not be entirely wrong about where the seat of the soul is, it's just that he was not able to explain the function and the anatomy of the brain in more detail due to the lack of medical technology back in 1649, which would have allowed him the ability to understand the functions in a more empirical sense. However, I think we can all agree that Descartes was a pioneer for many reasons such as mathematics and philosophy, therefore he is given an auto waiver. Descartes and Locke were on two different wavelengths here, so this might be one of those SOU blind spots we've been trying to identify. See how Descartes kind of set himself up to be scrutinized because his spectrum of understanding was not voiced in a compatible dialect with Locke's, making the phrase seat of the soul sound more like what we would identify as a tertiary affirmation, an embellishment. Therefore Locke had to respond because his SC's own alarm went off. Speaking from a more mechanical lens, if the pineal gland really was the seat of the soul, if we were to fast forward to today's understanding, then perhaps Descartes would have described it as the antenna that is directly tethered to the cloud storage, which of course is attached to the CPU, etc. Well, given what we know, this could be entirely possible, yes? What are we if not programs, and what is this exercise of our SCENVFECFGI, if not subroutines? Regardless, given that in the present we have relative understanding and the past and the future is veiled in ignorance, and even if you think you have a really good understanding of the anatomy and function of the brain, you will never be entirely correct, due to the shift of the spectrum of understanding that come with advancements in technology as time passes. Due to humankind's insatiable need to define and divide, there will always be an infinite shoreline to explore. This brings us back to the anthropic principle, which states that you must consider things in the universe that are there, but also consider things that are not there, which we have heard before in this book, and that is for good reason. The AP is in a way is kind of autological yet paradoxical. So, with our lens, to be more precise, considering what is there, and more importantly what is not there, the formula of where rational thought is and of the soul is actually a mixture of both Descartes' theory and of Locke's subjective observations. Hopefully you can see how many levels this realization works upon, for it is transcendental and proves yet again that all systems are the same. Our spectrum of understanding comes from SCENVFECFGI, and yes, it's true, the senses, which come from the brain records, thus we constantly evolve, and for those who do believe in God, their subjectively relative understanding of that being is undeniably spot on, because we are here to experience. Let's evolve. Let us make a profound and paradigm-shattering shift in the spectrum of understanding, utilizing the message from the universe derived from the background information, as our manifesto, which provides a logical reasoning behind all types of existence, even validating their innate properties as products of a system. All observations made here have been defined and refined and backed by scientific research, along with the new interpretations of sociological phenomena I have made in the navigating of systems which are scattered throughout this book. This synergetic epiphany acknowledges and validates all spectrums of human nature and of course the innate duality of our social interactions, which all come from the chemistry of the self. Thus, creating us, via our social conditioning derived from environmental factors, which come from economic factors, and through genetic inheritance. With this instead as our baseline of our knowledge, we see the chaos of our existence turned from a horribly pixelated blur to emerging into a very recognizable piece of artwork. Our philosophy validates all movements and choices within our known universe to be pre-calculated expressions that occur via a natural process. Furthermore, we believe that given all the evidence found in the background information that we must conclude that there is ultimately a cosmic consciousness. Thus reality comes from an intelligent design, and through that it is we beings evolved to GI, inherit consciousness. This is naturally how we find a motive behind creation, which only reaffirms that the process regardless of embellishment is as natural as it is magical and is the reason we are experiencing this most extreme version of contrasting energies. The universe by design is not manipulated or interrupted by God, nor do we as gods that are existing outside of this space and time feel hindered by human-created labels or objective divisive terms such as good versus evil. With this frame of mind, it actually allows us to appreciate life even more so now because it reveals the path we must take to properly solve for X. at least in spirit that is, because the rest is up to us to solve by manifesting on the material. That goal we will attain for all of humankind is true equality, via the last religion, and its subsequent philosophies. Furthermore, the reason it is important to delineate and refine this process of a qualitative theory of everything, is that there is a serious lack of unification in the relatively resonant social systems that exist in human life. I am speaking of the numerous near misalignments of nodes of a narrative, philosophy, government, religion, culture, or that of a social network, that seem to have numerous places where they do have relative agreements, yet they are not recognized as grounds for a grand unification, due to gatekeepers who herd and culture systems in order to keep one another separate, afraid to lose their identifying attributes. It is valid for them to feel, as well as for me to say, that it is because they are afraid of losing control of their narrative. We know for sure that generally speaking, objectively mixing religion today is a no-no, like imagine a tidal wave if we said Buddha was Jesus, or vice versa. However, realize that the mixing of philosophies is what actually gave us all the religions we have today. Want to know what pagan beliefs found their way into your religion? Be brave and look it up, I dare you. It is of dire necessity that we acknowledge the message from the universe in order to step closer to the precipice of a new world consciousness. In doing so, everything will be in its rightful place, and a new spectrum of understanding will emerge. Humankind is not just a finite result of random chaos, but infinite beings, expressions of the whole, not only from the thoughts of a God but are of God itself. Naturally and supernaturally, we exist as a genuine expression of God, the only expression that could have ever been worthy of measuring, of adoring, one that should continue to thrive without interference in order to preserve its relative uniqueness. It may sound egotistical or blasphemous to liken humans to gods, but ironically and in true human fashion, it is the ego and the lie that the false system has passed down that excuses inequality, that created the boundaries that hinder us from recognizing what our true nature really is, and by refusing to recognize it, we place our existence further from the baseline, and deeper into the systems of duality in this false dichotomy. Yet understanding that you are an extension of God is not a statement made so you can walk around and act like some pompous woke snake oil prophet towards others in contrasting systems or even ones that are in close alignment. Externally, you should never refer to yourself as a god out of the proper context, as everything is of God, but individually we are nothing but human, and before even that, we are animal. Consult the Hober for further understanding. When we delve further into the navigating of systems in later chapters, the intent of this false reality that we have created and nurtured will fully reveal and define itself, and it is through this defining that we will find the path that will lead us ultimately out of this quagmire of dissonance and disillusionment, and into a harmonious new world. You may have heard pixelated portions of this universal affirmation over a lifetime, from various sources. The true test of wisdom is to take the pearls and fragments and piece them together to fully understand why the message from the universe was not clear from the beginning. Know that the meaning had eluded you and then grew to be recognized at the correct time. The senses and emotions over time triggering synapse, lay dormant until the moment where all pieces of the puzzle are accounted for. Note that out of billions, you are now perfectly aligned and ready to receive information that was designed for all, yet only some choose to recognize. Understand that life's meaning is not just yours alone, nor does it belong to a specific group in society. Life meaning can be written in various formats and derived from foreign cultures. Life meaning can lead to similar conclusions of your own in some respects or be completely alien to you. Of course, you know and see differences in others, but truly understanding them and accepting them will grant you the soul that seeks a higher vibration, fulfillment in this life and possibly the next. Chapter 14: The Hierarchy of Belief Affirmations while Navigating Systems Utilizing the Message from the Universe. As we move forward with this declaration of independence through the utilization of the message from the universe, with the intent to unify all people based on universal truths that are revealed to us from the universal background information. We must first understand the hierarchy of belief affirmations, HOBA, while navigating systems. We need this hierarchy because it is very important in this day and age we live in, to understand where beliefs come from and how and why they become an affirmation constant for others. Secondly, when this system is properly implemented into society's vocabulary, we can with empathy become more succinct in our communications with others in contrasting systems, and this will work both ways. In doing so, we can navigate contrasting systems with masterful technique. We do not intend to withdraw from society even at times when it is at a boiling point. On the contrary, we will have established a highlighted path, bright enough for everyone to see, thus bringing those who are able to receive the message back to the new baseline. All people who have the potential to resonate with us will naturally join our ranks. Remember that our recruitment initiative will always be through actions that will help our communities. We will never be out in the heat of battle brandishing weapons or signs. It's simply not us. Also, it simply will never be needed. Our mission began the day we were born, and when you come to recognize your potential, please step forward and help us build and maintain our infrastructure in order for all to be able to see our beacon of light amongst the turbulent waves in the sea of dissonant human ambience. Your positive energy is precious to us, and we have not a single moment to waste. For every day that passes, the emotional states of what could have once been rational and sane people continue to erode, due to the toxic divergent energies crafted into pit traps all around us. A campaign against the people, propagated by the keyholders of the narrative within this false dichotomic system. The continued extreme polarization of the masses is what we must try and help prevent at all costs. A hierarchy of belief affirmations as a universal legend would help us all keep our belief systems in check, and by doing so while we resonate, we can draw attention to our technique for others to adopt if they wish. Those who still wish to have discourse to air their grievances will be able to learn how to do it with a higher state of emotional intelligence. While doing so, they will unravel the confused state that they had put themselves into and would innately come back to the emotional baseline, and it would be the same for most of society to see and to then adopt as the standard model. If people become aware of the HOBA, then they could also come to find our other teachings such as the formula of leadership. For the full spectrum we would need all aspects of our philosophy to be broadcasted. For without a full digestion, we would find that naturally those in opposing alignment would seek to delegitimize our beliefs. No doubt there will even be keyholders or ones in training who wish to test their relatively honed skills that they think are optimally honed. They will no doubt attempt to destroy our systems with elaborate plans to defame us on a media platform, etc. Just wait. They will come, it is statistically assured. But our leadership will shine even brighter as we face this adversity together. Be aware that we have no enemies. We acknowledge and empathize that all people are suffering relatively due to all the problems that arise in the false system, and we let their energy take them where they wish. We know that even if people act out egregiously, they feel justified. Those who cannot see our spectrum and are hypnotized by the false system's veil over their eyes, in true NPC fashion they will always be looking for the psychological gates or cipher to our fortress so that they may destroy it, but in reality, they will only destroy themselves upon their own walls of cognitive dissonance. Fear is what builds walls. We hope that once the illusion of duality breaks down for them, all will be well. Once they are able to recognize that inequality is the cause of all the world's problems, they will be well. Once they are able to understand the message from the universe, they will know that we are all in this together. You might ask, where did this hierarchy of belief affirmations come from? One would be depending on the topic, placing their knowledge and affirmations in each respective tier, in order to keep reins on our subjective understandings of all the systems. Why would we want to monitor ourselves in this way? Well, a wise man once said, "You better check thyself before thou wrecketh thyself." Simplifying affirmations of our personal beliefs has never been placed within such parameters, and it's sort of shocking that a system wasn't already in place. Since we have established that all communication was an attempt to resonate then by default in order to avoid the standard snares of communication in life, it seems like a no-brainer to have a universal system in place. You would expect this type of thing, if taught in grade school, would dramatically change the world. We tell our children the tale of the boy who cried wolf, but understanding that since reality is ultimately subjective, then it would make sense to break our perspectives down even further so that we could understand that someone might not believe something we know to be true, no matter how successfully we think we sell it. The universal wisdom that has manifested all around us will only be fully realized when the message from the universe releases you from your chains. When you walk out of the cave, someone might grab you by the shoulder as you cower in the light, and say, "Do not be afraid of this. The light is your friend." Post that. Everything you can think of as a result of the stimulus you receive rests somewhere on the Hober scale. Yes, overall, it's just a table of condensed generalizations, but it works if you let it. Just test it out with those nearest you and you will see how beneficial it could be if it was a ubiquitous tool. It all starts with respecting another person's choice and action no matter what, as it is a right to have a perspective that no one should be able to infringe upon if we do not wish them to. This is not a system to create stubborn oxen. It is one that would actually bring about further articulation in the delineation in the communication process, because it would require the other party to think before they spout off information. They would have to know a way to phase change information to such a degree that it would require it to be at the very least on the cusp of the primary and secondary if they were intending to engage someone they knew that had a different SOU. This system would be integral in our philosophy, and the only way we could gift it to the world would be by displaying it as beautiful plumage, along with other aspects of our belief system, our SCNVFECFGI. Thankfully, the hierarchy of belief affirmations is nothing too abstract, rather it seems like the most rational and emotionally intelligent way to categorize and vet our perspectives before we project our version of the solutions to the problems we all normally face. We are always looking to improve our definitions. Aristotle once said, "When physics is properly understood, there will be no further need for metaphysics." All systems are the same, therefore, when the spectrum of understanding and the whole is properly understood, then there will be no further need for needless and fruitless confrontation. When equality is properly understood, then there will be no further need for greed. And so on. If you don't understand these statements, measure your reaction to each contrasting belief and visualize where the baseline should be. Emotional intelligence should be at the forefront of your thought process, which would entail logical delineation of points where you disagree. Furthermore, being able to respectfully translate those points utilizing communication skills that is understandable for all parties involved is something that everyone in this timeline needs to improve upon daily. Here is an abstraction to this affirmation system. The Hober? We've all been there. When we get our initial glimpse at jaw-dropping information, propelling you to new mental heights, a phase change causing you to leap out of your chair. With the message from the universe at our helm, we know that exciting times are ahead for all of us. As I was recognizing the emerging background information, I found myself wanting to tell as many people about all the discoveries and affirmations, and of the grand design that the message from the universe revealed. However, as I was visualizing my attempts to share it, I realized that a lot of it was too abstract for the majority of society to digest, not due to lack of intelligence, but because it did not fit into their SCNVFECFGI. This is mainly due to the programming of the false system. I really wanted to share what the underlying message was telling us, and how all the scientific quantitative information, tied together so cleverly and eloquently, along with the qualitative spiritual expressions that humankind has discovered throughout the ages. Unironically, this is where the ego wants to take us but also stops us. As all information is background information first, I understood where the base resonate level was, and I understood that I would no doubt run into obstacles and knew for example that a staunch creationist would not want to hear of how all the world's beliefs all melded into one. I will be posting my encounter with people online at a later date, but for now let me surmise the experiences along with some of the hypothetical and external observations of similar social interactions online that I found. I proceeded in contemplation as if I were on a theoretical stage, and even as I shared scientifically verifiable information, I still found that each person had a unique locking mechanism that kept me at a distance. Even times where we found that we were able to identify relative information through similarities of beliefs, the penetration of information just did not reciprocate the resonance that it should. It was more like we were discussing our favorite TV shows, rather than discussing the meaning of life. Also, I found that many people are quickly turned off when talking, at least in person, about spiritualism. Makes sense though, right? No one wants their systems challenged even in an indirect manner. Naturally, a conversation with two different spiritual beliefs will lead to conscious or unconscious friction. Subjectively, we see ourselves as masters of communication, but in practice, due to human nature, there is a breakdown in passing what we believe is important information to one another and knowing that it challenged and penetrated their system. We don't have to pretend that it's not what we're doing, believe me. There would be no point in having the conversation at all unless you were subconsciously just trying to reaffirm your own belief system, which is why you are compelled in the first place to even share an affirmation. Yet we are not looking to influence people, we are trying to share the truth, which should resonate perfectly if properly projected through the right instrument and setting, and really it's like each person would have their own curtailed musical score that would unlock their minds from the false system's grip. I saw that even with all the affirmations that the universe had majestically laid out before us, laid for us to navigate through, that due to the separation of energies, we must build a universal bridge to communicate. We innately but mistakenly think that we are already in that system, but understand that if we were, then we wouldn't be having the same problems, and until this system can take its rightful place, we will not be able to achieve a higher frequency. The universe will move on, but unless we humans come together then we will in time fade into extinction. All the negative emotions we feel due to the false system must be channeled properly, so wipe away your tears and roll up your sleeves, because the tools to fix the problems exist, we just have to wield them properly, because we can only build upon this philosophy together. All systems are the same, so it is no surprise that inequality on all levels is what stops us from manifesting our true destiny. More so it is almost laughably ironic because we presume that the best version of us comes when our works are recognized as individuals. Oh yes, there is greatness in each one of us to be highlighted, but when we realize that those around us are just extensions of us, as if we were just seeing ourselves in a mirror in a different physical state, because we are of God the universe, then you will know that it is only together that we will create the next shift in our evolution. We have been hindered, because of the false understanding of our reality, and in that mindset, we have become indifferent to the problems of life, by assuming that there is a team of top key holders with some highly trained response team in a remote tactical office, constantly working at and categorically defining problems and of our systems autonomously. Nope, and if you think that someone else will solve the world's problems then you are the lifelong slave in Plato's allegory of the cave. We must evolve from we the products into the real manifestation of we the people, by fixing the problems that the key holders cannot. Realize that we each hold within us the potential power level of that of a mythical relic, but we have been wielding it for centuries like a toddler, snot running down our noses, stewing in a poo-filled diaper, fascinated as a fidget spinner. All information is digestible, but it takes an X number of phase changes to fit the person in the situation where they are truly ready to objectively observe. Even the most profound information given to someone in the wrong context or if they have contrasting beliefs, can systematically be filed directly into the trash. Especially if it is not filtered through mainstream means, previously industrially processed, and sanctioned by the key holders of the narrative. There are 8.3 billion people on the earth, so know that a lot of this info just might not fit into their SCNVFECFGI. So, this universal wisdom is a double-edged sword. Life meaning from our lens of perspective is hidden but very visible and obvious at the same time with some contemplation. What seems like an affirmation for us, even if we know it leads us on the path to great things, could further deter someone who is not ready to hear it, and I am not only referring to just to affirmations revealed in this book, but as we have seen throughout history, objective truth is at risk of losing its validity if it is not given the proper environment, handled and delivered with care, then nurtured to allow true growth. Even if a person was to nod their head initially at our affirmations, adamantly agreeing, they might walk away not knowing what to do with the plethora of information that was unloaded on them. Trying to explain how everything is connected will sound like you were cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. If the message from the universe, or any affirmation for that matter, is not delineated in a specific manner, the recipient might not ever find out how the dots are connected and how it relates to their current reality. The best option would be to refer them to our wide selection of media we have online. Heck, offer it for free and say if you like it, come join us or donate, if you feel that it would be a better option for you, etc. You do not want to pass the most important message of all time going a million miles a minute. This is the problem of passing along gems of knowledge to just anyone, and the catch-22 moment of attempting to resonate or shout your passions from a rooftop. On that path, you'll find the next step would be that you then have to start prejudging people based on their appearances before you approach them, in order to save time and avoid potential struggles, and it's a guarantee that other people do the same while regarding you, so let's not hinder ourselves from reality, but acknowledge and navigate appropriately. Yes, in all aspects of life, everyone prejudges any scenario subconsciously, and the results depend on your visible spectrum of the ability of the self. I say this because it is important to get a periodic reminder that no one is impartial to appearances to some degree. Be realistic, we don't run outside into a thunderstorm thinking it's a sunny day. It goes against our survival instincts. All systems are the same. In the navigating of systems, we referred to this as cognitive dissonance. You might have heard of it referred to as unconscious bias, but be aware that your actions are justified, so whether they stem from SCENVFECFGI, your conscious choosing does not denote something negative about your character, to an extent. Pro tip: just don't put yourself in a situation where someone could even accuse you of such a thing. Remember that CD is a loaded gun the further you get away from the baseline of your culture. Unconscious bias or cognitive dissonance also keeps you safe in potentially dangerous situations. It really isn't that hard to just be aware while you navigate. NPCs lay and fall for these types of traps all the time. When the time comes, you will know when you can share the message of the universe. It is not something that is mandated, but as stated before, it should be something that is natural, that you know you could share with confidence with an established true acquaintance or true friend. Be aware that you would possibly meet with some opposition if you tried to tell a stranger or attempted to rush the message from the universe while standing in line at the grocery store. Be very sure before you share, if not then just don't bother. Refer them to our online resources and poof like a ninja. We just don't need to advertise if the product truly is a success. It is important to be aware of a negative branding that could be instilled when attempting to share the message of the universe. It is not something that is forced. It is not a door-to-door Tupperware sales operation. So, for reference, here is a very simple breakdown of a scenario where you might be compelled to share. Do you approach the person in the business suit with the phone glued to their head, or the hippie with the Buffalo Soldier tie-dye t-shirt in dreads? While the chances are that the hippie would be more open to hearing this amazingly rad info, however, the freedom of speech is also the freedom to contrast, So best be ready for an information exchange, and be willing to accept the consequences of your actions. As we learned in the navigating of systems, resonating can be tricky, and lead to a variety of encounters. Currently we see that there is a vast social unrest, and people are now commonly saying that freedom of speech does not include speech that could be considered as hateful. While we agree with that sentiment, we cannot deny that even with a right or a law in place, even if the improper kind of speech equated to jail time, that people who have contrasting SCENVFECFGI will regardless, especially if goaded, will naturally state and act upon based on what they feel. It's extremely dangerous to go down the path where people would be punished based just on their words. The border should be more like if someone is also threatening you physically, I believe is where people should begin to be held liable for their actions. Calling someone names is one thing, but saying you will do something to someone because of who they are is a whole new level, and it should never be okay to do so. The catch would be that it could only be prosecutable if it was captured on a recording. If you think 1984 is bad, understand that no work of fiction could ever be as impactful as reality. A lot of the time people just want their space to share their opinion, so why not let them have it? Acknowledgement is a kind of validation even if they are 100% wrong. Those who do it for all the wrong reasons often find themselves alone, which is why they feel they need to escalate things. Also realize that a whole lot of these sensitive social encounters these days stem from differences that are ultimately aesthetic. Understand that you cannot define without observation. Meaning, the person who wants to verbally attack someone is firstly doing so based on what person looks like X. There needs to be a revamp of the prosecution system to ensure people's safety. Since there are a spectrum of actions and reactions, there should also be a spectrum of punitive ramifications, so we are just going to skim the surface here. Every interaction is an SCENVFECFGI, and an emotional intelligence issue. While we can all agree that since there are different cultures and beliefs, and different spectrums of understanding, then naturally, you will find that there are others who cannot abide by the natural freedom that is in contrast to their own lifestyle. This is why we must change the ENVF, and the only way we can do that is to become masters of our own ECF, thus creating a better unified SC. Which means we must literally program, or educate, not in the current manner that is being poorly implemented. No, it must be of our own making. We must understand that everyone must have the freedom to exist, as well as to live without being bullied for being different. In emulation of the universe, as it speaks to us in signs and symbology derived from the background information, we naturally will continue to rely on this mode of transfer of energy. Speaking directly to someone in a capacity where the formula of leadership has not been properly satiated, will in result would not be impactful, as most people regard the telling of information as conjecture, whether they voice it at the time or not. Therefore, for our purpose, it is prudent that the information is carefully crafted and produced in the most fashionable medium, one that is widely known and titled as a platform that bypasses standard regulations of persuasion. I think we all understand that even though everyone has their own SCENVFECFGI again, the truth has a way of resonating at just the right pitch. We accept all races, creeds, color and gender. We believe that if the universe accepts it, then we too can accept it. We draw the line exactly where the current laws are in place, and we stand in contrast to those who would lay siege on the very freedoms that those haters think they are protecting. This is the duality of these conflicts. For those who use extreme tactics will find that it will ultimately lead to legislation that will remove more freedoms for not the type of person they despise, but for everyone. Their methods for solving for X begin and end in the failed system of cultural appropriation. We stand in contrast, and thankfully the blueprints are here already established. Therefore, the platforms of success are like budding fruit waiting to be plucked. We're only missing you. The message from the universe and the other endeavors that we will erect under this manifesto is a story already written. And guess what? Our story absolutely has an extremely happy and is virtually never ending and will resonate into dimensions we have yet to travel to. Our plans and strategy for navigating henceforth are a compilation of evidence revealing not just but the winning strategy. The message from the universe is not an in-house invasion from a makeup artisan, and it is not an individual who is red in the face, hoarse from bellowing edgelord dissonant phrases at the street corner while holding up signs telling everyone to repent or face eternal damnation. Know that even if that type of personality has the ability to reach an audience, then imagine when people get the chance to really hear the message from the universe, which is an all-inclusive non-judgmental frequency. We're not taking applications from edgelord campaign managers and their cronies and constituents, because the message from the universe can be distorted with improper resonance. So, you might have wondered, what does the resonate frequency of the message of the universe sound like? A trip to the woods. The last sound of the old world rapidly melts away as you close the door. On the other side, a lush green vine-laden corridor and a soft mossy path lay below that, beckoning you forward. You unwind, while it winds further and further past the horizon. The idea of time melts away as you draw ever closer to the bend beyond. You disappear in the light, the energy pulsating from this land grows louder as you go deeper within. Your heart beats in cadence with nature as you let a huge smile escape. And then you truly let go of the weight of the world. Looking down, you see the morning dew, and within each droplet, the other universe inside. The sweet nectar of nearby flowers dancing on the air draws from you the deepest of breaths, and as your steps and heartbeat calm, you begin to hear the dull roar of water rushing off a nearby secluded waterfall. As you are drawn closer, the sound of applause as the water cascading off the rocks, as beams of light break through the ceiling of trees revealing a crisp blue sky, the sharp division of shadows between flowing golden curtains just waiting to be parted. The gentle wind caresses, the grass waves and the cattails dance. As mist billows from the falls, and from it, a vibrant rainbow climbs and recedes into the water below, penetrating hues falling upon a school of fish basking in the golden spectrum of discovery. The birds chant a song of praise in reverence for countless blessings. On calm breeze, the effortless flight of a lunar moth. Now resting on a leaf, the eyes on the wings lock your gaze, and as your feet shift towards it, you gain the scent of the pine and earth below. Slowing down evermore, drawing a deep breath, you just know that this air is the only air worth breathing. All is calm, all is aligned, ready, willing, energy flowing. Slowly you turn to gaze upon the base of the waterfall, then to a tiny inlet. A sigh of relief turns into the deepest breath you have ever taken in your life. You shudder because you fear, but simultaneously yearn to lose yourself completely here, to dissipate and become one with everything around you, staring at the reflection in the stream of the energy, your visage lost in the waves as you come to notice the water collisions in the swirls of foam. A mesmerizing cosmic collision, constantly creating and destroying. A cycle ending and beginning in an instant, content with this state, content, knowing, while unknowing, a conduit of energy. Focus regained, mist mixed with tears gloss this scene, emotion ebbs as the pool below becomes a tranquil mirror for a moment, solid and then broken, and again solid. You cannot stop yourself from smiling, the energy emanating is louder than the roar of the waterfall. The sound draws in triumph as you realize that the universe is smiling back, and the peace you feel is thanks for resonating and bearing witness to the magic of life. That's our universal sales pitch. Results may vary. Side effects may include living life to the fullest. Not what you were expecting? We know with the contemplation of the message from the universe, that there is something here for everyone. It's just a matter of finding what that is, which is the meaning of life. And any subsequent information defined and filed is an affirmation towards your personal belief system. Esoteric proportions. One of the oldest tales known to humankind is the Tower of Babel. Aside from the story and its actors and all the other ambience in it, you can see that even at the then beginning, human beings were at odds with one another based on their cultures SCNVFECFGI. Unification is a hurdle but is not an impossible one. There really is no better time than now to make enormous strides towards bringing the world together. Many have wondered how could we ever gather under the same sky and proclaim triumphantly that humankind had finally unified and moved forward as one. Stand and walk with us, for it will be our lifelong mission. There will be struggles, but what in life is worth having without having worked for it? We will build a better tomorrow, today. I am suddenly reminded of the scene from the film Field of Dreams. The phrase uttered by whom I believe in the movie was intended to be the voice of God, which said if you build it, they will come, and the potential of these words and the action it entails has never been more real than it has been in the history of humankind. Our time is now. We always want to deliver the message from the universe with peace, love, and understanding. As you navigate closer to the ultimate understanding, be aware that your primary affirmations, the underlying recognitions where you found confirmation bias coming from the secondary and tertiary affirmations, are seen by you, the beholder, with the eyes of a child, and initially by others as a garbled frequency. Each golden nugget of truth you come across is a reminder of the connection we all have, and that is it in these subjective truths, that you repeatedly come back to what we refer to affirmation constants. Profound thoughts that you feel within your soul, like we are all one, or everything is connected, etc. It's true, and it is in these blueprints that we can articulate and define those types of statements. Within these blueprints, we will define the new baseline. Notice that the further you go into a belief system, that it places you further from the baseline of the general consensus of a contrasting culture. We as humans have a tendency to want to keep our personal affirmations away from the standard hierarchical definitions, because we fear it would be diminished or dismantled by contrasting cultures when cross-examined. So, as an example in regard to sharing spiritual beliefs, imagine not having cognitive dissonance to stop yourself from running headlong into the red-faced person on the street corner, ranting scriptures from the ye olde faith, claiming that X protagonist is greater than Y, and further claiming that any abstraction of the one religion is just another satanic iteration perverting the purity of the original. They shout obscenities while holding a sign with a list of who's going to hell using the word sinner as if it was a curse word. We're always taken aback at this kind of behavior. Therefore, we can understand that above all there needs to be wisdom that guides us and our energy. Therefore, you must learn how to navigate the systems with the message of universe and its subsequent philosophies at the forefront of your thoughts. So, allow us to drag you safely from the street, forget about the people who claim to know what God hates, and keep yourself, and your definitions safeguarded. We must be cognizant of how we move forward, and like any journey that requires a map, we know that the map needs a legend to behold. The hierarchy of belief affirmations, HOBA. Primary affirmations - scientific and historical information that is considered commercialized objective facts and is ubiquitous worldwide. Secondary affirmations - social information that is formed by subjective but logical conclusions. Tertiary affirmations - deep esoteric spiritual cultural understandings, mystical, felt at heightened emotional states after finding a system that helps sustain and reinforce us during exploration of this existential experience. Based on the HOBA, you can see where the invisible line is when relaying information to another person. Note that duality exists in all phases. For example, you can see that in between the secondary and tertiary affirmations, that someone's deep cultural understandings could be considered by others a high level of prejudice rather than ubiquitous understanding like in the primary affirmations. You might also wonder why we need to differentiate these levels, and that is because we are all chained to the wall of our own caves seeking validation in the sea of quantumly entangled souls that are manifested in this 3D realm we call life, as we struggle with the paradox of good and evil, the duality of energy and our perceptions of it. So why turn down a tool to better help you navigate? Imagine having a conversation with someone and you and the other person preemptively knew about the spectrum of understanding, the chemistry of the self, and the hierarchy of belief affirmations. Honestly, you can trust that you will have a productive debate, or they would avoid it altogether because they knew their argument was weak. We must improve our communication with one another. As an example, in the past when you came across someone who has a terminal illness or recently lost a loved one, you might have said, "I am sorry to hear that." Read that again though. You say, "You are sorry to hear what they have said." At least we can understand that the better phrase would be to say, "I offer you my condolences," because who are we to them? Who are we to strangers? Sad to say that we could hear of the loss or the terminal illness of some person who had voiced it to us obviously because they were experiencing grief, and we are powerless to do anything about it. More so because we don't know them. Truth be told though, in the false system we do not know ourselves either. Imagine if true equality had taken root long ago, and someone shared their problems with you. If you had never acclimated the false system's definitions in your mind, hindered by the weight of the world's dissonant human ambience, upon your cue to empathize on their issue, with permission you could take that person's hand and they will not shy away from it. You could embrace them like a mother or father or a sibling, because outside of the shadow world that this false system has created, we are a family and there is no shame or fear of expressing that form of love. When the time comes and we establish true equality and the world reassembles itself from the bottom up, there will still be lingering problems and a whole new set will be there for us to focus on. Therefore, we want to set the precedent by striving to be on a trend towards the positive, towards the compassionate side of the spectrum, whereby we match our words with our actions, and we truly feel one another. For when we zoom out, we are all just stars in the blackness of the sky, all living relative to one another. We cannot pass up this chance to consolidate our energy and show the universe that we truly know why we are here. Until that time, notice that we dare not to run like a superhero to scenes of social distress. No, we innately avoid the dangers of the unknown, because we are ill-equipped and do not have the time. Therefore we avoid other people's problems. Many would claim that they are already operating at a higher level, but the true test outside of the false system would be after the grand design is fully revealed and implemented. Everyone will have the chance to fully participate in the coming paradigm shift, so if you choose to not partake in this re-evolution of the baseline, I hope that this passage comes to mind. The decline of social etiquette. We need to all have a deeper comprehension and become adamant believers in the term, "you reap what you sow." The false system does this phrase zero justice. We must all become staunch believers of the power of choice and everyone's subjective versions of it. Where people get it wrong is when they are screaming at someone with an in-their-face attitude, thinking that their freedom rides on their ability to be completely off-putting to someone else and thinking that no one has the right to interfere with their assault. Sad to realize that someone could be validated in their own beliefs based on how ugly they project themselves to their counterculture. We could think of those people in a different light. We could see them as they care so much that they can't seem to get out of my face, and sadly this underlyingly is what compels many to action. That's the point though, we are in dire need of a reinvention of social etiquette, otherwise we will always be on a negative trend which will be reinforced by social media, because social media is just as blind. On the negative trend of social media everything becomes a dishwashing bod challenge. Everything dissonant thing we see has a high chance at becoming the norm. It's happening before our eyes. It happens with bombings, mass shootings, mob looting and verbal and physically violent confrontations. This is because society lacks the ability to find the common baseline, due to the migration of contrasting cultures, and since schools do not teach this, even when they think they do. We know there is a better way, and we must be the ones to take action before it's too late. However, remember, for those co-resonators that will be coming with us on this grand adventure, to always be considerate and respect other forms of belief systems at all times. Well, it seems like many out there are still contending with the understanding of how to treat others with basic respect and dignity regardless of our differences. I think we referred to the United States at least a couple of times primarily as a business in this book, so how about we all settle with that definition, and ask corporate for a complete revamp of orientation from day one? Actually, scratch that idea. No, really. It's horrible because the human resource department for this false system has been out to lunch for multiple millennia. Instead, how about we take matters into our own hands and get hyper-motivated in front of a green screen backdrop and shout, "Just do it." Seriously though, we need to do this for ourselves and quit waiting for the guy upstairs, or the government to come and create a better environment for us all to navigate in. Not that anyone here should really need an incentive to be generally nicer and more respectful toward one another, but if I have to, I can relay to you the benefits or the gains to be had from sharing your tertiary affirmations. And of course note that you would never get to this point if a relative understanding or respect between Party A and Party B were not firmly established. As I stated before, each individual mind is like a relative cipher of understanding, subjective in their experience of the world. If you were to crack this cipher, you would wonder what would become of it. Obviously, we would wish for a maximum level of coherence, but one that would have a heightened level of qualia, and not just a drone-like hive mind understanding. We can also look into other belief systems of the world and take note of how they express their co-resonance. Notice that all cultures have their relative levels of membership status. Whether you want to call it a clique or a congregation, they will routinely come on schedule to a place to have fellowship or worship, and pore over the wisdom of the ye olde protagonists, antagonists. The last religion will meet regularly but in a capacity that is wholly different than the norm. Why do we go to church? Ultimately, no matter how we look at it, we are there because we are trying to impress our version of SCNVFECFGI onto this reality. So, why not get better at it? We need to get past the point of survival, so we must evolve. Understand that the deeper you delve into the messages of your sacred texts, the deeper the level in relation to the Hoba. Examples: praise and worship, melodic chanting, hand gestures, speaking in tongues, laying on hands, healing, consuming of sacraments, sacrifice, magical casting, and more. All the way up to what is seen as the highest level of membership, but not necessarily understanding, is the tragic series of life choices that lead up to the act of martyrdom. Once you see where your beliefs fit in on the Hoba scale, then you might be able to understand why some people might want to repel you like the way garlic does to vampires. Of course, we can clearly see that any of these perspectives fall into perfectly normal exercises of faith, as they would not exist if they were not considered effective in the eyes of the people who practiced them. Subjectively, these types of expressions, of the tertiary affirmations level of the Hoba, might make a person feel they are resonating on cloud 9. For the rest of the billions of people out there in the world, they might not be able to ever come to the level of understanding that some people feel they gain while showing reverence to their God. The duality of these affirmations is that in context, they might sound highly dissonant, but they can be cross-referenced with many regular activities in what would be considered a secular, or mainstream understanding. Sarcasm start. Before you consider dancing at your church while you praise God, perhaps you want to make sure there is not, as what the Germans call a Tanzverbot, or dancing ban in effect. Because dancing leads to sinew filthy casual. Sarcasm end. As a quick example, most people would probably cringe at the thought of animal sacrifice for a religious ceremony but have looked the other way when it comes to the routine slaughter of animals for daily consumption. Like, is there really a way to humanely slaughter an animal? Even if it is a necessity for our diets, as we have evolved consuming animal proteins, is it not the same act but in a different context? If we are not ceremonially thanking the animal or God for their sacrifice or for even providing the animal, is there really a right way? Which is worse? Everything is cope and embellishment, but hopefully, the animal sacrifice will not lead to waste, which generally happens when the resource is in abundance. In reference to the topic of affirmations while looking at the world's religions, we can see at the very least that the intentions of the rituals on all levels of the Hoba are valid practices from their standpoint. However, in order for us all to move forward with unification, we must all at some level stand in contrast, and that is perfectly okay within reason. We stand in contrast. The next step to crafting the most sublime affirmations is for us to embellish upon the epiphanies derived from the coming new baseline. Therefore we must begin to define the aspects of that baseline. We stand in contrast by recognizing all differences in cultures, as it is the power of choice. We shall make no claim on which religion has a correct way of showing or proving their reverence to their God. We stand in contrast by the understanding that we, believers in the message of the universe, are pieces of the whole, and where that place us in the cosmic scale. We stand in contrast by unveiling our truth to all, not on a level of tertiary affirmation, not through esoteric rituals, but through expressions on a primary and secondary level. Why these levels? It is because we need to quit lying to ourselves and others when we are congregating and when we are showing the world who we really are. We can only prove ourselves through our endeavors that can be felt by the primary senses. This is the proper way to witness. We stand in contrast because we need to redefine where real power is derived from, not what was created and embellished in this false dichotomy. This is why we must redefine the baseline in order to phase change the message of the universe from a tertiary affirmation to what is ubiquitous and widely understood as a primary affirmation. Remember that 80% of the world at the very least believes in the existence of God, and I guess that leaves 20% who either never think on it or refute the possibility. However, understand that those beliefs are two philosophies in a way. It is a religion of the self. The difference is that the person who says they don't believe in God just copes and embellishes in a different way than the person who does believe. Whatever percentage of you believes in God, I would say for the demographic or the percentage of people who believes in power no matter what the source, is 100%. For without power there is no action. Also note that there are many who want to believe and act accordingly with a religion's law because they fear what would happen if they did not. They fear hell. Well, no one wants to go there. Can we really blame those who don't believe in it? Could we at least humbly admit that God does not have to be recognized as God, to be visible? The universe did not come from nothing, and even if it did, it doesn't mean that it was without a maker. Think logically. It is not unusual to have reverence for the creation of the universe, as many religions do so in several chapters of their religious handbooks. However, how we the members of the last religion go about showing our perspective is by objectively proving the efficacy of the message from the universe, not by self-flagellation, not by dancing with snakes, not by flailing our arms while ranting in made-up dialects, and definitely not by the forceful conversion of non-believers. How exactly do we do it then? How we shall navigate cannot be fully revealed quite yet. Rest assured it will be primarily in peace, love and understanding with the backdrop of our best version of ourselves. The entire plan must be unfolded in stages, but I do offer a glimpse in the last few chapters of how we will proceed with our style of affirmations on the primary and secondary levels, in order to prove to the world that we have a solid philosophy. This is due to the opportunists that would either try and copy or steal our plans, or would try to set up snares to defame and disenfranchise our goal due to some skewed ideas obviously generated by some extreme CD we might have caused them. We cannot reveal our trade secrets other than the finite details. Just understand this statement explicitly. We will stand in contrast by expressing our faith by staying within the first and second levels of the Hoba. In time, when all have come to a new relative understanding, we will then be ready to reach new heights. Oh yes, the stars and the planets will align for us. Symbology. You will probably never hear of anyone who could disagree with the statement that we need a philosophy that transcends all cultures. Realize that this was always the message from the universe. It was just hidden in the background information and waiting for us to pluck it out. We had it within our grasp at the very beginning, as it was humankind's very first affirmation. A contender among all of the origin stories that just didn't become a bestseller because the key holders didn't want to share. The message from the universe is the underlying wisdom and the cover-up scandal of every ancient philosophy. Other reasons why this properly embellished universal system never had a chance at the beginning was because of the disjointed communication lines throughout the world. Also, cultures emerged naturally and independently. Given the programming of divergent energy in this universe naturally gives way for a false system to take the lead. Naturally designed for exploiting and squandering resources, and in that process, we ended up enslaving ourselves as a resource, which gave way to a spectrum of false affirmations of the worst kind. We must face reality together with the help of the lens of the message from the universe, and by referencing the navigating of systems and the Hoba. More to come. Chapter 15. What is sacred? All life is in a sense sacred because it all is derived from the original source, which is God. As beautiful as the sales pitch or the message from the universe is, we still can and should also view it in the other very valid dialects, such as mathematics, and more specifically in regard to measurement, because the message is manifested in numerous other objective achievements of humankind over the centuries. The earlier exercise, a trip into the woods in reference to how the message from the universe should be relayed, was stated as such because finding God should only be a natural experience. Hopefully the message also drew out strong emotion, and longing for that real connection. The reference to it as a sales pitch was actually sarcasm if you did not pick up on it, because the experience itself doesn't need to be thrusted upon anyone. The realization of the message is a feeling that is the energized underlying yearning from the spirit, the fire burning within us. So, it is no wonder we would want to share it with everyone that is around us. The tertiary affirmations should not be pushed like a transactional product. We often see this happen because when the spirit is strong, we naturally assume the flesh has benefited greatly from our relative discipline. Couple this with trying to appeal to someone by showing off your God's power, you'll find that it is often sold with empty promises. We stand in contrast. You can lay your hands and pray for someone all you want. You can believe that God has the ability to remove cancer from someone if they had and maintained a proper level of faith. Of course, we all hear of people who hold those beliefs. A question I would ask is what happens to those believers who had people praying for them so adamantly, and let's just say that yes, for a time, the cancer went into remission for an X number of reasons. However, let's not dismiss the fact that they were on chemo the whole time, or they probably would have never been able to get back to the holy temple in the first place. Shortly after the person with cancer falls out of remission, the chemo stops, and the victim then believes that the power of God did indeed heal them. After a time, the cancer returns and the person feels that maybe they weren't as faithful as they should have been, tries harder, but the cancer takes its course, and that person dies. Overall, this is one of the huge reasons why people shy away from religion. When people can, they avoid being gaslighted. So, in that instance where not just one person, But a whole congregation had followed the instructions laid out in a ye olde handbook, did all the right things. They even set the room ablaze with the Holy Spirit and slew demons left and right during their spiritual battle. Then what does that say about that belief system? What does that say about the congregation? What does that say about their God? But what about the passage when two or more come together, am I right? Of course, you know what the answer is in this instance, right? The reason why the person died was because it's all part of God's plan, right? Well, in a way, since everything is God, then yeah. Everything is a part of God's plan, right? I guess if we think about it that way, there is no such thing as wasted effort, so carry on, friends. You can't lose in that philosophy, so whatever, right? Survival, cope and embellishment. Validation, rinse and repeat. A spoonful of coping helps the cognitive dissonance go down. In the most reverent of ways. But make no mistake, that God does indeed have the ability to remove any ailment, but none of us mere mortals do, that is, by utilizing the same method that God would. However, let's think a little outside the box. Logically, in the event the sick person does not immediately pass away, and they were able to return to church between chemo visits, and they just so happen to bring with them their medical report. Yet this report had all list of all the contributing factors that led to their cancer. What if, and I know this is going to sound so cutting edge, that it might be considered heretical ranting. What if instead, the people around the recently departed had paid attention to their spiritual members' physical attributes over the years? In a false system, Cain will always say to God, "Am I my brother's keeper?" In a world where true equality is at the foundation, we would take care of one another. In a false system, ain't nobody got time for that. In the system of true equality, time and cost is irrelevant. In a world with 8 billion people with the philosophy of the message of the universe in their heart, there is no lack of support. If one does not fully pay attention to the symptoms of sickness and take responsibility, therefore taking all the proper precautions needed to avoid such a sickness, then how could they or we have the audacity to claim that they could circumvent those 3D solutions and go straight to an unverifiable source, and demand from God, to be God's middleman and phase change God's power, obliterating someone's stage 4 metastasized cancer? We hear stories about this, right? We've heard stories about people being brought back from the dead too, or at least I have, in the many churches I attended in the past. Why are we humans so insistent on not taking charge or responsibility of avoidable problems? The answer is in this book. Also, those who believe they have control of the power of the gods, sure, their hearts are in the right place, but are they not just there to dole out a spoonful to someone to put the cognitive dissonance of assured death at ease? The holy rollers in this scenario did not save the life of the person they poured their heart into. Furthermore, in the false system, since we spend so much time enslaved to its mechanisms, we also have to spend more time honing our coping skills. The holy roller should, after the death of yet another believer, be asking, what about the scriptures? What about those tertiary tingles I get? What about all those affirmations that I got, telling me that God was sending power through me to heal this fellow believer? I have the faith needed. Well, of course they would explain that away. Seems like God had other plans, right? Man shall not live on bread alone, can also be read as, man cannot live on manna alone. Quick! Hot potato that doubt, that is from the pit of hell right out of here on the double. If the whole congregation didn't save that one innocent child, then can we say that our combined faith didn't even amount to the size of a mustard seed? Maybe you're not taking the holy book seriously enough. If you recognize that you are not, then you must be sinning or backslidden and mistakenly thinking that you are righteous. What do we say about repeat offenders? Why didn't you learn your lesson the first time? Who are we kidding? Is this not the worst kind of survival cope and embellishing system of belief? Another scenario. Why do we hand out our pocket change or our leftover bag of burgers to the nearest homeless person thinking that it would be a good enough deed? Yo, wake up! It's the environmental factors and economic factors that put that person where they are, and there is nothing on the earth or in the heavens that can change the fate of those people unless you readdress those same factors that put them there in the first place. It's because of the poorly defined baseline, it's because of systemic inequality. Some staunch believer might get steamed reading this, because they know their hearts are in the right place, but let me tell you, point blank. Do you want to continue being a drug dealer for cognitive ease, or do you want to redefine the systems? Oh, you are stuck on thinking that you really did help remove cancer from someone, all 100% unverifiable tertiary actions, instead of just focusing on the primary and secondary actions that are 100% verifiable in the 3D. Made for you by design. Don't worry though, if these statements don't apply to you, then of course, you would not have taken them to heart. It is applicable only where it is, and it stops exactly where it isn't. Walk a mile in God's shoes and ask this question. Should a God rewards or be uniquely pleased with someone because they poorly mimicked the one holy antagonist during briefest moments in their life? But God, my heart's in the right place? Are we winning yet? What if we didn't waste and squander every other opportunity to change our environments? Thus, redefining the systems would have subsequently removed the possibility of cancer from ever taking hold. Hopefully, you understand that at this point I am referring to cancer as a symbol of all types of problems in our life that we face in this false system. That's what responsibility does, so why are we hindering ourselves from allowing the proper system of equality to emerge? Wait, I am not done there. Then instead of only a certain tiny percentage of people that had the ability to manifest profound change in life, there was instead a great reversal. The majority of people on the earth would then be able to have a significant impact on their environments, and instead of resources being squandered, they were instead focused. So, then we would not have to lie to ourselves by thinking we were holy enough to gather energy from the universe in an abstract way. Instead, let us harness that energy properly and in ways that the universe designed through the utilization of tools and resources derived from knowledge of the STEM disciplines. Not with the false system overlay but true equality, therefore new baseline of understanding, delivered by the message from the universe and the navigation of systems, the chemistry of the self and through the Hoba. Please, I beg you. Let's come together as one and let us stop squandering our resources and instead let us fix this world's problem. So, before we get too far off track, I won't drag you into the desert for half your life in hopes that you can get yourselves together. We need to act now, before it's too late. So, just so I can tell if you were listening, answer this: what is sacred? We stand in contrast. Humans are the most unique and most versatile facilitators of phase change, as we are all individual expressions with the ability to vastly and rapidly change the environment. All we need is a renewed baseline that will provide us the proper phase changes needed, which will leave us with a very productive SCNVFECFGI, a new set of honed skills to navigate with. These new skills must be utilized in a synchronistic fashion and wielded like any other philosophy that sets its eyes on navigating the dissonant human systems. There will be many new expressions that will be manifested from our brand of navigation. As the universe speaks in all dialects, we too must become versatile in verbally expressing affirmations from our spectrum of understanding, in order for it to be validated and assimilated. With these tools laid out in this book, combined with the proper platforms, we will be effective at preemptively disarming the onslaught of cognitive dissonance that will come our way. The universe loves us for who we are, even in times where we are not cohesive with contrasting environments, and even to the degrees of the extreme. For it is not the universe that creates the dissonant human ambience but from human definitions that creates strife in the world through the imbalanced mismanaged false dichotomic systems. It is from these systems that chaos emerges, and yes, it does need proper management, and of course, we will recognize that call once more, as humans have recognized this need in our histories past. There exist countless sources that detail the origins of religion. There is really no need to review each of them since we do preemptively can't deny them their ability to navigate as they wish. Without going too deep into the origins of religion, we all understand that the world was a scary place, and when odd and unexplainable environmental and or medical phenomena took place due to our lack of understanding, there was instead a buffet of gods to explain each of those occurrences. I think deep down, we all know or at least wished that our culture's God and religion was the only true one. However, a true religion should be one that all humans could adopt no matter the circumstance, because it would have the ability to phase change under any climate in any culture, and in any timeline without the use of any physical force, and not the other way around. After all, the one true religion would have the potential to be the great instrument that helped usher in a grand unification, right? If it hasn't done that yet, then what's the hold up? The one true religion should be an instrument that plays such a lovely and harmonic tune that no one could really say they were not into it. That's right, you might be compelled to say, "Yo God, you're playing my jam." But God would say, "No my son, it's everyone's jam." Realize though that people from other religions may not want to jam out with you or your God. Also realize that those religions' books state that there will be non-believers. So, why would you ever need to be so forceful with your SCENVFECFGI? Don't you want non-believers to see the true God? I do believe that it is written, that the true form of God will never be accurately represented through any system we humans could ever manifest. We can only naturally show aspects of our Creator through our spectrum of understanding, which should for the members of the last religion always be through the primary and secondary. Kind of like the opposite of faith, which is action. To date, we jacked up any real resemblance of that God, and filled the space with all sorts of mesmerizing, embellished stories of just plain ordinary men, which is why all who believe in these systems have spent a lifetime of programming their SCENVFECFGI into the later generations, with the story of the origin of the sin, and who is in charge of you, and the biggest gaslighting sham of all time, justified inequality. Oh, and along with it, tales of the horrors of what happens to those who resist God's good grace. Primary affirmations becoming tertiary expressions. How this occurs can be seen simply by considering time and contrast. As time passes, new systems emerge, ones that come from either digression or progression of the overall economy. When the overall economy progresses to a state where more monetary mobility is acquired, then the dogmatic laws of that religion subsequently become questionable, as freedoms of expression then allow exploration. As time goes on, as the freedoms of expression spread through society, each subsequent generation becomes more and more jaded by living in contrast to the old ways, your grandparents' secondary and tertiary affirmations. These old beliefs are then labeled as out of touch, or obsolete, and are replaced with newer definitions, and cultures in doing so, are of course, rightfully exercising free will. That is, those who have climbed into the seat of power to craft the narrative, the rest align themselves accordingly. So, what system do we need this to happen to? What is the only way we can get this true equality to sit in that seat of power? Generations passed, and these stale belief systems and their antique actors are picked apart by questions about their initial roles and motives, speculation against their claim to authenticity, and why, if true, has their message degraded in contrast to the current society. This drift from the baseline of the old ways is directly correlated with the contributing factors of the system as a whole, and its role in the societies that they were practiced. This includes the good philanthropic endeavors, the bad egregious acts of individuals against their own people, and the ugly, where governments wield their narrative along with the sword. All systems are the same. Government equals philosophy equals religion, etc. Religion was also created to stave off acts that were considered dangerous to the overall order of society. Remember that duality permeates all of this existence, and that the message from the universe is not endorsing the dangerous side of religion or culture, or any mission of cultural appropriation. Remember that it is in the actions of the few that set the precedent for all. Therefore, in order to manifest the true form of change, there must be a time-transcending format before there is time-transcending content. So, in asking the question of what is sacred, we must always stay cognizant at recognizing affirmations from all modes of communication that the universe displays in the background information. The universe speaks in all dialects, therefore the tool of measurement works hand in hand with all our belief systems, as it reminds us of where the baseline of the current spectrum was, where it is, and where it's going. Historically, when there is major change emerging in our society, it usually starts and ends with war, but we will show the world that the false system's methods of phase change are antiquated, useless, and barbaric. As the universe manifests endless examples, we naturally derive meaning from them. When asking the question of what is sacred, and while we're always near the topic of nature, we can look and take measurement of the fleeting form of a snowflake. Most people have heard that no two snowflakes could ever be exactly alike. The reason for this is because no two droplets that form in the sky that condense into snowflakes ever fall in the same way, due to atmospheric pressure, wind and temperature flux. This is the same for humans. We all have our own SCENVFECFGI, and all have valid forms of expression. We are aspects of the universal awareness. More precisely, we are the universe expressing itself. So, to answer the question finally and directly, is it that human life is sacred? If not, then nothing is. We need to redefine this in the eyes of society, to be seen with the eyes of a child, to be revered and respected, to be at the pinnacle of objectivity. Please understand that the reason for this embellishment is that it is in humankind's best interest to label this existential road trip as such. We pretend that most humans act and believe that human life is sacred, but please, let's quit lying to ourselves. The truth in this false system's programming relays to us in a 24-hour news feed what we really think about the value of human life, and the measurement is extremely inaccurate. So, in understanding at least the very basics about animal nature, we can comprehend the need to re-establish the baseline because our survival as a whole depends on it. Yet we need to also understand that there is so much more, beyond that horizon. With the message from the universe as our manifesto, we can move forward and redefine the canvas. Moving forward with this call the universe has made for us to once and for all establish the true baseline that the whole of society can benefit from. We have an advantage that older systems could not have, and that's the potential for rapid expansion, which has never been so apt to spread due to the current state of social media platforms and technology. Secondly, the gloves have been taken off, so while many people are ready to fight the good fight, there are possibly billions out there who want a more productive alternative, and not just another bias mill, produced and dictated by key holders of the narrative. Our system will work alongside those systems without disturbance. That is because the message from the universe transcends duality. By understanding and recognizing the validity of actions and systems established, and makes no judgment of an underlying motive of an action that has emerged as relative constants in all of society. Our goal is to only change the source of the sickness and to never fight the symptoms. For that never was our fight in the first place. We are not police officers, we are not the military, we are not the Department of Defense. The message of the universe traverses across boundaries of contrast, as it is a philosophy that is an augmentation of reality, and its modality is derived from all of the background information. The harmonic human ambience exists for everyone to see, as it is laid in the whole world's systems of philosophy, existing in pixels of understanding. Once again, in a different stylized dialect, since some might not be used to our jargon, the best way to recognize this sacred wisdom is to mobilize it as a personification of the tertiary affirmations of the universe in a phase change that translates into a primary and secondary affirmation. So, if it helps, think of the most spiritual moment you have ever had in your life. It is your own, but note that it is not something that others could not experience in their own way. We will replicate that magic naturally with our endeavors, not in pocket cultures, but as an instrument that all will have access to, via our own brand of social media. With help from the message from the universe, the heightened affirmations will have the potential to be something that everyone on this planet can relate to, and given that it is tied to the understandings of our human origins, and that it reaffirms that it is everyone's responsibility to help one another and that there is more than this false dichotomy we currently exist in. I know you can fully comprehend what we mean by this universal understanding, which is a new approach to the baseline that we can achieve if we stay the course. The message from the universe will become a primary affirmation of the world's systems, and we will be its tools, resoundingly resonate and unanimously adamant on lifting humans out of the systems of destruction, by not directly contending with them. It is within this confirmation and validation of the duality of human nature that all will be able to see the old lines of dissonant human ambience that so overtly contrast where we will want to go as a whole. By identifying them as a whole, we will then be able to define the new parameters to explore. With time, and by utilizing the very systems that prop up the ways of the old, the true expressions of the universe, we will autonomously integrate our philosophy into the logos of humankind's mythos. This ultimate phase change will trigger manifestations that will not degrade the fringes of society's populations but will instead degrade the tired machines that are making them. This can happen in a much shorter time than you might realize, not a millennium, not in centuries, not even in a small handful of decades, but within 3 to 5 years, we, along with possibly billions of others, will harmoniously unify and walk out of the cave together and reject the shadows of the system that are built upon this false dichotomy, striking a devastating blow to the root of the problems that plague mankind. When these moments occur, the manifestations of the systems that were designed to enact this paradigm shift will then be given a higher presence in the dialects of all societies. The world will in unison emerge from the cave, no longer willing to subject themselves to the shadows of the past. In time, the message from the universe will go from tertiary affirmations lingering on the background of all dialects of information to becoming a primary affirmation for all to see, constantly providing them the resounding confirmation bias needed to stay the course, in lifting the world to a higher vibrational frequency. At that point, we will see that the integration of the message from the universe become a baseline tool, and all information within this book and the concerted efforts of the manifestations derived from the message of the universe that used to be disjointed data to then be consolidated and annotated and validated and revered as sacred. We now know that helping solve the world's problems should be the primary goal of the tertiary beliefs of the world's religion, and the way for that to happen is if the message from the universe is overlaid as a tangible dialect for all to see, and through this unifying religion, the tertiary rituals will not just be of subjective affirmations only measurable by the individuals in a small group behind the walls of dogma, but overtly exercised for all to see and hear. In a very short time, everyone will learn and begin to speak in this universal dialect. We will find that we have transcended all realms of belief, because every culture, religion and their god is at the base just aspects of its people. Therefore, the formulas we are learning and preparing to deploy here are easily digestible because it is inherently in the nature of most of the world's population already. Our mission, our endless endeavor, and the way we will gain the highest form and frequency as a whole is when we help others. not through a drone-like detached indifference that is passed along like Sunday's offering plate, but through intense humanitarian activism, one that needs no introduction when present. Our convictions will resonate so harmoniously that all the world will hear our song, and will, in turn, sing back to us with open arms and an open heart. We might be at the point where thirst has come to desperation, and I do not wish to torture those who have long since moved past the understanding of the background information, and now are just wanting to know how, or what's next. Our shining emissary. In William Shakespeare's play Romeo and Juliet, there is a passage where Juliet states to her beloved, "What is in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet." As individuals, our surnames can be weights that drag us to the bottom of the ocean, or it can be wings that propel us to heights that some can only dare to dream. We can see that the false systems that have created this divergence is an unjust way to measure one's worth. Juliet realized this, and you know the rest of the story. So, what is in a name? As individuals we are disenfranchised as we do not play by the false system's rules. Thankfully though we can easily transcend this obstacle by aligning ourselves with a symbol. A good symbol can paint a clear understanding of what we stand for and in a way is just as or more important than a leader, because a symbol evokes automatic imagery of what it stands for. Whether it's a club, religion, company or even a cult, their respective actions are recognized worldwide, if they have a symbolic emissary. Furthermore, we see that in countless examples that the symbol can for the most part be unmarred by foolish individuals that sometimes drag it through the dirt. Since all systems are the same, and since it's an objective understanding that our name will have corresponding sentiments that precede us, then our names or brands will undoubtedly become more recognizable with a dynamic symbol. I say dynamic because this symbol will stand out like no other. This symbol was not adopted by us. No, we were adopted by it, and that is because of our alignment with the message of the universe. Therefore our symbol will be at the front line of our ranks, right there with us as we reach out to the world. It will beckon them to join us. As we know, all information is energy, and all energy manifests one way or another into dialects of symbology, which we humans arranged to form our definitions. Our emissary is probably the best representation of the universe we humans can muster. This symbol will resonate our goodwill efforts innately and will then shine brighter than any beacon of understanding had before it. Some might say, their God's symbol is brighter. And of course that would be subjectively true, and because they would not be aware that our symbol was never meant to overtake theirs, nor was it ever meant to be considered absolute. Instead, it is the epitome of the transcendence of human understanding. Renowned artisan Michelangelo, who most notably painted the ceiling of the beautiful Sistine Chapel, once said, "The sculpture is already complete within the marble block, before I start my work. It is already there, I just have to chisel away the superfluous material." In the same way, we will shine our light upon the world, others, and join us on our path, allowing us to resonate the new song. This will reveal the true art of our creation behind this veil, which has always been there. It just needed the last religion to etch out from it. With this power, we will manifest truly as the universe ultimately intended. Chapter 18.5 A Symbol Takes. To pick a symbol we must look at and understand where all of symbology arises from, and how they fit into the message from the universe, and as the universe expands, so does our definition of it. Therefore, we must choose a symbol that will endure changes that the world will go through in our coming timeline. All existence is a phase change of energy that manifests itself in a multitude of states. And those states are deciphered by us humans, and we then choose to label them. So now let us start to work on adding our symbol to the world's lexicon of definitions with our specific branding. Humans are innately obsessed with symbolism. It is ingrained in our very being, as well as it is expressed through every system known to man in syntax, numerically, linguistically, emotionally, and environmentally. Symbols are the language of humans, and without the cognitive capacity to make and establish systems of symbols to describe the environments as we navigate, we would never have evolved past the primal state. We take symbols from our observations of nature, and craft them and reform them based on interactions with other systems and cultures both on the micro and the macro scale. We have drawn from the well of established symbology from previous generations going back as 12,000 years or perhaps beyond. Aside from everyday use, we use an amalgam of symbols collected from various cultures throughout our history. Everything is a coping method, so we use these tools to close the gap between us and the creators, whomever we think they may be. Everything we do outside of the mundane is an attempt to solve for the greatest X, and we do this because subliminally we have separation anxiety and seek to return to be one with God. We know we cannot resist the urge to continue to search, because it is the biggest blind spot that we all share. We have a hole in our memory, the one that truly explains our origins, and solving it would mean we could ascertain the reasoning as to why we were dropped off in the middle of the cosmic nowhere to live in this place that for some can be a precursor to heaven, but most refer to as a level or hell itself, that is our life here on earth. We take for granted these systems of symbols, like the ones that save our lives daily, filing most of those into a folder of the mundane. How we know that we take them for granted is when we fail to adhere to their message and find ourselves in trouble or worse, dead. Some symbols incite rage, some love, some lust, and so on. Religious symbols can be mundane for those who are lukewarm in spirit or be a beacon of fire in the darkness of the void to those who wish for God to live through them. Through the practice of religion or spiritualism, we attempt to connect symbols back to the Creator, or universal energy, in whatever form or fashion we established in our minds. Enter your philosophy here. Looking beyond the differences in religious dogma, we can look at each symbol created for religions, and mark this off as just one more thing they all have in common, which is philosophy embedded in symbology. The message of the universe seeks to unify all philosophies that exist, as the universe has intended it to be. It is through the understanding that we individually are derived from the same source and separated by design in order to learn and grow in a way that is natural. Let's pause for a moment and reflect upon an emerging message from an aspect of our sponsor, the fractal. You might have thought we discussed all there was about this amazing phenomenon. However, since I did propose that the universe was fractal, I think there is a very important correlation that can be made here that would further amplify the resonance we wish to create with the affirmation of philosophical unification through the message of the universe, which brings us to a term called the cosmological principle. The cosmological principle is the baseline of understanding on which we build our hypotheses and theories on how the universe is constructed, and its definition states that the universe is homogeneous and isotropic. Remember when we spoke of everything being fractal with some anticipated irregularities? Religion is pretty much more of the same. A different twist on religion is much like fractal recursion. It's a variation of dialect, but of the same energy, frequency, or chord. In the case of religion, it is a very powerful energy, which is why it was or is at the head of almost every cultural system. Homology in the case of reflecting on whether the universe is fractal is defined as a system that has similar relations, positions and structures. What is required to recognize this in cosmology is zooming in or out enough in order to recognize the reoccurring patterns, or in this case sociological fractals. Isotropic means that no matter what angle you measure a system from, it is mostly equal. Now please do not misunderstand my intention here. I do not mean to say we should not look at everything and refer to it as fractal. Think how odd this might sound to someone who has not traveled the paths that we have. Statements like religions are fractal, homogeneous, or isotropic definitely won't always get you invited to dinner parties, although it would get you invited to our dinner parties. The intention here is to bring about yet another node of understanding that transcends our current one but might take some time to digest. All systems are the same, or it can be stated as everything equals everything. 1 and 0 at the same time. It's worth a quantum consideration to say the least. The universe is the only truly balanced equation. Religions all wish to solve for X. The universe is made of information. The information is also symbols, and those symbols are carried within our tuning forks, our SCNVFECFGI, and we travel in networks or choirs, utilizing them as lenses of cope. There are reasons for some of these energies to be separated, which is the objective truth of choice. This is important because linking the world's philosophies together allows for introspection of all of the systems, and past this point, once this is realized, then the scale should be tipped in our direction. In time, the driving narrative that is the false dichotomy will naturally change. We can see that all religions are homogeneous. They all have symbols, and they all wish to connect with God, and through that power, they wish to shape the world in their perception of God's image. We don't really need to ask a religious person whether it is true or not. Undoubtedly, all people who believe in a particular God, believe their God is the real God, or at least, holds more power over another. Many religions are very homogeneous when you zoom out, but do not acknowledge it. When you zoom in and ask directly, they express it through their subjective perspectives, unable to see that all of their measurements are isotropic. I do not wish to linger too long on the topic of the selfish gods, such as religions that sadly believe in theocratic authoritarianism. Yes, under the layers of extreme virtue signaling for the sake of spiritual embellishment when exacting violence, these religions thrive by desperately clinging to a doctrine that justifies a wholesale disregard of another's life as needed. Ones that live by the sword and wield symbols that further justify an overt and public display of force because they do not wish to lose their ability to control what should be the free will of others. Differences are very important, and we can be grateful for those who have different beliefs because we can see how they operate and take notes. Be glad that we have the flexibility to adapt and evolve because that allows us to display the best versions of ourselves, and yes, we absolutely stand in contrast. Sadly, those who are so desperate to put up walls around their cultures by not allowing diversification to naturally take place, ironically highlight and create cognitive dissonance around what should be natural migrations. By doing this, they stifle natural growth. And they feel that opening the gate would allow a far worse disease than the cancer that has been systematically killing everyone from within. All systems are the same. In some ways their fears are true, as all things in order were firstly the divergent energies of chaos, ergo, diversification in any scenario will first bring cognitive dissonance, and will introduce a host of problems before relative acceptance. It is in this understanding that we must as a whole come to the realization, that is, with or without the aid of a religious backdrop, that the most essential learning point in life, if not the most important aspect of all existence, is the empathetic acknowledgement of the differences of each individual as they exercise free will, because human life is sacred, and choice will always be a thing. Within this basic understanding, we learn to better navigate systems that are relative to our SCNVFECFGI. Even in times where we feel like a complete outsider, it is only a false notion perpetuated by the prejudice of others in locked mindsets. Some take to you immediately, and some dislike you, no matter what you do. Take a moment and think hard about all the prejudice you might have towards individuals, types of lifestyles, or perhaps even entire cultures. Understand that their existence is valid, and holds subjective truth, which drives them in their everyday lives. Their freedom to have SCENVFECFGI, even if it contrasts your own to extremes, is everyone's innate ability of existence, which is ordained by their respective cultures, and governments, and even your God, and yup. Get over it. What is religion, if not another word for philosophy? There are many people out there that claim they do not have a religion, but they do have SCENVFECFGI, whether they want it or not. It is just that they derive their choices without attaching it to the label of religion or stating that no God would influence their actions. But they do live in relative agreement to some philosophy, within their culture, and generally when you zoom out, even if they do not participate directly, it still falls within the lines of the general consensus. Not aligning oneself to a God, in a sense, is a religion of the self, which too is a perfectly valid way of existing. For those who burn at the stake first, and ask questions later, where they presume to have authority in any topic or capacity are fortunately 100% wrong. Absolute control was, is, and always will be an illusion. Not under torture, nor duress, not at work, nor under any other circumstance. Even in times where force is used to subjugate in any capacity, if it is not 100% in agreement, it is in reality 100% in non-alignment of an oppressing view. Even when a person is imprisoned, there is only relative alignment, a spectrum of adherence, like in cases where people are placed in concentration camps for cultural appropriation, ca. All systems have a certain level of ca, in order to maintain the social contract and the status quo, but understand that you will never get people to see the true God through fire. Religious or any philosophical punishment is an ironic duality and a false dichotomy, because changing people's ways can only be properly done preemptively through passively introduced but highly calculated social engineering efforts, and time. You can see where this has ultimately failed due to extreme levels of cognitive dissonance, like when a country commits genocide of a contrasting culture within their realm of influence. Recently I found this same understanding was once voiced by Buckminster Fuller, who was an American architect, systems theorist, writer, designer, inventor, philosopher, and futurist. He said, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." When an individual does change, it is because they realized one way or another that their SCNVFECFGI failed them. Cope and embellishment, plus adaptation equals survival. In order to never have opposition to ideals, the investment into conditioning must be increased exponentially. Punishment exists for misalignment, and this is true only because free will does exist. You can't make anyone do anything, as everything is a subjective reality, in relative alignment. This might sound off track given that we are talking about symbols, but it is in fact directly related, in that through the symbol of religious doctrines, countless lives have been lost to them. Lives lost to people overtly attempting to control others while shielding themselves with a symbol of power. In those societies, death is dealt for not conforming to the government-ordained philosophy, and it is within that false dichotomy that countless other atrocities are carried out via its false precepts. The duality is that those in power do in fact feel justified in carrying out these crimes against humanity. If they could just understand that in the act of killing others, from our universal perspective, then you also are killing yourself and those you love around you, and countless other generations, because of the precedent set. This is a self-inflicted curse because human life is sacred. If not, then nothing is. Therefore, we understand the mentality of the keyholders and what their goals are. All the while, take note that all teams have their respective symbols, except in the aspect of the people's symbol, which is not sanctioned by the government, therefore not recognized as valid, due to the lack of fulfilling the leadership formula. Can we identify any relevance in these statements when comparing them to our society? Furthermore, it could be said that those in the higher echelon might not even hold the authentic version of the convictions that they learned from their religion. Kings and mayors do not have to put people to death themselves. They represent the narrative, and it is the people who have to kill one another. It's always the people. This is true with any identity politics in play, as there is always someone whom through their SCENVFECFGI, who are aligned and to wish to seek validation, therefore willing to carry out the deed, even one as dubious as murder in the name of government or religion. as it validates and obviously perpetuates the keyholder's claim to power. All systems are all the same. All social interactions are negotiations of validation and are simultaneously a query on another's ability to navigate systems and subsequently a request to co-resonate, and note that resonate sometimes means comply or else. This needs to be addressed, because the lines to where extremes are laid will always highlight the path to where these type of choices and thinking began. You can identify these choices in the actions of people who are intolerant of other people's existence. Ironically, those who walk this path do not realize that they too live out of alignment with their chosen symbol, the philosophy of their religion, if it is at any time justifiable to take another person's life. That is because if they have not already rid the world and are not constantly seeking to get rid of those who oppose their God, then they are not fully following that God's commandments. If they choose to forego their perception of the prime directive, then they are ironically interpreting the laws of their God through their own eyes, turning it on and off at a time that is most convenient to them. How is it they can live in this state of duality and deem themselves worthy of that God's grace? Is it not outright blasphemy in religion to assume one's interpretation higher than that of those who wrote the book in the first place? If this duality can be identified and acknowledged, and you see yourself within this system, do not forget that you choose to stay in that system, living in extreme perpetual cognitive dissonance, or you do have the choice to leave. Living in extreme cognitive dissonance for too long only erodes your chance to truly resonate in this life, in expressing the true potential of your soul's beauty, and will only contribute to further de-alignment of that society and its future generations. Nevertheless, it is your choice, and it is valid. It does not mean that you cannot love and have reverence for your God. It just means that if you are planning to take another person's life or contemplate that aspect of religion, please be aware of the full weight of that choice. Of course, once you are in that mindset, this perspective would be a very foreign dialect. Philosophies, religions, governments and businesses are the same, as they are symbols that make disclaimers to impending action. They are erected in order to highlight a path that divides those who live out of alignment to that respective symbol, and in that division, the keyholders utilize cultural appropriation tactics, or cognitive dissonance, which keeps foreign SCENVFECFGI at a safe distance. The laws or doctrines are needed in order to maintain the social contract, and in those doctrines, embellishments are made which provide cognitive ease, and in that ease and even in contrast, when egregious actions are enacted by members, as long as the formula of leadership was accepted, then they are validated. Thus, they are justified in navigating as they see fit. It is human nature to justify one's own actions, which is why we can take action in the first place. The adoption of the symbol or cipher allows for the subjective opportunity to spread the organization's ideals, and this is how we find that people are able or compelled to do what they do, regardless of the laws in place outside of their immediate organization. This is the absolute danger of aligning oneself with a symbol that justifies killing at any stage. This is the duality of humankind and is at the heart of dissonant human ambience, brought to you by that symbol's sponsor, inequality. Read that again. The cause of all dissonant effects. Inequality. These dangerous philosophies that justify murder makes a statement that precedes any option for peace, because in the false system, it was never an option in the first place, and when you hear stories of that organization spilling blood, it shows that they know of no other methods to solve their problem. Why do we know this is true? Because they have yet to solve for X properly. Thus cultural appropriation becomes the main aspect of their belief system, which should be an extreme deviation off the baseline. Meanwhile, the rest of the world watches on in shock and horror, and then of course must arm themselves for collateral damage, collateral dissonant human ambience. The system that justifies violence is living in extreme disillusionment and is in 100% contrast to what the universe intended for us to ultimately experience. I say ultimately, because it was an inevitable outcome for humankind to mistakenly interpret their place in the universe, thus erecting false systems, and ironically people who fully embrace the slave-master mentality, do not realize that the whole of the world sees them for who they really are no matter the status, and that is just human, and not anywhere above that status while still chained to the realm of the third dimension. I say human because there are no such thing as greater or lesser humans, only assumed relatively recognized titles, and there is only a duality that is derived from the base of respective SCNVFECFGI, and until the very day that the dissonant systems of human ambience are left behind, with no looking back, then we are in a state of perpetual failure. I say perpetual failure, because what else is the loss of life, if anything other than failure? Especially since the loss of life through human-inflicted violence was never the true will of any god, but always the will of keyholders who failed to properly manage their system's baseline from invading foreign systems or within their own walls. As all systems are the same, you can call a system philosophy, and in these philosophies, there is a relative alignment of inhabitants therein. It is here we face the reality of carrying out the will of these philosophies, even when they lead to the loss of life, and as well as philosophies that keep a percentage of the population in a state of perpetual failure. For it is in these systems of perpetual failure that expressions become desperate, and in this desperation, validation for existence is direly needed. When these expressions lead to actions that are in extreme contrast to the society at large, then the keyholders do what they must. This is a downward spiral. This is perpetual failure. This is a false dichotomy. As we live in duality, we have to recognize and give credit to the harmonic human ambience that systems of symbology have produced as well. For these systems also helped society cope with the failures of our mismanagement of them, and it is there where we see the capacity of the compassionate side of human nature. In this compassion behind symbols of religion, we can also say that over time in the past, present, and to the future, that religion has also impacted countless lives in positive ways, and this happens in societies where the gods reign from systems of control and destruction. So despite this duality, we ask which religion has it right? Here is the duality though. If a particular god is the savior of the psyche of that individual, and they experience a change that they can claim as positive in their life, then is there any way we can say that what they experienced was not of the divine? It's all subjective. If you ever could ask any believers within those systems if they have justification to end the life of the non-believer, they would say yes. If you could ask them, did you want to do it? They would say, God's will be done. This of course is why governments say that all within their respective societies must always operate within the stated laws. Therefore, when the time comes, they have no hang-ups on whether or not to quell any potential rebellion. Where the original sin was that the forefathers of all philosophies never invested in true equality. We must solve for X together. All gods, all philosophies, and this includes the universe, speak to the mind, through the written and inherited oration from embellishments created by humans, and they translate ambiguous religious doctrines into whatever form it needs to be in order to perpetuate survival of their systems. All systems are headed and threaded with symbology. Those symbols act as a beacon of light amongst that culture's darkness. We must reject and reprogram the notion that the human race needs to be in such a deep tragic romance, in a deadlock, with duality, like that of Romeo and Juliet, a suffering that we cannot seem to escape, as if it was preordained for an unseen sadist audience. The gods have also been known to speak through deafening eternal silence which some can misconstrue as the lack of a possibility of, insert gods, existence. To understand why the universe would treat us this way, it would be best to insert logic into the equation, namely the message of the universe. As the message from the universe and the systems of philosophy that emerged from within its light, states that the story of humankind is one that was written as a true choose-your-own adventure. If you can manage to escape the false systems and the keyholders of the narrative that intend to keep you where you are, then you must all attempt solve for X together. During the time where we are not directly solving for X as a whole, we are instead utilizing methods of cope, and just killing time. We have become so adept at acting out our parts in this great play of duality, that we have come to the point where we seem to have wholly accepted our roles as NPCs and not the lead roles that shape the story. We systematically refute what is sacred, reading our spoon-fed lines from narratives so perfectly, that in some ways it looks as if we give up on fixing the root of our world's problems, which is why we can celebrate on one side of the planet fully detached, while elsewhere people are literally dying, and we all know this is more localized than we wish to admit. We have programmed coping mechanisms into our SCNVFECFGI to stave off the endless onslaught of destruction that humans manufacture in our reality. Thus we find the statement from the great William Shakespeare to be a primary affirmation when he stated that all the world's a stage. In the same frame of reference, as all of existence is consciousness, all of consciousness is too a stage, and we, being in it, are its actors. All actors have a role. All roles need motives. All actors have their SCNVFECFGI, and they then utilize those relatively honed skills to commit actions. Behind the badges, symbols of philosophies, all systems are the same. So we are not just speaking of religion, but in all systems, all actors migrating while attempting to navigate systems, based on their subjective truths through the freedom of choice, gifted to us by the universe, in an attempt to co-resonate, thus validating their existence. Everything we do is a coping method to the underlying existential crisis of life. It is not hard to ascertain where and how the keyholders have obtained power, and how they use this assumed power, which is phase-changed, in a sense simplified, down in order to help us all understand the parameters of exploration that we all are well aware of. Remember though that all systems are the same, everything is energy, phase-changed. And this holds true especially for symbology. The message of the universe has a symbol. But what is it, and why? Let's start this part of the chapter with a very appropriate quote from Michio Kaku, an American theoretical physicist, futurist, and promoter of science, and a professor in the City College of New York and CUNY Graduate Center. Wiki. The geometry of a universe is very like the grammatical structure of a sentence. Just as a sentence has no structure and no existence apart from the relationships between the words, space has no existence apart from the relationships that hold between the things in the universe. If you change a sentence by taking some words out, or changing their order, its grammatical structure changes. Similarly, the geometry of space changes when the things in the universe change their relationships to one another. Michio Kaku, Hyperspace. A scientific odyssey through parallel universes, time warps, and the 10th dimension. We were attempting to obtain a symbol that would help us achieve a paradigm-shattering response that would captivate all who came across it. So let us revisit the universal background information, the dialect of mathematics, namely measurement once more. Symbology is all around us, and everything has a symbolic meaning. In a way, everything is a symbol. We're not talking about just colors on stoplights or an emblem on a vehicle, but in this instance syntax, and more specifically for our current objective, symbolism has to do with the resonance of the phonetics of the languages we use. Since letters and numbers are comprised of geometrical shapes, they of course, have mathematical degrees based on their angles, and depending on one's inclination to the spectrum of understanding of this topic, one could find that certain languages have been reported to have a very acute relationships with the measurement of those angles, which in the sums of the letters are said to have come from vibrational frequency. The how is an esoteric rabbit hole, like many spiritual practices are. However, we understand that once obtained, These tertiary affirmations can be considered an empathetic link that allows humans to feel they have attained a spiritual tie to the creator of the material plane. Once obtained, these symbols purportedly hold powers that only a few privileged know how to tap into, thus allowing them to decipher other mystifying aspects of the universe. For our purposes, the tertiary affirmations related to these practices sum up to be wholly immaterial. All systems are the same, and we are chained to the walls of this reality. However, we do know that all parameters of syntax and creation, meaning physical objects whether natural or manufactured, have measurable values, and then they can be translated into different dialects. These types of affirmations tie directly into what we would are affirmations, referred to as sacred geometry. But why sacred and not just regular geometry? The short story would be survival embellishment. Things that our ancestors found to be pivotal to our survival became godlike, or even the gods themselves, to which the sun is the prime example of that understanding. Symbols are physically derived from geometry. All states preceding are just phase changes from previous states. This is the same for even syntax because someone had to use energy to write it. Remember the chapter on phase changes and the near unbelievable ability of the multidimensional quantumly empowered mind. Sounds like an over-embellishment to talk of the mind in such a manner, but note that it is how it's built. That is a description of the stock model. So, since we have identified and highlighted paths of energy, then we also know where our inspiration originates and how we come up with affirmations that describe the meaning of our culture's symbology. There is something to be said of those who attempt to obtain a corresponding mathematical frequency of shapes and then attempt to convert it into sound. We all understand the importance of structural integrity in construction. We all know what happens to some solid objects when they are hit with a certain resonance, right? They can seemingly explode or are unable to hold themselves together when hit with the right sympathetic frequency. There are also medicinal technological practices that utilize sound to destroy cancer cells. These tangents and others will be briefly addressed later in our cymatics chapter. Back to the conversion of sacred syntax affirmations transformed into tools for us humans. We should make note of some 3D limitations. We are not here to reconstruct language, nor are we here to disprove anyone's belief system. However, in identifying who we are as a group, we must state who we are not. Nevertheless, let us get as close as we can to identifying our sacred symbol but also keep our minds and feet firmly planted in the 3D. Why? Because we primarily exist here. Pressing on with obtaining our sacred symbol, we can note that we record most, if not all of our communicational information onto a two-dimensional surface. Symbolically we can assume that possibly these assigned names we have for geometrical shapes on the material plane are just a lesser dimensional definition of them since we cannot see three-dimensional sound, like the way we read a line in a novel. The tools that have been utilized thus far to reconstruct the above-mentioned divine language's esoteric affirmations, were very basic and were used on 2D surfaces. Why do this in the first place though? Well, in the most humanistic fashion we find ourselves wanting to emulate the Creator, so naturally we think back when the universe was being created, and we postulate that the voice of God spoke and from that point XYZ axis were filled with information. So naturally if we were to want to know the language of God, surely it would not be on a 1 or 2-dimensional standpoint, but the best we can work with is a 2D shadow of the 3D. This is our sacred symbol after all, and we want it to be as powerful as possible, so we need to embellish it properly. Another angle that can help us move toward our objective logically is to again point out that our reality exists in proportions and scale and can also be described as layers upon layers. Another point made earlier when we spoke of physics, we ascertained that everything that is material is really just our best approximation or interpretation. Symbology is power. Layers and layers of symbology, all energy of the universe which permeates and emerges for us to utilize. Symbology is the power to move, physically and emotionally? Such as a tear-jerking novel about two dogs and a cat traveling across America to be reunited with their family that ditched them hundreds of miles back. Yes, don't deny that you were not grief-stricken at the cute animal's dangerous trek, don't deny that it plucked at your heartstrings. Symbology is literally able to extract energy, emotion, and money out of many a pocket. Side note, on this same affirmation constant, as we are also highlighting the paths that would rationalize for some people the legitimacy and practice of magic and sorcery, at least we can all agree that you can view words as spells. A heart drawn on a piece of paper from your loved one can evoke a powerful emotional reaction. However, we know that there is always a spectrum of rationalization on all levels for when we want to use the power that the universe provides for us. For each one of us there is a would-be wizard, salivating at the prospect of gaining power as the underlying factor. Yet seeking power in that manner is a subjective tertiary affirmation, to say the least. If reading entrails of pigs was a science, then it would be widely practiced today. Rationally speaking, on a primary affirmation level, science and the entertainment industry is humanity's only version of magic. We definitely wish we could tap into some magic powers or be able to read the cosmic signs which could guide us through our lives successfully. For us though, our line must be drawn in order to make our manifestations a primary affirmation visible for all to see. We do not wish to label the seagulls that pooped on our windshield during our holiday trip to the beach as an omen for anything other than that we once again wasted our money getting a car wash the day before. There are those who believe that letters and numbers individually and or when coupled together in specific arrangements also have symbolic meaning. We humans love to divide and define, in order to find the underlying meaning of a symbol that the background information of the universe sends us. Since we know what is sacred, and we understand how to manifest prosperity in our reality, then we must move forward with our endeavors in the best way we know how. For our endeavor, we need to check into the spectrum of understanding that is sacred geometry, and so without further delays let's get to defining it. To better understand its etymology, let's take away the human-crafted inference of emotion, the embellishment of sacred, and we now just have the word geometry. Looking at the word geometry, and reading its definition, from the Oxford English Dictionary, we learn that geometry is there branch of mathematics concerned with the properties and relations of points, lines, surfaces, solids, and higher dimensional analogues. All systems are the same. All systems are philosophies. All philosophies are as a whole parameters of the syntax that contain layers of symbols within. In the case of sacred geometry regarding the shapes, we have basic shapes, and then 3D shapes, namely the Platonic solids, all the way up to higher dimensional shapes which are mathematically derived. Note, however, no matter how complex they appear, they will still break down into more identifiable shapes regardless of the overall context. It might be hard to deconstruct an object into smaller geometrical patterns visually, especially ones that are 3 or more dimensional or have numerous sides, or fall outside of the standard definition of shapes. But really, all matter can be broken down. It's just another lens of perspective, and with time and a bit of observation, you could see this too. Think of a realist Picasso painting in 2D of a human face, but with his famous stylized abstract angles, which all generally bore heavy lines, and of course it almost goes without saying, all of which are comprised of geometric shapes. Everything is geometry. Everything is sacred geometry. All systems are the same. All of these smaller components, when magnified or analyzed even further, break down into different compositions that can be viewed also as mathematical equations, the geometrical formulas of existence. Quantum mechanics have shown that the universe is pixelated, so if you can swallow that underneath your clothes you are naked, then this is just another basic concept, albeit on a cosmic level of definitions. We could talk of Einstein and Bohr's argument, or we could mention the smallest unit of measurement, the Planck length. Conceptually though, I think we all get the picture, even if it's 8 bits for some or 8K for others. Underneath it's all vibrating energy. Underneath, it's all good. All the energy is spread across the cosmos, but originally was condensed, connected, entangled. Imagine if you were to look at this 3D environment through the lens of sacred geometrical shapes. If so, then this affirmation would be on the secondary level on the Hober because it is a subjective affirmation. If it were a primary affirmation from the eye of the beholder, for the purpose of a religious experience, then yes, validation confirmed. Yet another person not within the same spectrum would think of your view as a tertiary affirmation or yikes, we got another certifiable nutter here. There exist symbols that do cause deep affirmations when we think or make use of them, which can result in intense emotional stimulus, thus providing confirmation bias. When they do, in a way we are removing our cognitive dissonance barriers and viewing this symbol with a more childlike mentality, foremostly with our underlying emotions. The universe is a place with layers and layers of mysterious symbolic dialects just waiting for the voracious to decipher. A simplification is that the more complex the object, the more sides it is composed of, yet to build the world around you, that is, the physical world manifested, you would need to classify the compositions of the basic elements and create a map legend in order to build more complex systems. Essentially, this is what geometry does for us. By allowing us to contemplate shapes through mathematical formulas, we can utilize that knowledge to better understand our universe. Note that even in the realm of the microscopic and the quantum, that geometry is fundamental, all the way down to the smallest iteration of size, dubbed the Planck scale, which was gifted to us via German physicist Max Planck, in 1899. He said, "This is one of man's oldest riddles. How can the independence of human volition be harmonized with the fact that we are integral parts of a universe which is subject to the rigid order of nature's laws?" Max Planck, where is science going? Answer, start reading from page 1. These geometric shapes composed of energy are the ingredients of the universe, and they are layered and exist in fields of probability throughout its entirety. Each complex system when broken down navigates with its own cosmic makeup, its cosmic genetic structure, its SCNVFECFGI, and as it navigates systems, the whole of the universe responds to even the most infinitesimal fluctuation within it. Yes, even a cast of a pebble into a pond, the universe listens and resonates to its frequency, its song is heard. What we just described above, in a very relatable symbolic example, is what science calls quantum field theory, QFT. IMO, QFT describes the evolution of our universe as a synthesis of all possible scenarios at the quantum scale. Putting on an overlay of the lens of science once more, historically we refer to the components of everything we see as matter, and when it is broken down all matter is composed of atoms, and it was Greek philosopher Democritus who first resonated or articulated that atoms were fundamental because they could not be broken down any further. Well, let's just say his microscope wasn't strong enough, but he had the right idea. Some 2,300 years later in 1912, British physicist J.J. Thomson discovered the electron, which was smaller than the atom. As our perception becomes more acute, reality becomes more complex. And of course, there were more subsequent discoveries as time went on. The next discovery was made by Rutherford, with the nuclei. More time went on, and then protons and neutrons popped into our spectrum, and as of today, quarks, leptons, preens, and so on we go. Where we'll stop, nobody knows. The reason we are digging at the fundamental base of the standard consensus by analyzing matter when it is broken down once again is to remind us that even science has to redefine what is the current facts about what reality is comprised of. The lens of perspective has once again shifted with the ages. Everything before QFT has been very convenient and helpful to get us to yet another point. To date, there are a supposed 17 fields or layers of contrasting cultures that are all interacting with one another, manifesting our reality around us. So, for those who wonder why we can just switch so effortlessly and state so boldly that reality is made up of X, Y, and Z, that's because it really is. The more the merry, right? Now let us marry the word sacred to the logos of geometry, with the shift of the spectrum of understanding, which allows us to see the multiplicity of energy states of being, in both the dialect of science and the symbology of the spiritual, which should be able to help you fully validate the term sacred geometry for future use. Chapter 16: The Sacred Geometry of Creation. Through the understanding of mathematics derived from the dialect of the universe via the background information and utilization of measurements by humans, we were able to perceive the creation of existence without actually seeing it firsthand. The earliest historical or archaeological proof we have of this was shown to us by Keith Critchlow, an artist, lecturer, author, professor of architecture, and a co-founder of the Temenos Academy in the UK. In his book, Time Stands Still, Critchlow provides evidence of the conceptual knowledge of the basic shapes, aka the building blocks of the universe, to have been known by the Neolithic peoples of Britain to possibly 1,000 years before Plato, which serves as yet another primary affirmation to the validity of sacred geometry. Plato is most notably responsible for the articulation of these shapes and famously wrote about them in the Timaeus in 360 BC, no doubt a top 100 bestseller for the Greeks as it is still known today 2,760 years later. Quite a wave on that expression, eh? Primarily sacred geometry is the pictorial and geometrical understanding on the display screen of our minds, and this consciousness, what we see, is all of what we know, which is the universe. As a primary example of symbology, the yin and yang hold a great amount of philosophy in one symbol, and a powerful one at that, due to its easy-to-follow concepts of dual energies, which encompass humans' basic understanding of why things happen in life. The standard idea is that the white and the black symbolize the energy of male and female, and while some wish to define that energy as the sexes, but due credit to duality, I like to look at it mostly as undefined, because all of reality is at its core subjective. Life really is not that simple. Furthermore, the labels are used to describe things where A plus B does not really equal out to C. Example: have a look at a banana, and tell me it is not phallic, therefore yang. Except that it is actually an imperfect ovary, which makes it yin. Division, even when it is simplified, it is not, and any other interpretation of that symbology is subjective. The yin-yang energies are constantly phase-changing. It is a valid expression because it depicts that variables that exist and persist throughout our reality, and it is an all-encompassing system that seems to simplify the life of who adopt it as their symbol. Right, you see, it is valid because firstly it's a choice of its user, and secondly, it does indeed work as a philosophy for those who believe in it, and if you spend time with someone who built their life around it, then they could show you dizzying amounts of examples of where it applies. They would say to any people who denied its validity that it was improperly represented, etc. You might say it was unfair to use mundane items such as a banana that might show a paradoxical contrast. However, fruit is living, and it's very common to find labels of yin-yang on that topic. There are even TED Talks about symbology and websites that describe the body in terms of yin-yang. Seems that it promotes the overall message that all you have to do to win in this game of life is balance, right? No, not quite. Thing is, this is the same for all symbology, and since all expressions are valid, then we have to understand that it is actually the conditioning of making it work that reinforces the symbol. There is an SCENVFECFGI for all symbols. Regarding the energies depictions in sacred geometry, the consensus is that male energy is straight, and female energy is curved. With the yin-yang, we see no straight lines, which seems more accurate to the current popular definition of the sexes. Also, we are dealing with systems that believe in two energies that have elements of the other. As far as I know, no one has made an attempt at tying all belief systems together, and I don't think non-denominational really counts because it just accepts that there are differences but does not really explain it on the level we are trying to do here. Additionally, we are providing ample reason to be unified other than stating that all the sacred teachers told us to be nice to each other. So, in the spirit of one-up, we have to establish our own beliefs as an overlay like stated before. We are creating a legend. The dots in the center of the head of each energy in the yin-yang symbolize the need for balance, as both energies are actually one and the same as we see they are eternally entangled, and they need one another to exist, to push one another in that cyclic motion. We also view this as light and dark. The mainstream hyper-romanticizes the light and the dark and attaches good versus evil, to help simplify the navigation of life, and as an effort to rally support to one side. We have talked of duality as an overall theme to this play, and so I believe the whole charade of good versus evil is only a story we tell to keep ourselves from going insane. Yeah? The good guys always win, right? Who are the good guys if subjectively everyone is justified to carry out actions based on their SCNVFECFGI? Like every show that has ever existed, it's the good guys versus the bad guys. Action is only defined by the intention, which is shrouded behind the SCNVFECFGI of the observer. It is not to say that the sacred symbology of the yin-yang has lost its meaning, as meaning is subjective since we cannot truly know the thoughts of any other person other than ourselves. Again, to be clear, the purpose of this revelation is not to attempt to defame or throw shade on the yin-yang, but to point out that humankind has a very difficult time even depicting what duality is, and in our efforts of breaking it down into a drawn symbol. Thus far, this seems to be the best we can do, or according to the authors Adunii, it's the only thing we can do. Symbology is power. How else could a vampire be so repelled by the cross? We sometimes get extremely upset at the injustice of the world. We throw little fits stating that God doesn't exist, and if he did, why would there be this much suffering? Or why were we ever allowed such a thing as choice, and look where it has gotten us? So, as a fun exercise, I would like to invite you all now to be the gods, in order to make things right, but before you can conceptualize systems of social interaction, you have to make the actual space to house the universe. Before we make a universe, essentially where the understanding of sacred geometry began, we have to visualize how this was possible, and of course as the universe, you seem to have no problem whatsoever tackling this task. The beginning of it all? Many, if not all religions refer to a time before time, where God decided to do some stuff and things. In science, as most believe, we see the remnants of the relic radiation, the beginning. This cosmic microwave background was discovered by astronomers Robert Wilson and Arno Penzias in 1964, which was concluded by cosmologists to be the smoking gun that points to a 13.8 billion-year-old cosmic event known as the Big Bang. Well, call creation whatever you like and spend some time recalling back on your SCENVFECFGI, and you will track down where you formulated your ideas on the origins of the universe, and why. Is a change in order? Question for you though, did you even bother to look at other theories or did you inherit your current belief? Have you ever gone this far into the rabbit hole before? As we saw in the message from the universe, this information was relayed in the first sentence. Although most religious books state that before the heavens and the earth there was nothing. However, we should not presume before creation, there was no information, no consciousness or programmer existing outside this space. It existed, but in a form that we simply cannot comprehend. There is nothing, and in the nothing, everything exists. Seems simple, right? And really though if you think about it, nothing has changed. Well, let us also utilize the background information we have been gifted by using one of the many dialects of the universe now conveniently located in our handy-dandy tool belt, our religion's emerging SCNVFECFGI. Concepts of direction, size and time have zero relevance to originally making the universe, because the consciousness of God transcends these human conceptions, as it is not a part God's environment but our 3D environment we have evolved in. As suggested earlier, for a bit, let's pretend we are the creator. Let's do some role-playing. Before time, given that there is nothing, if you were to move around in this absolutely nothing, then you would have no reference of moving at all. You could fly forever, but are you really going somewhere? You could snap your fingers or twitch your nose, click your rhinestone heels, or go play some Xbox instead. But how about let's pretend you really are invested in this project? You need to make the dimensions of space in order to have an orientation of direction. What now, God? Well, what do you say? You might say it's really hard to know where to go next if we are not really imbued with the power of the Almighty. I would say you make a good point there, don't you? Eureka, a point. A point is substantial. However, it occupies little to no space, has no dimensions, it's so small that it cannot be measured. Work with me here, however. Everything within the point is under the jurisdiction of that point's parameters. Ancient Egyptians believe a version of the dot encompassed with a circle around was how God first became aware of its surroundings. So, the next description of the movement states that the point of this awareness began to move about. Understand that what we are doing here is an attempt to crudely reverse engineering the concept of our universe's creation, and sure, you can embellish it with whatever belief system you like. Personally, I like this horizon of thinking. However, since I stand in contrast by not pointing or claiming that any one religion got it exactly right, I will avoid making reference to any holy book as much as possible. If you want to know more from some other source, you will seek it, yes? Of course, you will. We would like to believe that all people have spent a considerable amount of time pondering the origins of life. Picturing this consciousness, and given our human capacity, we know that as far as tools, or really the only tool or dialect we need is universe equals mathematics, so after you exhaustively explored the concept of not going anywhere, you would then have to erect the X, Y, and Z axis. Here, as pseudo-gods, you might spend an actual eternity doodling everything, and don't forget to slap that picture on the refrigerator for all to see. Remember that as you are imagining this drawing of parameters, it is your consciousness projected. It is there, and it is not there simultaneously, and if someone walked up behind you and questioned you, what would you tell them? You would maybe tell them you are imagining, but if you were God, you would say, I am manifesting. Of course, you can see it. You are projecting your consciousness, and in this space, it has no boundaries. Suddenly you realize, although you can navigate back and forth up and down inside this space, there is nothing beyond it. However, nothing, in this case, is something, but that something didn't exist until you said it did. Not knowing how to necessarily limit yourself on size during this point, you might have found while exploring your limitations, that you have no limits. Yet at some point, to get to the point, you must confine this creation in order to create further parameters. You must confine in order to create. Remember that. All systems are the same. If you were to draw lines from the edges of the X, Y, and Z, you would come up with the octahedron. Hey, I didn't make this up, God did, which is all straight lines. And in order to place a different space around it, you could repeat the pattern, but make it bigger, or you could come up with any shape you wished. Slow down there, space cowboy. Then, you might start filling in some of the informational gaps of creation by providing some embellishments, so that maybe your subsequent creations could take note of them while they are going mad trying to survive and in turn having an existential crisis. We might ask, just like the chicken and the egg, What came first conceptually, the curvature or the straight line? Our best guess would be the straight line, as we have innately come to understand the basics of creation through revelations that came from the study of mathematics. The shortest distance to point A and B is a straight line. Around the octahedron, to make some contrast, you could encase it with curvature. Before now, size and distance were not a thing. Look at you, you super being, able to zoom into impossible distances to show the finite attributes of your creation. If you were far away from your lines before, blink your eye, and then consider it in your face, and maybe the size of A. Well, whatever? Super noodle? A million miles across, or maybe as thin as a spider's web. Take your time, unbuckle your seatbelt, you are free to move about the cabin. The structure of the circle, sphere, or bubble has been created. This shape is obviously essential in the existence of life, as there is an abundance of natural systems that exist utilizing this shape, such as all microbiological life when the cells are separating, celestial structures, the stars and planets, and one of the most important symbols to human life, the egg. As life becomes more complex in smaller systems, such as cell division, the symbology of the circle evolves into more complex iterations. Remember that we are manifesting, but this is also the base of symbology, and we regard our symbols as sacred in reverence to the understanding for what it stands for. The symbol is a filter of the construction of everything we can see. Also, remember back when we were speaking of secondary stage belief affirmations from the Hober, you would not want to lead with this topic in a system that exists where this is not a standard belief. People generally do not know how to apply this type of creative abstraction. Heck, it's hard enough trying to put it into words. Refer back to the navigating of systems, how when people are faced with foreign information, they have a tendency to be harsh and very speculative to your attempt at influencing their already concrete way of life. This is the reason I have placed this information in the middle of the book and not the beginning. The next iteration of the circle is yet another exciting emergence. One circle, the whole of the cosmos, the center of the heart, here. Now God begins to leave or replicate this action. Two circles separating and equilaterally overlapping to create what could be viewed as a vertical eye, or vulva, creates a symbol called Vesica Piscis, VP. This name was chosen by 16th century German artist Albert Dürer, and of course it is no surprise to hear of an artist exploring geometry or the underlying meaning to shapes, as geometry walks hand in hand with the discipline of art. Imagine God, the original artist, exploring the shapes. The Vesica Piscis is an allusion to the Judeo-Christian scriptures and symbols in the Bible. VP denotes the opening of God's eye, the light of the universe projected, as this was the original eye, and note that post the command that God spoke, it would make sense that the eye or the mouth would be what projects light or sound outward. Vesica Piscis also shows us what is considered to be cosmic birth, the vulva-shaped center of the two circles, and beyond that, it indeed has the source originations of all of the later emerging geometrical shapes, including the proportions needed for the golden ratio. The conceptualization is solid, you can see, even if you were to believe that there is no science in the idea of sacred geometry and summed it up to a series of pictures or patterns that look coincidentally very pretty, or totally far out, man, you could at least admit that you can see how people could come to the conclusions that allude to a greater understanding underlying our reality. There really is 100% verifiable mathematics involved in sacred geometry, it's just that the medium that we are viewing it through is in an esoteric and artistic motif, a tertiary expression of a belief system. There of course are skeptics for all systems, so belief in sacred geometry could be scoffed at by those who are inclined to think that even bothering to try to in a sense reverse engineer creation of the universe as a fool's errand due to the object of this overall game, and due to our human limitations. In a way, this is a valid point. However, one might be missing our point, because we are not doing this for the same reasons that they think we are. Their perspective is obviously not in alignment. Imagine someone barging in your fake book group chat about creation, and telling everyone that they are wasting their time, and that they should go live their lives. Yo, that is exactly what we are all doing. Pixels for now, pictures later. Taking another look at cartographers, makers of maps, we can see that over the centuries the ability to have a concise map has gone from charcoal cave drawings to satellite imagery assisted by artificial intelligence and algorithms. When you compare the two, it is almost pitiful that our understanding of our reality was this limited at some point, and sacred geometry, compared to today's technological and scientific standards, essentially places the belief system in an 8-bit perspective. The comparison is not fair though, and of course, we had to come from somewhere with our understanding and mature and grow from those perspectives. Yes, we do see sacred geometry everywhere we look, but the terms and beliefs behind these amazing depictions often do not resonate as far as they should. And to test that notion, ask people what vesica piscis is, and then get ready for blank stares. Then ask them to show you what their most used emojis are. The term sacred geometry and many other dialects of the universe carry a standoffish connotation, generally viewed primarily with speculation. This is because when we hear someone utter the word sacred, we must automatically assume they are placing your contrasting belief system in a hierarchy of esoteric parameters compared to theirs. Really, in a way, it's embellishment, but we do know why there is need for it. To be fair though, from the other perspective, are we to start having holy reverence for angles and geometry? Well, we do incorporate the usage of these symbols in every aspect of our lives, as well as we really appreciate it in other contexts when we contemplate what drives our desires. Yes, geometry is quite lovely, and embellishments can be quite alluring when the angles are turned up in all the right places. Other than that, it takes quite an impression for one to look upon a symbol and come to the point where you must bow your head in respect to it. Movies often portray a scenario where a king enters a scene, and the protagonist is either aloof when everybody in the room suddenly drops to their knees, or they are defiant because they do not give their allegiance to other authorities. In these scenarios, these symbols of course were always preceded by war and relative colonialization. We stand in contrast by stating that our symbol will never be linked to bloodshed, and we do not derive our power from a symbol that would ever incite fear. This needs to be said, and honestly, it should have been the standard for all religions. Ironically, it is the very systems of SCENVFECFGI that people are locked into, which disallow them from alternative perspectives of understanding from other cultures that would actually give them even more resounding affirmations and confirmation bias in regard to their beliefs, thus giving more glory to them than they had previously perceived possible. We get the tertiary tingles when we see that God, the universe, is in everything, and that's because it's true, and every perspective of that is true no matter what culture one is born into. The universe speaks in all dialects, and there is nothing within it that breaks its laws or reality. It is only cognitive dissonance, ignorance and fear that holds those in a locked mindset from being able to see the capacity of our declaration, and then categorically condemning it, claiming it to be New Age or mystical pseudoscience. You know that there are many who would want to state outright that our tertiary affirmations in relation to our emerging symbol, which would innately depict geometry, was black magic, demonic influence, which is no doubt a person that would be at the opposite spectrum of our understanding. There is an inevitable crash course with ignorance when you do not preemptively validate other people's choice to navigate freely. Well, that is statistically speaking, and since we understand spectrums, we absolutely know our philosophy will cause those who are furthest from our alignment some mental friction. Let's make something clear. It's absolutely obtuse to think that geometry is satanic, as it is building the background of our very existence, but it is what humans do with that information that places damnation in actions, thus perpetuating stigmas that the opposing forces of good versus evil utilize to control the narrative. For the rest of us, We can see the beauty in symbology, and understand that everything is symbols. Therefore it is easy not to get caught up in the many distractions it can manifest. Ironically, those who believe in magic want to believe in it for the same reasons that those who want to seek and destroy magic users. It is because it is empowering to embellish reality in ways that cannot be verified. Thus we only hear rumors of people who perform miracles, and they of course tout stories of damning to hell those who performed black magic. The quote-unquote good guys' reasoning of course would be that the method they derive their powers from God, therefore they are righteous in their actions. See the light and the dark dance of duality encompassing all of their reality. Every person should carry the blame, yet they look to one another to shame, never looking to fuse, they yearn only for symbiosis, amuse. A little word magic therefore year. No doubt the message from the universe, the background information, is also revealed in many different dialects, as it was being recognized and then emulated in an artistic motif with the repeated patterns and iterations of sacred geometry. Some might find it surprising to know that there is a plethora of sacred geometric symbols depicted in countless archaeological dig sites all over the earth. As we continue on from Vesica Piscis, we see that God, or you, bring about the third sphere into existence to create yet another powerful symbol. The Trinity, or the Holy Trinity, is generally depicted as a triangular shape with three separate eye-like shapes balanced and intertwined within. This mesmerizing symbol is understood to be a symbological reference to the Christian religion, understanding that Jesus was actually three beings in one, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. These Abrahamic religions, depending on who you ask, continue to affect life around us, and they were created over 2,000 years ago. Yet, some symbols of the Abrahamic religions, such as the Trinity, are actually adoptions of older theologies that utilized the symbology of the three separate aspects of one being, centuries before it was used to display the spin-off Judaic religion, Christians' Holy Trinity. The symbol that is used as the Trinity has always been considered by archaeologists and scholars as firstly pagan, and then adopted and utilized later by the Christians. 3 was considered among all the pagan nations as the chief of the mystical numbers, because, as Aristotle remarks, it contains within itself a beginning, a middle, and an end. Hence, we find it designating some of the attributes of almost all the pagan gods. Sinclair, pages 382 to 383. Some believers of other philosophies might be ready to launch this book into another dimension, as they might feel we've gone too far into the abstract by thinking that we may be gods, or even worse, that it was not an old man who created the universe, but some la creatura with tentacles. They might say, hey now, that doesn't fit into my narrative. We are not looking to trigger a tidal wave of dissonant responses. Then the tertiary expressions would come out like two blazing pistols at dawn. Set faces to stun, and let's all just simmer down. We all know God is awesome, and that he or she /it/they compressed all of eternity through the eye of a needle in the blink of an eye. However, we cannot truly perceive this action, without melting one's mind as the Nazis melted an Indiana Jones when they attempted to open La Holy Grail cheese. Continuing on from the Trinity, if you were still drawing, you would, according to this philosophy of creation, continue on adding circles. You might get frustrated and yell out to God right now, Dad, am I doing this right? Dad walks in and says, quit talking to yourself, son. We are on a roll with these circles, aren't we? We're trying to drum up the answers to why we humans need symbology to cope here. To answer the question of where the circles go, realize again that nature compiles itself in the most simplistic, yet efficient manner, and it is we who have redefined life, since everything is consciousness manifested via energy. Therefore, we can assume that you don't need any help at all in placing any object henceforth. You are God, therefore, you make no mistakes while you are creating. If you were to have stopped at 6 overlapping circles, then you would have the seed of life, which naturally makes one more circle on the top, which is known as the 7 days of creation. Honestly, we can see clear correlation as to why some religions think it took God 7 days to create the heavens and the earth, making it more than plausible that at least 3,900 years ago that the authors who wrote the Bible had some knowledge of sacred geometry, as it is reported that the fabled father Abraham supposedly lived at the same time period as the king Hammurabi of Babylon, and it is recorded that the Babylonians utilized knowledge of geometry 1,000 years before the Sumerians. It is these layers of symbols on top of symbols that we derive our loose understanding of creation. As well as most people during those times were illiterate, so you can understand why symbology was so important back in ye old days, as it described creation at an even greater level of understanding than even what could be considered scientific at the time, since anything that resembled science, back in those days was viewed as evil spooky magic from Beelzebub. Sacred knowledge is far out, bro, but I can see that your hand is getting tired with all that creating you are doing there. So maybe after the 6th day, you can rest. Sunday, which is a great day for all, came about as one of the few days of rest we get as slaves, as it was and is still revered, or at least recognized as a day off, because it symbolizes the 7th day of rest because God was bushwhacked after creating the heavens and the earth according to the Jewish, Christian religion. I know that this explanation is not completely kosher, but I am going to move on anyway, and allow those who seek the higher knowledge to explore where and when it is necessary. If you're still drawing, I must apologize for leading you into an exercise that really is beyond our limitations as humans, so come on now, just put down the crayons. No, you say? Well then, have a look at what you've drawn, and then have a look at this next symbol we are going to talk about. Unless you've done this before, you probably did not come up with this, the flower of life. I encourage anyone to further research what meaning has been derived from this shape, and what other shapes can be extracted from the whole of the pieces. Inside the flower of life, is the seed of life as you can see in the center, and you may have noticed the even larger circle around the whole of the flower of life. What this larger circle is said to represent is the symbolic iteration of the culmination of cells or a cell membrane, or specifically what is referred to as the zona pellucida. Pics. Take a breath and have a good look at this masterpiece. You have created a ye olde pictorial version of life itself, but we need more cells to make life, and as all systems are the same, you probably know where we are going with this symbology. There might be a lost passage in the holy books that said, and then God rolled up his sleeves and kept making perfect circles until he stopped. We stop because we know that in reality, this picture should go on forever. So, since we are just doing this as an abstraction of the creation, then we have defined the edge of our understanding and the edge of the universe. Pics. That symbol that appears in a large number of archaeological sites is the flower of life and is one of the highest iterations of existence compartmentalized through symbology because it depicts where everything around us came from. And you can see that of the pieces the whole is formulated, and of the whole, all the pieces within are the same. So even from the oldest of mathematical philosophies, even one that is set in a ye old pictorial displays, we can see proof that all systems are the same, and on every level of expression. Yes, I am yelling, D. From the universe to the quantum and the microscopic, life emerges. Now it is not exactly ascertainable who first drew from the knowledge of the background of the universe to come up with these depictions, but you probably have heard that in the same style of the universe, we humans have been borrowing and recycling lore from each other's cultures for thousands and thousands of years. There was always someone searching the world like that of many Greek philosophers, searching for the secret knowledge of the universe. Someone had to carry and pass on this knowledge from their ancestors, and we are not even including a lot of the knowledge that comes from Asia. All reliable internet search shows that, to date, the earliest civilization that had erected a pyramid-like structure was in the city of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. It is said that these ancient people existed and thrived from 8,000 to 11,300 years ago, which also had an even older sister location, Cairo Antip. The only geometry found thus far in these sites was that three common areas happen to make the shape of an equilateral triangle from a bird's eye view. Other than that, there is no evidence of any sacred geometry. Well, I suppose I will leave the deciphering of the secrets of whodunit first and the ancient wisdom to the experts. The only reason why I mention these two ancient cities is that they were built after the last ice age, which is so far reported to have ended 11,700 years ago. So, you can imagine that if humans were assembling to such a degree during those times, then you can bet that they were also active before the ice age, as all knowledge was passed via an orator, before we had written symbols and pictures, which in time evolved into alphabets and so on. Also, just an FYI here for you, that the whole Ice Age name didn't mean the Earth was fully covered in ice. The reason we are all over the place with discovering the significance of symbology regarding our journey to choosing a symbol for the last religion, is because I am trying to drive home the point that any symbol was never something just any one person or culture created. Therefore, no one culture can make a sole claim upon any one symbol, and the proof is all around you, as everything is first a part of the background information that the universe displays for us. We see even in religions that there are different dialects of the same theology. They all can share a symbol just as long as they put forth the same overall story. For instance, it looks like a quick search of the internet shows that there are 200 different denominations of Christianity. So, as you research the symbols that have emerged from the flower of life, try not to worry about who, why or what religious groups came to adopt them. The focus and the energy would be better spent on why and what primary and secondary affirmations can be derived from them. Be aware of the tertiary expressions and dissonant human ambience that can come with each of these symbols' quote-unquote knowledge, and the key holders of their narrative, aka religions and predators within them. Miracles and sacred knowledge were never meant to be kept secret. Understand that all symbols existed before in other philosophies. All symbols carry with them relative gatekeepers who will claim to hold a wealth of sacred knowledge but will offer it to you for a price. You might not realize what the price is, but it will undoubtedly take its toll on you. There is a duality in the hoarding of knowledge, as it sounds like the dream of every human to be able to voraciously consume something that everyone, but you keep best parts for yourself. Knowledge is indeed power. However, no one could deny the damage that the hoarding of knowledge and resources has done to our timeline. Unironically, it is the work of the ego because it is how illusions and distractions are used as weapons against us. A throttle on knowledge is what creates and perpetuates extremely divergent cultures, which would create a reality that would of course resemble a dipolar system. Then of course leave it up to CD and the duality of human ambience, which will always push and subdivide everyone within it into teams, and what emerges is a chaotic and poorly managed class system. The flower of life, the universe, is perfect, and all symbols that are derived from it are emulations of relative understandings of it. You will see that from all walks of life. There will be people following and regurgitating the secrets of the symbols and embellishing their optimally honed skills as some elite mystical understanding. However, true power is a 0 and a 1 simultaneously, an artist's rendition, shadows on the cave wall, and the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Therefore, the subscript on the back label will always be results may vary. Thus, the embellished coping tactical power of the tertiary affirmations will always be there for those who sell the secrets and will always be just outside of the reach for those who need a new and improved coping method. We all should know by now that true power resides in the primary and secondary affirmations, and the actions we manifest from those tangible revelations are derived from our physical reality. It is in these adopted illusions that we let the sand of time slip through our fingers, and it is in these distractions that we focus so hard that we see right through our physical reality, completely missing what should be sacred to us, therefore missing the point of life. The false system is a lesser game within a game. Knowing about it and not being able to show the world that what we are doing here is squandering our precious time is an unbearable tragedy. The message from the universe asks us to see beyond the duality of dissonant human ambience. Therefore, it is an obvious understanding that the primary and secondary affirmations resonate louder to the masses than any whisper of powers ascertained by connecting with an unseen force. For it is within the 3D world we must navigate so that those who choose to manifest expressions that directly benefit others around them, will in turn, be true manifestors of the most powerful symbology of our existence. Some people call the types of folks who sell secrets, successful entrepreneurs. Note that even the benefits of monetary mobility and the title of those who tweaked the conditions just right, are too often squandered upon an audience that has an objectively limited vision, content with playing the game within a game. I am here to tell you that if you invest yourselves in understanding the message from the universe, and in the practice of our simple philosophy, you will find that it will fit the objective formula of success better than the current definition, and definitely for the future, because it will be visible and tangible to all. As it will be the only logical philosophy, religion, business that manifests a new system where leadership is derived from within not just a niche culture, but all cultures. We stand in contrast by recognizing all the differences, and we firmly believe in the power of choice. Therefore we make no claim on which religion has the correct way of showing or proving their reverence to their God, because they are all true and valid. It is with the understanding through the contemplations of the forms of creation, and how the 3D world manifests itself that cultures of the ancient world were able to derive their perspectives of what the meaning of life was. So it should be true for us modern folks as well. Right? We have a choice, so why should we continue to inherit failed systems on all levels? It seems rather a great tragedy for us to allow our origins to continue to inflict damage upon our timeline. We have countless publications on how we have repeatedly set ourselves up for failure historically, so isn't it about time to realize and learn from those mistakes? Understand that this status quo is an illusory prison, and we don't have to shackle ourselves with the sins of the past any longer. The universe has established and has shown us the power of symbols and where they were derived from. Man is the measure of all things. Protagoras, a pre-Socratic Greek philosopher, and rhetorical theorist. Humanity is sacred. This is the spectrum of understanding that we need, and realize that it was always up for us to decide. And there is no hierarchy or structure that we have to adhere to which declares that we are to continue to scrape by and let the world fall into ruin while excessively greedy people rape the earth and the downtrodden for profit. We were not born into sin. We do not require systems of endless greed. That system is obsolete. They, the keyholders, sadly think that in order for us to prosper, that they needed to squander resources and basic human rights. Doing so, they keep the definition of success just outside the majority's reach. This is also so they can profit from our guaranteed failure. These failed conglomerates of symbols derived from our history have been festering for centuries. They are powerful because they stand together in close affiliation like a den of knotted snakes guarding the narrative and the status quo. They protect only when it sets up a scenario of collateral damage, so they can capitalize on the later destabilization. Their system is one that conditions at birth an SCENVFECFGI that places humanity's welfare as the last priority. They are so blinded by their own ambition that they cannot see that the bridges they build are also burning the world down at an unsustainable rate, action which is obviously justified in their own eyes. They blindly follow their religion of creature comforts, a cult of personality, a cause that never ends, and they are just the shadows of the machine. This is why the symbol we will extract from the background information must be transcendental. It must be from our perspective of the divine, of what we consider sacred. That new symbol is our current goal within this chapter. We've come so far in the contemplation of this endeavor, so we cannot stop now. We must not. There are still more phases of energy we must translate before our great symbol is revealed. Backtracking even deeper into the esoteric expressions of the history and science that is derived from the background information. Our search continues. The second oldest depiction of the flower of life comes from the Temple of Osiris in Abydos, Egypt, which has been said to be 6,000 to 10,500 years old. I say the second oldest, because everything that emerges from the background information of the universe, must first be phase-changed, conceptualized, manifested, inherited, and then it evolves based on our needs. Sacred geometry is a tertiary expression to those who are unfamiliar with it, and a primary and secondary affirmation to those who have utilized it in their SCNVFECF, of belief systems and philosophies. As stated earlier, given the limitations of the technological transfer of information in the ancient days, most information was relayed verbally. Very few pieces of information were transferred to the masses in written form, if at all. Then you can see that despite this antiquated form of communication, sacred geometry still managed to permeate all cultures like a viral phenomenon, and rightfully so, because the universe speaks in all dialects. Other sacred forms seen across the world have brought about the study of ancient affirmations which have supplied the people of today with ample amounts of human ambience. There is a story for anyone and everyone to follow regardless of race, age, sex, etc. All stories of creation origins are laced with mysteries that point to the descent of the gods from the heavens, such as the ancient Sumerian origin story of the gods or aliens that came from distant galaxies, who enslaved a lesser version of humankind, but then found themselves to be sexually attracted to female humans and decided to seed us with their superior Chad-alien DNA, which we have to assume led to the rise of the Homo sapien. Stories like this and other popular ones in a way are tied into all of the sacred geometry phenomena because they deal with humankind attempting to solve the greatest X, the creation narrative. Which is why these symbols are interwoven into the archaeological sites of many ancient cultures and their mythology, phasing in and out of our modern spectrums as we rediscover their significance and then, if needed, add layers of embellishment that we think the previous generations were not able to see. The question of who got it right, and where it ends, is essentially the point of all of these stories. These ancient philosophies had gatekeepers and so do the modern ones. And there are very few actual dead religions out there. Is there a line where the ambience of the various human mythos becomes as tangible as the axiom of science and mathematics? I'd say heck no. What a shame it is to have such a powerful unification tool at our disposal, but not able to know how to wield it. This is why we need the true form of philosophy to emerge. Therefore I must always press the issue that there is a dire need for humankind to focus on the core issue of inequality because it will no doubt lead to solving for the greatest X. Therefore, look beyond the duality, to have a better understanding of the background information, and to utilize the message from the universe to its fullest potential in our finite lives. The systems of the world that surround sacred geometry, and its interpretations is a labyrinth of the mind and has countless keyholders, and those keyholders have countless systems that promise a connection to a higher intelligence, and we could for several lifetimes pour ourselves into the study of what emerges from the knowledge as many have. These new systems are in a sense just as subjective and have a locked logos as all old systems do, with layers and layers of duality. A fruit of knowledge, forever ripe and ready for anyone to spend an entire lifetime tending to the gardens of their newly created but eternally constrained parameters. So yeah, you might have saw this coming. We stand in contrast. We are lucky to be able to have the freedom of choice to take the best of both worlds and move forward with our efforts, with action, and not empty promises of wasted potential from countless lifetimes that have been spent on the meditation on ancient tertiary tales of cope and validation. We do indeed need to stay cognizant of the non-productive ambience and abstain from getting lost in systems where countless iterations of subjective interpretations lay. It does not mean, do not have fun, nor does it mean, You can't stop and smell the roses. It just means be careful how you navigate, and what systems you fall into. For once you are in them, you are justified to actions within, unable to walk out, peering from the keyhole. The world has seen enough promises of empowerment. We do not need more of the status quo that comes from tertiary expressions passed down from the ancient days. Likewise, we do not need to adopt toxic modern practices that create and perpetuate class cultures. We need to exist between these worlds, as we cannot refute their existence, for it is how our present reality is constructed. Past equals ignorance. Present equals relative understanding. Future equals ignorance. The difference between what we are attempting to do compared to the standard is in the understanding that sacred geometry is solely derived from mathematical expressions, phase changed to be an overlay of symbology, which has proven to be very beneficial for all of us as a whole, in primary and secondary expressions, because it is the base of our technological advancements. Therefore, we are standing on the shoulders of all previous generations' relative understandings that were firstly abstract thought, which evolved into esoteric interpretations that are innately iterations of the capacity of the power of the universe that evolved and manifested and in turn, built the physical world around us. We love to point out the sacred symbols or the underlying messages, those recursive and periodic patterns again and again, because they give us elevated affirmations, and in a sense, this recognition is humankind's way of showing reverence and love to the universe. Sometimes those sacred symbols lead us to the affirmations that get us thinking that we really are aliens and or descended from the gods. Realize that it's pretty much all the same. It's really not too abstract to come to that conclusion. Even the why and the how are not really hard to ascertain utilizing logic, but could we prove it objectively is the question. Sometimes we get affirmations that lead us to believe that we have supernatural powers, but science and its products are really the closest thing we can relate to supernatural powers. Disagree? Prove it. Anything you hold in high regard is an affirmation constant. A sine wave generated by the human capacitor, a toggling of the on and off switch of the universe's senses. SCENVFECFGI dictates action via incoming stimulus via symbolic interaction within our environments. Inescapable encounters with contrasting environments means that we must define, and in the disseminating we find confirmation bias that is generated by the RAS system of the brain, and yes, we can confirm that it is easy to fall into the same trance, like a romanticism in regard to affirmations that come from symbols that hold control over the masses. However, as we have stated numerous times, all expressions are valid, for there is no right or wrong in the eyes of the universe. Those who do spend their lifetime in contemplations of cope and validation exist in the truest of human fashion. To be clear, this information is not designed to detract from people who devote themselves to the study of esoteric ambience, to gifting the rest of humanity wonderful abstractions and manifestations of thought and of consciousness. For without abstract thought, we would have never made any contemplations past a one-dimensional thought process. However, as duality exists in all systems, sacred geometry can sometimes have a striking resemblance similar to the contemplations of the anthropic principle, because it can be viewed as redundant, but not to be misconstrued with a diminished value in a subjective sense. Like when you find yourself thinking that reality around us is derived from the golden ratio or the Fibonacci sequence. This is where I would like to point out for you what I like to call the meme spectrum of understanding. Before that, let us post a rudimentary and customary quote regarding memes from the late and great Terence McKenna. He said in one of his great lectures, "The English biologist Dawkins invented the word meme. Do you all know what a meme is? It's the smallest unit of an idea. It's like what a gene is to biology. A meme is to ideology. Madonna is a meme, Catholicism is a meme, Marxism is a meme, yellow sweaters are a meme. Rainbow-colored dreadlocks are a meme. Launch your meme boldly and see if it will replicate. just like genes replicate, and infect, and move into the organism of society. And, believing as I do that, society operates on a kind of biological economy, then I believe these memes are the key to societal evolution. Terence McKenna, Memes, Drugs, and Community. We see a lot of people who think they got it all figured out on TikTok and Instagram, don't we? Might I humbly interject my relatively honed SCENVFECFGI, to submit my perception, as I want to believe that Plato was dancing around topics that could get him in trouble if he outright stated the obvious? Could it be that the realm of the forms was his way of describing humankind's inability to be allowed to have objective critical thinking skills at the forefront of endeavors, due to the dissonant human ambience that always seems to interfere with the overall progression of humankind? Although I might have been mistaken about that line of thought, given that today there are record amounts of people graduating college than ever before, but I am not sure if the world seems any more intelligent. What say you? Could be because the false system's version of education is not a true form of it. I would say that is exactly what is happening. By circumnavigation of the source that had throttled the resources of education and the overall advancement of society, Plato had to abstractly create a philosophy that would address the issue without pointing fingers at the keyholders. However, he seems to be onto something more profound than perhaps most have realized. Plato describes our physical world as not being the real world, and that the ultimate reality exists beyond. He referred to the ultimate reality as the realm of forms, ideas, and ideals. The forms were not entirely inaccessible, as Plato alluded to the attainment of a truer version of the form by perseverance towards perfection which would improve upon the ideal overall. Which is a blaring contradiction to that current keyholder's standards, no doubt because of the false system's overlay, and no doubt intentionally made in order to add a reward to those few who did strive for self-improvement through the continuous introspection, via critical thinking and education. The carrot in front of the horse. Of course, this could be corroborated with the understanding that every thought firstly is an abstraction of logic, just not fully developed, and could also be summed up with the idiom, hard work pays off. But this too is an ideal, which is abstract to the mind that does not wish to see things from the obvious perspective. The reason why I am beating this drum is because none of our efforts as a whole have worked overall, because it's obvious we would not be having the same problems since day one if we have in fact actually solved them. Look where all of society's common sense has gotten us. In a false system, up is down and down is up. Real choice is an illusion. Looks like we need another edition of the numerous titles out there that have authors thinking that they have gifted the world with a dose of common sense. Seems more like a bit of uncommon sense is in order. However, since we understand the core of the issue, which is inequality, then in this line of analysis, I find that the overall quality of life would improve after alleviating the overall distractions caused by the migration of dissonant human ambience that is stirred up by migrating and conflicting SCENVFECFGI ideals. All systems are the same. The formula of success is definitely in our hands. Have you thus far been worried that the scope of our endeavors might not ever have the monetary mobility to take off? We have ideals, we just need to channel our skill sets and manifest the best form we can manage. For the disbelievers we say, Barker, this society isn't even close to being our final form. Given your previous understanding of the term woke, and then overlaying the message from the universe and its subsequent emerging philosophies, can you now say that your version of the forms might be currently evolving? How much more woke can one be? Modern psychology describes a more compact version using the term naive realism, which assumes that there is a human tendency to believe that the world around us is objective, so we naturally assume that people who disagree with us are ill-informed, irrational, or biased. you can see an evolution in Plato's subjective reality, as his versions of the true forms emerged over time, as he expanded his understanding in the world's knowledge and wisdom while also living in it. Despite the human condition, it seems that he was able to ascertain the connection of the dialects that he discovered, which were obviously derived from the universe itself, the background information. He went on to make great strides in the unification of those phase changes that he needed to see, in order to know that the universe exists in not just the physical, but also in a geometrical reality. This effort showcased aspects of his later written works containing a theory of cosmology and theology, in the Timaeus. 360 BCE. So, what exactly is a Platonic solid? Today, we most commonly are acquainted with these shapes in, of course, geometry, as well as they are widely used as dice in many tabletop role-playing games, but the more complex ones became very popular when utilized in the first ye olde role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons, in the mid-70s, and yes, even 20-sided dice have been found in archaeological sites throughout history. In Euclidean geometry, a Platonic solid is a regular convex polyhedron that has congruent faces of regular polyhedrons and the same number of faces meeting at each vertex. Surprisingly, there are only 5 shapes that exist on this 3D plane, and each is named after the number of its faces, its base shape. Like most discoveries as we have discussed, there is always an underlying base of knowledge. Although Plato was noted as the most vocal about these shapes, it is not entirely clear whether he took some of the information from the Pythagoreans or Theaetetus, a Greek mathematician who was one of Plato's colleagues. Either way, it was Plato who amassed the knowledge, connected dots of correlation, and with it, fit his SCNVFECFGI as relevant information, that provided him profound layers of affirmations. Plato personified the elements with these 5 shapes and found the cube to be the earth, the octahedron as air, icosahedron as water, the tetrahedron as fire, and the dodecahedron as the universe. In 1596, astronomer Johannes Kepler published the Mysterium Cosmographicum. In it, he attempted to relate the then known 6 existing planets in the solar system to the Platonic solids. Not only did Kepler utilize the Platonic shapes in his theory, but he was able to make a correlation to the distances between the planets, by placing the Platonic solids one inside the other. We all do our very best to cope the corners, a term used in woodcrafting to help 2 ends meet by whittling them away until they perfectly match up. While this was not the term that Kepler used, it does serve as a fitting analogy. In an attempt to conceptualize a system, one must create abstract correlations and then compartmentalize and simplify the systems in order to make things fit. Well, he did make those Platonic solids fit perfectly in place, according to the measurements, his spectrum of understanding, at the time, by scaling and overlaying them one on top of the other between the supposed orbits of the planets. The grand artist's rendering below. Pics. This was found to be an off-target assertion due to the actual distance between the planets, which was later calculated, and Kepler eventually gave up on that claim, but he was absolutely onto another unique discovery. Later in his studies, thanks to his devotion to finding a true form, he yielded some great advancements in astronomy by finding that the planets traveled on ellipsis orbits rather than circular ones. He was also able to make more complex iterations of the solids, which he dubbed the Kepler solids. Pics. I am sure you can picture Kepler as he studied and made his observations of the Platonic solids, and perhaps he too pictured himself chained to the walls of his own SCNVFECFGI, our formula of the self. In a way, Plato described reality as abstractions of the truer forms that exist just beyond the spectrum of understanding, as everything we can observe or manifest in life is an abstraction, a derivative of a true definition, which includes all aspects of humankind, words, ideas, and innate physical objects. Most of Plato's works introduce and navigate his ideas through conversational dialogue, and discoveries of concepts that are then unraveled through discourse. His works provided a much-needed reflection on the world around him. Over time, the combination of those works created an abstract ontology in contrast to the then standard model. We must always challenge the status quo, even if we are not recognizing the universe in its truest form. We can validate that abstract navigation is a logical step in revealing truer forms. Everything around us must be deconstructed, the outer layers removed, and we must understand that size and scale are actually arbitrary, and we must learn that we can draw from different universal dialects to solve all problems. Even if someone else down the road comes along and obliterates your life's work with a better system, there is a base knowledge, and your thoughts and affirmations are valid, and anyone who comes at a later time to have a look into the issue must have at least put their pinky toe into your field of work, even if it was not peer-reviewed, in order to learn and continue it in their own way. Layers upon layers. I would like to believe that all iterations of understanding the universe in the dialect of symbology and mathematics were just shadows compared to what awaits us on the other side of the veil. Beyond the veil of reality, I think the universe is pure geometry, basically. A beautiful shape twisting around and dancing over space-time. Anthony Garrett Lissai. Quite recently, within the past 15 years or so, many theoretical physicists have become enamored with the idea that we live in a holographic universe, HU. What you see here is considered the closest mathematical depiction of our reality. E8 lattice. Pics here. On first impression, given our newly formed background knowledge of sacred geometry, mixed with science, we would assume this might be a more complex iteration of some of what we have seen already, and in a way it is. It could also represent what Plato was referring to, but probably not what he visualized when thinking of the realm of the perfect forms. What the E8 lattice is a 2D representation of a 3D representation of a 4D projection, or shadow, of an 8D object. Take a moment and let that sink in, and then of course the how question is probably the first thing that will come to your mind, and the easiest answer is with math. The holographic universe theory given to us by physicists comes from the base knowledge of the dimensions via the mathematical language humans had discovered and utilized to measure our universe. Please understand that when we say we discovered, it means that we found a way to decipher this already existing innate information. It does not mean that we created it. As an example, imagine there was a missing vowel in the English language, and if we were ever to discover what that missing vowel was and then utilize it in our communications, then we would definitely solve for X, not like the current system we have, which is the cloud of probability, but an approximation, but an absolute answer. Take a moment and try to imagine an object with 248 dimensions or 8 spatial symmetries. Nope, you can't do it, and that's okay. In the mid-19th century, mathematician Sophus Lie discovered algebraic equations and formulas to describe the shape of symmetrical objects, dubbed Lie fields. Not too long after, in the late 1890s, mathematician Wilhelm Killing found a set of these Lie fields that described perhaps the most complex shape in our universe, called the E8 group. Much later, in 2007, a team of Norwegian mathematicians took 4 years to plot it out, with the help of a supercomputer. The hype is real for this shadow of an 8D object, because of how it possibly fits into Italian physicist Gabriele Veneziano's popular string theory. Physicist Anthony Garrett Lissai proposes that the 248 nodes on the E8 group correspond with all the forces and particles in the universe. Lissai named this postulation the exceptionally simple theory of everything. Lissai provides further known details to his theory, calling upon the standard model of elementary particles, which are driven by the 4 fundamental forces in nature: the strong force, weak force, electromagnetism, and gravity, and there are 12 fundamental particles of matter as well as their counterparts, which are the anti or opposite forces of those particles. The thing is, the E8 nodes only add up to 224, and not 248. However, Lissai believes that these 24 missing particles will turn up as science progresses. Another compelling tell about the nodes in the E8 is that all the connecting bonds of the known particles have structures, and just like in sacred geometry, they too can be identified from the lattice structure in the E8, just like all of the symbols of the world can be extracted from the flower of life, our esoteric backdrop of the universe. You might ask, well, does this mean that perhaps the E8 is a better iteration of the star of Metatron? Yes and no, because I would say no. Firstly, a subjective experience, and secondly, the E8 looks like someone scribbled and connected the dots of every grid point on a piece of graph paper. A philosophy grounded on the E8 would be a lot like trying to argue with a spoiled toddler. They win, you lose. Our symbol, Metatron's Cuban star overlaid on the backdrop of the flower of life, is our happy medium. It fits us quite well. Thank you. In the realms of the sacred forms, to the mandalas from Asia, to all of the symbols that man has extracted from the background information, we can only perceive and contemplate on what is projected onto the cave walls. We can call it or label it whatever you want, but the reason to the lack of being able to fully solve for X, and the understanding of why and how the universe came to exist, will forever be unavailable information for those who are still employed actors in this great play, the living. For if we came to truly understand this existence, then it would diminish the beauty of the life in this world we were gifted. Our symbology would change, sacraments tainted. This balance we relatively hold would break the scale, our methods of cope would fail, and the experience we have while on this blue dot would no longer produce an opus magnum for each of us at the end. Our painter's palette would have only shades of dull and lifeless colors, without contrasts or extremes, and our ability to categorize them beyond that of a quadruped. We would only be animals, on a rock, hurling towards the black hole in the center of the Milky Way galaxy. The emotions of the heart would be only the instincts for survival. Even if our eventual destiny in this existence is to see human life come to the full understanding, endowed with the all-seeing eyes of the universe, in time, this would set us on the very path to wondering what matters, forgetting how to feel, having felt it all. For when everything becomes objective, then subjectively our tertiary expressions would become primary. Then all the ambience would be lost, all the songs would cease, then it will be us, calling out to the void. Hopefully by now we have digested a number of spectrums and now understand that without the evolution of affirmations, we would never have primary and secondary expressions, as all original expressions are tertiary. As a final example, we can look at humankind's discovery of fire and how it was originally reproduced. Let us reference the Hoba once again in order to understand the hierarchy of belief affirmations. Fire. Every idea is first and abstraction relative to our understandings, and even though we command fire at a masterful level today, it still plagues us when it gets beyond our control, and in the ye olde days when this happened, humankind would say, the gods must be angry. Fast forward to the present. When looking at the rampant fires in America, we now look at forest management and personal responsibility as the key issue. Numerous fires raged out of control in the last 10 years in America, recalling one incident in 2019, when a single campfire mishap was responsible for the destruction of 11,000 homes, or even as recently as 2020, as California watched its 4 millionth acre ravaged by unforgiving flames. In a way, fire is just as angry and destructive as the time it was revered as a god during Paleolithic times. Fire also used to be perceived as magical, but what is magical casting if not a chemical formula? What are the ingredients or the ceremony of making it, if not combining a recipe of mundane ingredients? Or is it all sacred? Getting back to the introduction of Metatron's cube, and the insertion of the platonic solids within it, and its relation to the Hoba. We see points of correlation when looking at the structure of the hobo, as they show that we are all only different by degrees of separation, by our spectrums of understanding. We can see beyond duality that according to how the universe is created, that the underlying programming, the background information, reveals that all systems are the same, and in the case of humankind's ideas and in that of Plato's tertiary affirmations of the forms and his solids, he established relative truths while extracting background information of the universe, time past, and the symmetry of his solids, his ingredients to his type of magic, became primary affirmations, or mathematical facts. Through the ye-olde communication network of the ancient world, and beyond, people paid careful attention to this discovery, and it would only be a matter of time before these powerful belief systems would be superimposed into sacred geometry, into the background of creation, over the sacred geometrical symbol of the flower of life, then with more time rebranded and remade into other people's spiritual TA, that we see today. For us to answer the call of the universe, our path and intentions must be entirely transparent for the world to see. For the same snares that existed back in Plato's time still exist today, and since we are bridging meaning to our potential endeavors, knowing that due to the SCNVFECFGI, and the hoba, that humankind is prone to prejudgment. Ergo it is imperative that we navigate openly as to not confuse those around us. We don't have to, but we will gladly. Achievement unlocked. Therefore, we proudly proclaim Metatron's cube inside the star, overlaid on the background of the fruit of life, as the sacred symbol for the last religion. The curtain has been pulled back fully, and the symbolic aspect of our grand design has been revealed. We declare this specific combination ours because all symbols are firstly ubiquitous in nature, then extracted by humans from the background information, then available to be used as we see fit. Furthermore, we adopt it without any excess baggage or dissonant human ambience that comes with previous utilization, for we have no affiliation with previous iterations of it, and their tertiary expressions or applications, and the cognitive dissonance it might instills in some contrasting religions. So, if there can be 200 versions of the interpretations of the cross, because the cross represents Christianity, and 5 sects in Judaism, then I think we too can and should be able to utilize our formula in peace. Simply put, Metatron's cube was the artist's Leonardo Pesner rendition of sacred geometry, utilizing another artist's Plato rendition of geometric shapes, which he found had striking attributes, which were possibly inspired by the Judaic mythology of the angel Metatron. Then overlaid on top of the flower of life, which iterations and improvements upon it have been around for centuries and found all over the world. We stand in contrast. For the last religion looks past the human ambience that creates divergent systems, which then creates a spiritual hierarchical class culture, because we are all the same, we are all somebody, and we are all nobody, we are all pieces of the whole. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts, Aristotle. Therefore, individual parts should not have greater powers than other individuals. The last religion is an overlay of bridges, with highlighted paths that allow all cultures and the good intentions of human ambience within them to flow and converge in peace. Therefore, Metatron's cube overlaid on the flower of life allows all iterations of beliefs to coexist, because all iterations of beliefs already are in it, and none within it can claim dominance over the other. The last religion does so as the message from the universe recognizes the power of choice, and the beauty of each individual's song, and makes no effort to contrast, avoiding all dissonant vibrations that would create an opposing wave that would stifle another chance at its full potential. We do this because we respect individuals' SCNVFECFGI, and their unique ways of solving for X. We make this and other declarations herein, because what is religion, if not a philosophy? And what is philosophy, if not a disclaimer to action? Ironically, In human fashion we embellish meaning to iterations or movements in the duration of our existence, and these emotions and expressions have no meaning to the balance of the universe but mean everything to our SCNVFECFGI, and to the culture's classes, and within those cultures keyholders. These divergent tangents create systems that embellish tertiary expressions, their actors and thus the symbology within, which is at its base a product. Products have gatekeepers causing their respective society to build a fortress around them, only allowing people on the outside to peer at them through a keyhole. What humans feel as their greatest link to their culture, and what breathes life in the interactions within their walls of affirmations, are veils of umbra which often deter us from meaningful actions, energy that would be better utilized when attempting to directly solve for X. Religions should only be created for the benefit of humankind as a whole, not just for the specific pieces. All religions assume they have created an all-encompassing user-friendly system for navigation. Religion seems to be incorrectly focused on the tertiary affirmation of the soul, and not the primary condition of the physical welfare of the pieces of the whole. You cannot buy in or sell your way to a higher level of existence in or outside of the 3D world that we live in. There is no way to win or lose in a subjective game in an objective setting that cannot be fully defined. Religion assumes that in esoteric symbology and stories with thousands of years of layers of duality, that people will find and unlock the cipher to a paradigm shift in the condition of mankind, through faith, but not through action. Religion is a philosophy, philosophy is a system, all systems are a program of social engineering, all actors within the systems have their relative alignment and their SCNVFECFGI. Remove the veils, and call it what it is, in order to move past the dissonant human ambience that plagues us in our everyday lives. Endless repetitive ceremonial tertiary affirmations are ironic because they make you feel like you have gone beyond the realm of the 3D and touched the other realm of the divine, thus filled with the Spirit of God. All of our efforts mean nothing if we are not manifesting change in the lives of those who cannot manage to navigate their way out of destruction. Is this not a squandering of your potential ability to help others? This means that you are a willing pawn of the keyholders if you think someone else will take care of the world's problems. If you are just surviving, can we really call that living? How can one help though is generally where the debate of action ends, and this is due to the false dichotomy that is created within the systems around us. Delusion. The world is too big, and the disjointed cultures in other countries don't allow direct changes due to how their governments operate. This is a false dichotomy. Your immediate community must be brought to level before you can help others. You must help yourself before you can help others. It is there, your SCNVFECFGI, is in relative alignment. Therefore it only makes sense that you can be most effective therein. Delusion. You cannot change another person. Wrong. People are changed minute by minute every day of their lives, but it is not through direct action, of telling someone that they are messing up their lives, which shows them the way. It is instead through proper tools of navigation, through a structured system of social engineering. Those who are on destructive paths need only to see the open path available to them, one that is a more promising and all-inclusive system, with primary and secondary affirmations as tertiary expressions, and not the other way around. To be on fire for God is in reality to be on fire to help usher in equality for all humankind, because humans are pieces of God, and it is not because of a detached God you are here. Here and now, is all that matters. Live life as if there is no soul to be bought, for it is only humankind that is sacred. If not, then nothing. Nothing is. Praying for divine intervention does nothing to enact physical change, except help one to cope with their inability to do anything about it, no matter how tingly you get when tapping into your tertiary affirmations. Focus on fixing failed systems that cause dissonant human ambience, and not the symptoms of them. Fix the heart of the issue and there would be no weekly meetings on how to spiritually navigate. No need to repeatedly have to teach a congregation on how to turn the cheek, or how to cope with the kiss of the betrayer that sold you out for shekels. Since the term spiritual denotes a detachment from this reality, why would we need a detachment or look to escape this rock unless there was some inherent unfixable flaw to it? There is. It's called inequality. Chapter 18 Universe equals geometry equals sonic geometry equals cymatics equals sacred geometry. Pythagoras, originally from the Greek island of Samos, lived from 570 to 495 BC. He immortalized himself in both philosophy and mathematics. Cool to know that Pythagoras coined the term philosophy, which breaks down to philo, meaning love, and sophos, meaning wisdom. He is also known for setting standards in music theory. Pythagoras is mostly known for his Pythagorean theorem, A2 plus B2 equals C2 in geometry. He was quite a prolific traveler, always seeking knowledge, always evading haters and persecutors who could not handle the way he attempted to solve for X. Notably, he spent most of his years in his quest for knowledge in Egypt. One of his observations led him to a better understanding of the mathematics of frequency, which is of course a mixture of universal dialects. Pythagoras found that when a string was tightened on a fretboard it would increase the pitch by a certain mathematical sequence. When the string was divided in half, it would make the same tone, but twice as high in pitch, which is musically known as 2 octaves. If you were to go to a piano right now, and pick any key, move up or down 8 full steps, you would reach 1 octave. This comprehension provided the groundwork for him to devise a set of ratios that better explained music. These ratios were based on what is known as the harmonic fifths, still known as the circle of fifths, which is still utilized as the musical scale at the root of most modern music. Picks. Pythagoras further identified the stimulus of sound and defined each pitch or frequency with a corresponding number on a grid. While making this master grid, the circle of fifths ratio, what emerged were a set of constants. These harmonics were very pleasing both by ear and mathematically, that he essentially taught this as a base tuning for instruments which in time were adopted worldwide. This is a great example of the evolution of affirmations, as it went from tertiary to secondary and stood firm in the primary. Another significant discovery Pythagoras made while experimenting with frequency was tone 432 and tuning, which later also became widely used. A very profound finding, but at the time inconsequential, due to the numerous possibilities and starting points on a fretboard and their assigned numerical frequencies. 432 has some elements of all levels of the hautboy, and even to this day, it is not fully understood just how deep this understanding goes. Today 432 resonates the most with people in what would be referred to as the New Age culture. Tone 432 or the 432 oscillations per second tuning was and is rumored to be used as the tuning base in ancient instruments, such as the Tibetan bowls used from meditation, and Native American flutes. This standard tuning was also rumored to have been the base frequency in ancient Egypt, and then, with help of Pythagoras of course, continued to the 1930s when the tuning was largely abandoned by the music industry keyholders. I will not be going into the rather mysterious and controversial ideas surrounding the changeover from the 432 standards to the modern day, because it is human ambience. Feel free to get caught up in it if you like, as it does provide some interesting perspectives and some confirmation bias that makes some people feel rather cozy or queasy inside depending on what team they are playing for. 432 tuning is just the tip of the iceberg, and this next portion, although not directly related to 432, has a very curious correlation to the whole numerical vibrational phenomenon we are discussing. As we saw earlier, in the famous works the Timaeus, Plato likens these solids with earth elements. For the tetrahedron, he chose fire, cube got the name earth. Octahedron was air, icosahedron water, and dodecahedron was dubbed the cosmos. It's time to blow the dust off that protractor and measure the angles of the interiors of each of the base shapes in the Platonic solids. Each shape has of course a sum, and guess what? When you add the sum of all these base shapes up, you get sets of numbers, and when you add the single digits of those sums, they all interestingly add up to 9. Triangle equals 180, 1 plus 8 equals 9. Square and circle equals 360, 3 plus 6 equals 9. Pentagon equals 540, 5 plus 4 equals 9. And 4 plus 3 plus 2 equals 9. Continuing, the pentagon equals 540, 5 plus 4 equals 9, hexagon equals 720, 7 plus 2 equals 9, septagon equals 900. Yo, so what the heck is going on here? Just throwing this out there, and at this point, this is tertiary indeed, but it seems the geometrical shapes, or dare I say near-perfect forms, are divisible by 9 or add up to 9 in a way. So earlier we talked about the new standard tuning, which is 440, but it only adds up to 8. To top it all off, a lot of these frequencies when played with their corresponding pitches come to form an F# major chord. Even adding up the degrees in the circles of the seed of life brings you to F# major chord. Why bring all this up though when we are talking about keeping our feet firmly planted in the primary? Well, music is extremely powerful. If everything is vibrations, then yes, everything is truly playing a song. What's important is not getting lost in the emotional dissonant ambience, products of the false system, or you can, but at least know where it will lead you to. Note that like all calculations, these two are approximations, due to the fact that we exist in a sea of probability. Some of these numbers can create cognitive dissonance for those who recognize them as tertiary products, therefore meant to be sold to those who use their tertiary affirmations as a shield for their SCENVFECFGI. Note that when buying into them, it places you within that system, and while navigating that system, you are justified to think what you want, but please also note that math is not evil, therefore numbers are not satanic, as it is the background information that created the 3D environment that you reside in. As we discussed and proven time and time again, is that humans are the ones creating the labels of the dissonant ambience which push the energies into producing divergent cultures. Humankind does this instinctively, then those who exist in the cultures become condensed and must thrive off their relatively honed skills via tribalism in order to consolidate those who wish to live in relative alignment, thus being required to believe, and in this belief become isolated, which endows relative security. Even in highly dissonant cultures, the products of the false system are natural and regularly consumed. When you are brought up in cultures such as these, then of course the spectrum of understanding is very far from what is considered the overall norm to of the overall social contract. Naturally though, the inhabitants of these dissonant systems find their representatives who they think fulfills the formula for leadership. The key holders of these narratives understand the reactions that these products produce. Then the person consuming them becomes a conduit of that dissonant energy, and no matter how that energy is manifested, the key holder already knows how to wield it to only their benefit or will find a way to exploit it. By that time, the NPC will find themselves fully immersed into an SCENVFECFGI that will gladly help feed and lead them in that culture's way of life. This is a universal legend. It might take some time for this to make sense due to the layers of duality that can obfuscate the true form of that culture's song. Take any culture of energy, and follow the paths that were highlighted, and you will see it all leads back to the false system overlay, and then once again know that the only way to fix it is through transcendental, the true form of economic equality. All systems are the same. Returning to the nodes of understanding that are ascertained in the knowledge that is revealed to us through the background information of the universe in relation to sacred geometry and their corresponding tones, We have found that there exists a plethora of celestial products, showing that the 432 vibrational frequency which is embedded both musically, thus mathematically, and surprisingly physically in our reality. There is indeed a mysterious connection to the corresponding numbers extracted from the background information, or what is more commonly known as numerology, which are tertiary affirmations derived from the calculations of single digits or sets of numbers. Before we stray too far off the baseline, we need to get to the rather all-encompassing point, which will come into focus in the next couple of paragraphs, right after these statistics below. What you see here, when looked at with the eyes of the universe, has nothing to do with human ambience. 432 times 60 equals precession of equinox. Supposedly, the Bible is scattered with physics and mathematical parables. Revelation 13:18, Mark of the Beast, 13 by 18 equals 234, 432 backwards, 234 plus 432 equals 666. The mark of man, 6 by 6 by 6 equals 216. Man is one octave below God, according to Pythagoras. 216 times 2 equals 432, the number of God according to Pythagoras. 432 times 432 equals the speed of light per second. 432 times 200 equals the seconds in a day. 432 times 2000 equals the radius of sun. Accurate to 99.1%. 432 times 5 equals the diameter of moon. 432 fourths equals 108. Saturn has a 108,000 kilometers polar diameter. Accurate to 99.3%. Saturn has a 10,800 day orbital period. Accurate to 99.6%. Venus has a 108 million kilometer orbital distance. Accurate to 99.8%. Earth has a 108,000 kilometers/hour orbital velocity. Accurate to 99%. Sun has a diameter is approximately 108. Earth averages 108 solar diameters from the Sunday, accurate to 99.5%. Moon averages 108 lunar diameters from the Earth. Accurate to 98%. Moon 2,160-mile diameter. Accurate to 99.9%. Earth 21,600 nautical mile meridian circumference. Accurate to 99.99%. Jupiter 4,320 day orbital period. Accurate to 99.7%. Mars 4,320 mile diameter. Accurate to 98%. 432 by 432 equals the speed of light in miles per second, accurate to 99.8%. Sun 864,000 mile diameter, accurate to 99.8%. Jupiter 86,400 mile diameter, accurate to 99.4%. Earth day 86,400 seconds, accurate to 100%. It seems that 432 is essential in the underlying programming of our solar system's celestial bodies. Wonder if it is the same for other solar systems? Logic would state that more than likely, due to the size of our Sun, the planets that formed around it would have to succumb to a standard tuning. Like the golden ratio, and the Fibonacci sequence, and fractals, they all have an essential role to play in the building of our reality. Let's try and connect the dots beyond this cookie-cutter statement for a sympathetic tone of tertiary embellishment, for the sake of marrying the qualitative with the quantitative aspects of this string. Consciousness equals universe equals energy, which naturally is oscillating frequencies, and depending on the medium of the environment from the quantum to the classical world, this vibrational frequency, which exists as particles in order to be cohesive and not dispersed, adheres to a song, its programming holding which holds the universe together. This is a part of the background information, explained in a tertiary sense, but also, we could use a scientific dialect and prove in the primary. I wonder, with this amalgam of information we have been amassing, do we perhaps offer the most logical all-encompassing cipher that could be utilized to relatively understanding everything? I think we do, but until the overlay of the false system is removed, there will always be layers of contrasting SCENVFECFGI. It will always be a subjective perspective. We did see with the Platonic solids, anything that has a shape and volume carries with it a frequency that corresponds to its angles. Also note that anything that has an abstract shape, one that is not easily defined, is comprised of smaller geometrical shapes regardless of the shape it currently holds, and as you zoom into it, similar to how we were doing it when we were symbolically climbing up and down the ladder of scale or success, or plummeting into the infinite chasm of the Mandelbrot set, realize the geometrical shapes can also be expressed abstractly, as if they were pieces in a puzzle. We cannot fully demystify any phenomenon in this world, because we would have to get our hands on the true form, and hopefully by now you understand why. Be aware that there is so much human ambience on the path of numerological tertiary affirmations, numerology, so please note that the takeaway for the last religion is that it does reveal quantitatively that there seems to be an intelligent design that composes this grand orchestra. There is no reaction without action, there is no content without format. If you take solace in this understanding, or any understanding for that matter, it is okay, but it would be best as to not get lost in it. Interpretations of numerology and other forms of solving for X, such as tarot, or dream interpretation, palm reading, etc., are wholly subjective interpretations, and navigation of these systems can be a lifelong endeavor with no guarantee of finite definitions, and will lead to expressions that can never reach the level of primary affirmation. If drawn in, perhaps you will be enamored or dazzled, but note that you will believe exactly what you want to believe, regardless of any inference of contrasting information. We stand in contrast, for we know that we should never leave the fate or the destiny of our fellow man up to the stars' alignment or faith in the gods. Let us move forward and further explore a shift in the spectrum of understanding of the dialects from sacred geometry into its sister dialect referred to as cymatics. Cymatics equals universe. In the 1960s, physician and natural scientist, Hans Jenny, developed a technique that displayed a natural phenomenon of frequencies that occurs when sound waves are emitted into the medium of water, which he dubbed cymatics. Was this guy Pythagoras 2.0? Humans can only see 0.0035% of the electromagnetic spectrum. Put that into a universal perspective, and really we are as blind as a bat. There is a multitude of wavelengths we just are not privy to see nor understand. This, the 3D veil, and the rest of what we cannot see is also fields of energy, interacting layers sharing this space, all riding the waves of cymatics. The takeaway from this, if not another confirmation of mathematics and geometry related to frequency, is that we, as just third-dimensional beings, miss out on a multitude of spectrums. The universe's vibrational energy, the background information, is layered mathematical algorithmic data that flowed from the original source, a spoken word cast upon the waters, creating ripples of energy that set in motion the parameters for all life to initiate and carry out its programming, and in doing so evolved while working together in creating more complex structures. Cymatics can be seen on a tertiary level as the voice of the universe. As everything hums, consciousness is being stabilized. Cymatics, for the purposes that people usually use them for, is a tertiary affirmation, verging on the secondary, and has primary elements to it. However, cymatics are not just another description of a phenomenon of measurement. This is something that we can actually see. Cymatics is often practiced utilizing a variety of audio tools, most of which are not specifically designed for, which is okay. This hobby market is so niche it is doubtful it would ever become commercialized. There is certain pieces of scientific equipment which produce the same effects. Since water is like a 3D canvas, when the sound frequency hits it, what emerges is shockingly complex mandalas, as well as 3D sacred geometrical patterns, and even oscillating vortices that look close to what could be shadows of four-dimensional shapes. This is an absolute must-see video on our YouTube channel. This universal dialect is yet another bite of confirmation bias, and is absolute proof of the mutualistic nature of the universe's background, the vibrational multidimensional energy's effect on its 3D environment. Yup. There it is. Note that this last statement is not meant to diminish the value of cymatics, because all affirmations are tertiary at first due to their abstract nature in the realms of the norm of contrasting culture. Medical science has already shown us many useful applications that are derived from frequencies, but none have labeled their processes as cymatics. There is still so much to be learned and discovered in the realm of cymatics. For now, science is still in the early stages of creating technology that will allow instruments to utilize isolated sound frequencies to destroy large amounts of cancer cells without damaging the rest of the body. Personally, I feel that the only way that it will manifest would be with the assistance of nanotechnology, but perhaps when that technology is optimized, there might no longer be a need for using frequencies from remote instruments. I guess we will wait and see. Someday it will become commercially viable, and then we will have it in full throttle, thus exploitable by the key holders, of course. When they finally come around, we will fully destroy diseases, even cancer, but at a cost. We had better start saving up our pennies to afford this cutting-edge treatment. Cymatics is a wonderful depiction of how our philosophy will enter the toxic false system, and our song will resonate so harmoniously that it will evolve. Imagine going into a treatment center and receiving a dose of good vibes that removed cancer and a number of other potentially harmful maladies. For free even? Let's strive to make a future like that a reality. Chapter 19 What Now God? We are coming ever closer to fully understanding our purpose in life, beyond the one that we craft for ourselves. The call to action that the universe has made, will be answered. The last religion, as it is tentatively labeled, has the framework or the blueprint laid out herein. We have looked past duality, extracted and defined scientific overlays from the cosmic background information. We have simplified and defined systems of life by removing illusionary veils of distraction designed to create cognitive dissonance, thus creating divergent cultures, and layers of failed coping methods. Within the false system, humankind has created economic systems that bottleneck and incentivize and monetize the dissonant human ambience. A glorification of extortion, thus creating pseudo-economic prosperity only for those who already had wealth and power, which creates an economic caste system, thus a fringe, a slave culture. That opposite spectrum then keeps its own created rejections on opposite edges of its society and then migrates away from them when they get too close. This is an aspect of the sins of the father, which is a diseased inheritance that creates a downward spiral of products that only reinforce and allow a further proliferation of this false dichotomic system. The message from the universe allows us to extract a truer painter's palette, and with this new swathe of color to work with, this new spectrum of understanding gifts us with a more meaningful and concise strategy for navigating the systems, allowing us to properly identify that humankind is the most sacred being in this universe, and not the systems or the decayed artifacts of religion or the ideologies within. We further identified that the term sacred, through the contemplation of Metatron's cube overlaid on the background of the flower of life, our sacred symbol, is all-inclusive, yet must reject definitions created from the false system, which cannot align with our mission because it symbolizes the dissonant overtones of selfish survival tactics of keyholder that hoard resources, redistributing them to only the few, thus forcing the energies into two opposing interdependent states feeding off one another in perpetual failure. Circumnavigating the distractions rather than direct contention allows for contemplation and actions. Thus the members of the last religion have no need to take sides, which allows us to navigate more freely amongst the dissonance. We are mostly observers whose one aspect of our calling is to highlight all paths of dissonance in our society in order to help those out there on the fence to recognize the path back to the baseline. Through our philosophy, and subsequent actions, we will be showing society how we operate, which will help reverse engineer the divergent energies. This will be a wake-up call for those who society deemed as failures, and those who think they are winners. By complementing and nurturing the unique song of potential that exists in each of our lives equally, and through social engineering derived not from the false systems, but from the message from the universe via the background information, our resonance will be the paradigm shift of understanding that will allow all to effectively use our formula of proper navigation, and with tools we create, we will manifest great things. We draw ever closer to fully defining how the last religion will show us the proper path to navigate in order to manifest our future endeavors. Therefore, we must with brevity and with surgical precision, define a bit more of the background information of our past human evolution. A reclamation of the soul. This short recap of the investigation will recover and reclaim specific innate rights we have always held without question, regarding the relationship that humankind has with the earth. For it is in the earth, in the 3D that we live. Those who share our connection to the universe know how important it is for us all to show a relative reverence for it, if we are to resonate at a higher level. It's one thing to do this on your own, but honestly it's all for naught if we cannot bring our whole world to act as one. We have felt reverence for this sacred gift of life on a tertiary level, but with the proper philosophy backing it, it will become the standard baseline for the whole world. We stand in contrast. The following several paragraphs will be highlighting the SCNVFECFGI of what was historically the standard mode of reverence that people were to adhere to under the false system overlay. In order to show who we are, we must detail who we are not. Religion for thousands of years and most likely beyond, has yielded numerous spectrums on how to solve for X. Historically, the majority of religion's reasoning for why it needed to be at the pinnacle of government was so that the key holders could better manage their systems. Of course, the churches, having been ordained by the government, felt entitled to quote-unquote teach the citizens ethics and morality, and to always staying cognizant that the gods are watching and testing you. The crown could never be questioned, lest they lose their legitimacy. So the God they represent had to also be an unmovable force. Therefore, you would find yourself seeking communion with the gods for penance and for blessings. In the false system you did this with the perception that you had to also sometimes make an appropriate blood sacrifice. Generally and symbolically speaking, upon approaching the throne, you make no sudden movements, take the knee and humbly state your business. You would always want to do your best imitation of a one-dimensional object, or else. Historically, we were conditioned to or adopt a mentality of total submission of the body and the spirit, and believe in the absolute, yet unseen, only validated through an unyielding faith-based system. Which is all a part of God's plan, right? We all know why a person would invest their reverence to these gods, because it was and still is in many countries mandated, thus increasing the chances of one's overall survival within the system. No doubt inserting yourself in a community means there will be relative support, but of course a believer is also there because they want to reap the everlasting benefits. Yet for the masses the only benefits are only distributed when you cash out, meaning when you die. Wish we could see that proof somewhere, right? Another one of the main reasons why we followed blindly was because we really want to believe that those who commit evil were punished for their bad deeds while on the earth, yet even all the laws in place, and the systems that control people who were there to teach them right from wrong, people still do some absolutely horrible things. Relative stability came, and thus populations grew, and then of course expansion. In a false system, if there is no relative balance, then that means more people are imprisoned to the degree of the need to increase the duration, conditions and the severity of the punishment for whatever the reason. Honestly though, with all the wonders in this world, you would think the books that teach us the truth would be a little more detailed other than teaching the basics over and over. Sometimes when you are in places like school or church hearing the same old story again and again, you want to shout out, "We get it already, right?" Yet we are still just barely surviving, and the only thing that has changed is that we are relatively more comfortable. Why is that? Right, it's because of inequality. Like how on fire for God do you got to be to reap some worldly benefits? We all know that there are some really good, honest, compassionate people out there who have poured their blood, sweat and tears into keeping alignment with the laws and with their faith. Yet, their religion's keyholders never have the real way to solve for X, only coping mechanisms to keep you in a fervent loop. Nearly all of the philosophies out there have layers and layers of duality, and mysteries to pour your life into, but have very finite resources on how much they can help fix the overall problems in this world. I just think it's awful that we have hypnotized ourselves into believing this is the best we can do. It's in these times that we are earnestly trying to solve for X, and we ask God to answer our prayers, crying out into the void. Oftentimes we ask, why God, does bad things happen to good people, and why do bad people seem to always be in control of the world? Why are the cries of the masses ignored, satiated only with methods of coping, while single incidents in the ye-olde stories seek to highlight moments where God felt so compelled to help humankind that he decided he would break his ethereally stoic character to not only make himself known through some symbolic event, or to audibly speak directly to an individual, and sometimes even converted someone on the spot. I say stoic, because this God we all think is up there somewhere should have a level of empathy that would have meant that he was suffering in silence while his creations systematically killed each other off for centuries, right? The reality check is that the false system creates the need for this type of God. There is no reason why we would have to personally acknowledge the false system's embellishments of suffering, unless there was no actual separation between God and man, which would explain God's absence in our earthly lives. No doubt a false system's God would have an entire book of rules yet break them in order to pick someone like he did with Saul, who had an obvious contract for the opposing team. Saul was a ye olde infamous biblical times tax collector. His favorite pastime was the persecution of Christians, and he especially relished the whole death by stoning execution, which according to the word, he regularly took part in. Looks like the whole meek inheriting the earth thing was already out the window. You realize that this story advertises that if you literally kill God's followers, he will part the heavens and recruit you in person on the spot. Yet simultaneously we know this to be absolutely false. There is nothing we can really say that would disprove this biblical incident. However, it seems that if God has the power to force someone to change their entire character in a 180-degree turn, then it would seem determinism really is a thing. However, if this guy were real at all, then I would like to think that Saul by his own volition had been moved toward understanding the severity of his egregious behavior, perhaps while crushing someone's skull for money and then watching the gruesome aftermath as the person's lives and other matter drain out. In my eyes, God in this story is not the literal God, but Saul's better self, telling him that murdering someone for this reason was probably not the best career choice. Saul must have had justification before, and to stop, he must have also had a conscience, yes? If not, then no way would a murderer be chosen to not only spread the message of God, but perform miracles, right? It can't be because he was underlyingly such a charismatic and eloquent speaker that God thought his talents were going to waste as a Christian killing tax collector. If Jesus could help a deaf and mute man speak, then why would God not endow one of the possibly thousands of pious believers that might have already existed? The Gospel of Mark states, after he took him aside, Away from the crowd, Jesus put his fingers into the man's ears. Then he spit and touched the man's tongue. He looked up to heaven and with a deep sigh said to him, Ephphatha, which means be opened. Mark 7:31-37. Saul had to have already been at battle with himself over this moral dilemma. No doubt that since he had the power to have people put to death, he would more than likely think that there is no one out there, save the Creator, who could stop him from continuing on this dark path. So, why not convert, and to stop people from wanting to take revenge upon him also utilize the story of this profound 180-degree turn to help others to change as well? Sounds like Paul also had a politician's mentality, because he figured out how to market himself more proactively and positively, which ultimately would provide a cognitive ease one would have for years of murdering people for money. Oh, and who really wants to be hated? Now imagine Saul post his conversion by God into Paul the ye olde antagonist, now suddenly protagonist, having been known as a murderer, for the government coming to your town, to your door to inform you that the kingdom of heaven is nigh, repent now, or face eternal damnation. Do you dare question his devotion? Even if he didn't lay out the gospel as fire and brimstone, would you deny him? No, of course not. The dude might kill me lol. Paul never erased his past, he just switched to the other team. His whole life, he only knew of absolutes, which is why no one dare question him or his newly acquired post, for the one and only true God, the one that supposedly forced him into converting. Ask, and ye shall receive. Seek and ye shall find. Question the gods, and find thereof. Be meek and obedient, and inherit the earth. Yeah, okay, sure. Are these numerous stories of the inheritance of the grace of ye olde God not endlessly baffling? It is no wonder the religion's gatekeepers could make demands to have ornate and lavish shrines laden with shiny metals, like some modern key holders who have their own private jets. They are still teaching these same old stories with plot holes the size of the Grand Canyon in them. People, are we really that far gone? Dude, if the spells work so well, then no wonder there is obviously an incentive for scholars to pore over these sacred religious texts, to extract endless layers of duality, because they are the tools needed to ordain oneself higher than other humans. Thus the power to pontificate and wield the ye olde narrative, which bestows the ability to throw assumed pearls amongst the presumed swine. What better way to show that the rewards you will gain from lifelong servitude will only be delivered in the world beyond this one? It is no wonder that our reverence for the gods has dwindled. Many people believe that humankind has lost or forgotten how to connect to the genuine divine, due to the lack of power it supposedly bestows upon its most devout followers. Many people believe that so-called connection never existed. Both points are definitely understandable, because what else could the false system produce other than scams? Realize though that the real reason humankind cannot cross the threshold into the divine, is that the systems that claimed that the extraction of that spiritual power needed to move mountains, was made from within the false dichotomic system, which erroneously assumed that humankind could even fathom a true form, much less wield or direct the energy of the divine in the first place. That is not what we are here for. Know where the line is, and when it is properly defined through the understandings within this philosophy, then you will be able to identify reality amongst the many illusions. We stand in contrast. The last religion accepts that these expressions of the world's religions exist, but respectfully declines their methods of navigation or how they solve for cope. Chapter 21 How did the spark of consciousness arise in ancient human subspecies? I am sure most of us have heard or even thought of this idea, the idea that science equals God, or maybe you felt the tertiary tingles on your skin when you linked the idea that we humans were a special part of God's plan and called it His story. Of course, that line comes with a very important caveat, because inserting God into everything does not always mix well with how humans operate in their everyday lives. quickly recall a time when you were beckoned to prayer in a group dinner setting. Scooping up the hand nearest to you, as everyone pauses for a solemn momentary silence as the keyholder leads the group into prayer, blessing the members that congregated, but then continued to bless each individual type of food on the table. I have witnessed this on a number of occasions, praying for an excruciating amount of time, scraping for that divine relevance where it obviously does exist but does not need to be overly pointed out. The embellishment of everything around us with an overlay of holy speak, can sometimes muddle the purpose of the primary and secondary events being held. Naturally, most people of the world get the need for separation. If we had not, imagine a world where God really was the number one priority in people's lives, as it is most commonly commanded in monotheistic religions, and then find that most people cannot seem to separate the sacred from the mundane. Seeing everything as a message from the gods, endlessly ranting about their beliefs or coming back to your door daily to tell you the latest good news. Thankfully we live in a country where religions understand that they are a niche product, and that they really thrive because they play by the rules of the social contract, and seem to have a clearer understanding of the boundary lines. There is a reason we do not see God in everything we do. It's true, so realize that it is no accident that places of worship evolved into holding their special time and dates specifically on days that do not conflict with the businesses of the flesh, the secular keyholders of the real religion of business's schedule. For the most part business and the church do not mix, and of course, we cannot have people arguing over whether God favors one company over another because then we'd have to take a look at the diversity of their portfolios and their sick profit margins from last quarter, and then of course we have to make sure everyone who worked on the projects for the company would have to be circumcised and baptized. Oh, and let us not forget to banish the women into hiding while during their menstrual cycle, and other such delightful things these holy books brought about. Imagine scientists in a lab working to find a cure, and then having to place a hold on the specimen's integrations because the priest they called up on their Uber-like app for Bless and Go was a no-show. We all know the line between the spiritual and our reality, and it exists for good reason. However, in contemplation of how and why science's God does work, and where it works the best, is very clear and useful when we attempt to define the overall purpose for humans in this unique existence. This affirmation is ironic because even with a full menu of gods to choose from, and despite so many choices and books on how to gain access, for the most part, the world still seems lost. So rather than believing in the unseen, let us bask in the light of knowledge that can be proven with what is manifested through the discipline of science, and as it's a prime example of what amazing things humankind can accomplish. Imagine if we could just redefine the incentives that drove us to accomplish humankind's greatest historical achievements, technology and medicine, with an overlay of altruism instead of toxic capitalism. The whole idea of this timeline being his story is really the biggest load of cope we could have ever come up with. If we could just take ownership and responsibility for the world and come to a unanimous understanding in something as solid as science, and not blind faith. It is in this primary affirmation that the world and the last religion can finally come close to fathoming the divine. This, however, may not ever come into fruition, because of inequality, and also because science is driven for the wrong reasons at this juncture. For example, toxic capitalism should not be at the helm of the pharmaceutical industry, for it has already caused irreparable damage. The divine workings of God, the universe, we see in the mirror, and is all around us, and it speaks in all dialects but can be manifested only in the 3D on the primary level. This is not ego, this is not us losing our reverence of this gift we have been given. It just officially acknowledges that we are in the driver's seat. The divine is all of the information, born of the stars and separated at birth in this world. Life did originate from the primordial goo, and over the process of billions of years, took many forms and was known by many names. For it was and is the process of evolution, which brought us from nothing to this current image. Some find the idea of humans evolving from lesser forms, even from ape-like creatures, a revolting or obscene idea. The cognitive dissonance is very real in this case, and I can hear the damning tone of a staunch creationist still echoing in my mind as they angrily refuted that humans did not evolve from monkeys. Call them whatever you want, really though. Scientifically it's the most possible scenario of evolutionary development, but for the purposes of our existence, it only really has relevance to the story of the origins of humankind and has little weight in our everyday lives. It's beautiful though, so why be ashamed because of the natural process of creation? Why look down upon any creature that inhabits this planet? Are we not to love all of God's creations? The alternate idea that we just popped into existence is not likely, but all the while possible if you wish to believe in that sort of thing. If that is the case, and the evidence shows the contrary, then you can still believe everything popped into place. It doesn't really make any difference if people perceive it as billions of years old, does it? However, given the scenario that the Earth is only thousands of years old and not billions, what kind of sick game is this? Reality check is that if you compare the evidence, we have primary facts versus zero data based on systems of cognitive dissonance built by philosophies of control. Facts versus a 100% belief-based system of faith. Understand that all followings inherently have a spectrum population of DVDs, which is why depending on where one navigates, you can see that there are places or topics where the idea of popping into existence is written in stone or hotly debated or is old-fashioned and an amusing idea. Ultimately though it is a subjective opinion versus opinion argument, because how can you offer evidence to those who refuse the validity of said evidence? In case you missed it, faith in something is equal to a person's cognitive dissonance, is relatively equal to coping techniques, and fluctuates based on the migration of an individual. Encounters with CD and the reactions can vary from casual to fight or flight, which at the base is an all-encompassing survival algorithmic coping method we all utilize to navigate in this existential crisis. However we cope is okay, but let's own it on levels where we need to. Since we can agree that we have the freedom to choose, then we can also mutually agree that your God is as real as another contrasting culture's God. Hopefully you know why that is true by now, beyond it being valid because of freedom of choice. No matter the stance, subjectively it is a valid belief, especially if one finds peace and solace in it, but the just popping into existence like some Sailor Moon montage like the gaining of powers, versus evolving from molecules of energy into molecular life forms, into lesser life forms, into humankind over billions and billions of years ironically seems vastly more plausible, and at this point, it's objectively factual, as it is in accordance with the background information extracted and formed into the message from the universe, and is backed by science across cultures, and is way more metal than any 100% faith-based affirmation. Furthermore, who really cares that much about where we came from? It's where we are going that matters the most. It really is a pointless argument because even if we did pop into existence 2000-ish years ago, then so be it. However, the evidence shows that not to be true, and either way, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. The only reason it would, is only when a narrative of cultural appropriation is intended to be utilized to control someone by establishing a baseline of God's law, as the social contract, therefore placing absolute power in a single person, in a family, church or the head of the country etc., under a single God. Probably billions are subject to this type of conditioning. Some people think that this is the right way to run things and get very upset that their ideology is eroding all around them. For those people I ask why not move to the places where they still fervently practice that level of control if that's what you want? Those types of religions share the same God, am I right? Yikes, well then again maybe not. Seems that the genocide of Christians in the Middle East is the current favorite pastime. But if it's the same God, then maybe they don't like the aesthetics of your version of the cross, so then it becomes a control thing, a team thing. Anyways, that's moral, ethical relativism for you. There is a true form of beauty in the idea that we came about in this natural way, by chance. This ideal articulates the perspective that although we find ourselves at the center of our universe, albeit unwitting captains of our destiny or fate, that we are still electromagnetically condensed particles sustained by our animal will to endure. Ironically, the other ideas from authoritarian religions eviscerate our capability and capacity from day one, making us think we are to grovel, making us think that we are the dominant sex, and those lesser than us should live in fear yet smile, and like it. Do you want your God should treat you like that? Again, what kind of sick game are we playing if that is true? Are we just meat puppets dancing for our maker while tongues of fire from Beelzebub licks at our feet? No, we should not accept that as the status quo. We not only stand in contrast, but we also know that we play an even more important part in the grand scheme of the universe, and I know that those who resonate on this level know that we are destined for great things. However, we don't get a big head about it by wearing a pseudo-relative woke status, and then brandishing it like a sheriff's tin star. For it is the ego that embellishes these ideas, and following on that path, you might find yourself seeking to admonish your life with precious things or adopt a persona that you feel would set you apart from others in order to signify your sacred awareness or uniqueness, in efforts to validate your subjective reality. On this same path you would become like those who hoard the resources. Is there any reason to hoard resources other than to control and thus direct the flow? On this path, like the many before you, you would utilize the pedestal of your religion to get you closer to your future victims, in order to give them the privilege to hear of the false system's version of the divine grace. Embellish appropriately, for true manifestation is not for just the sake of survival of the self, but for the whole, for that is the only way to achieve the true form of what we all underlyingly seek. Here is the wisdom of the universe, hiding the explanation of our existence in plain sight, and how it came about, and can be viewed by some as pointless or profoundly serendipitous, as if we were sent from an alternate dimension like some superhero. It is just all about how one embellishes existence, as it is what defines our potential gain of function, our story, our SCNVFECFGI. It's all about how you manage that cognitive dissonance, from the first cry a baby has, to the frustration one exudes when trying to find purpose in life, to the inevitable end of life, and the fear that comes while poorly preparing for it. A transcendental tertiary tingle. When the original threshold of abstract thought or concept is broken, and stability is maintained, the subsequent processes that unfold for that individual are wholly new. A perfect example would be having a tertiary affirmation grounded in primary and secondary affirmations, which makes for an exciting and profound realization for the last religion. What is popularly known as the third eye, is real, and is actually the first eye, which is the pineal gland, and I am elated to be able to lead you through my thought processes in this affirmation, for this is truly a lightning bolt of understanding. http://URL. In this extensive background article in the hyperlink above, that has been published and held on government record, is the history and the function of the pineal gland, which is a component of the brain. This needs to be seen via the source provided, rather than fully be explained here in order to corroborate validity beyond our own perspectives. For it is, as I said, a perfect example of having a profound affirmation of self-being that goes beyond our comprehension of the 3D, but is grounded in the 3D, since it has been measured in the rigors of the scientific process. This correlation of studies brought together and officially acknowledged by the government, takes the pineal gland out of the realms of pseudoscience, and validates it on all levels of affirmations, and vastly expands our collective understanding of what our objective reality truly is. The historical reference to the esoteric knowledge of the pineal gland dates back to the ancient Egyptians, and in modern times is predominantly an affirmation utilized mostly by the New Age culture, as well as widely used in artwork. How we see proof of its understanding is somewhat a leap of faith, since there is no literal written text that explains why we assume that the ancients had knowledge of the pineal gland. We just see evidence that points to it. Back then, the most reliable form of communication method that ancient humans had was to etch knowledge into stone, and there are numerous depictions of what we modern folk refer to as the pineal gland found in numerous archaeological sites around the globe, much like the flower of life is. At these sites, the pineal gland is often seen being physically carried by a Yoldi protagonist as an object that is shaped like a pine cone or mounted at the top of a staff. These pictorials do fit a crude physiological description of the pineal gland in the human brain. Another sacred symbol often mentioned is the Egyptian Eye of Horus, which is also said to have a striking resemblance to the region and orientation of the brain to which the pineal gland is housed, or seated. The government article further draws upon more current studies of the pineal gland, via various scientists who have identified other important functions to related illnesses that originate from that area of the brain. These diseases or disorders generally manifest as improper chemical balances that then cause irregularities in sleep and have also been shown to have ties in patients with schizophrenia. Treatments vary, but improvements were found in patients who were prescribed melatonin. More notably, and what is a staple perspective for the members of the last religion, we recognize and thank the pioneer, Dr. Rick Strassman, a professor of psychiatry from the University of Medicine, in New Mexico. In his studies of the pineal glands and its role in the dimethyltryptamine, DMT, production of the brain, Dr. Strassman theorized that the extremely potent psychedelic compound derived from DMT was released in the human body during various pivotal phase changes of human existence, such as birth, REM sleep and near-death experiences. Furthermore, his studies of the effects and first-hand accounts of synthesized DMT in several of Dr. Strassman's volunteers proved that it is a profoundly powerful hallucinogenic compound that can temporarily alter the sense of reality in those who had taken it in. The results of these accounts proved to be life-changing for all volunteers, as most experienced a highly impactful spiritual actualization that they said would impact them for the rest of their lives. Regardless of who studied the pineal gland or if one believes that the Egyptians or the Sumerian culture knew of the existence or the function of the pineal gland at this point, is the ambience icing on the cake. More modern studies exist that have further substantiated the evidence of the vital functions and the role that the pineal gland plays in our 3D lives than any ye-old affirmation could have ever offered. We do tip our proverbial hats to those in the past who had access to the sacred knowledge, thus setting the stage for research to be done in our lifetimes. The pharmacological effects of dimethyltryptamine in the pineal gland is a dimension-shattering paradigm shift of the spectrum of understanding, because of the significance it holds to the nature of our reality, and the findings are definitely a reason to celebrate. A crude rendering of how the pineal gland works its magic. Renowned philosopher René Descartes referred to the pineal gland as the seat of the soul, and the reasoning for that assertion was that the gland itself sat between the two hemispheres of the brain. In fact, it's the only part of the brain that does not have a pair or counterpart to it. Beyond the gland's job of regulating the circadian rhythms and melatonin which helps us wind down and go to sleep when it's dark out, it also has calcite crystals which has a structure that is best described physically as a hexagonal lattice system. Under the proper conditions, they can emit and receive frequencies, or sound and light waves, similar to a radio, and can send light and electrical signals. We all have dreams that we could swear were real, and the reason for that is that there are some components of the brain like the visual cortex, amygdala, thalamus, and hippocampus, which are components that we also utilize while we are awake, so it would make sense that the combination of these components would create a landscape to play out simulations when you are sleeping, whisked away to some alternate mental reality where you are compelled to believe that the scenarios played out before you are real. Another startling and amazing thing to note about the pineal gland is that it develops before the eyes in the human fetus, which according to Dr. Strassman, and other noted sources have confirmed, is that the pineal gland is present at the 49th day of development, and only after that point do the eyes gain the ability to sense light, which is at 56 days, making what is known as third eye, but to our spectrum of understanding that would make it actually the first eye. Poetic, yes. On the tertiary affirmation front, there is a compelling tidbit in the Buddhist Bardo Thodol, aka the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which states that the soul takes 49 days to reincarnate. This is a profound correlation, is it not? This infers, at least according to Vajrayana, Tantric Buddhism, that there must be a place where we go before and after death, and it seems that the pineal gland plays a crucial role in receiving the signals to getting us there, and this is even if the whole experience is an internalized physiological phenomenon. This begs the question, how could anyone back then know that or have pixels of information eluding that knowledge? The last religion would interpret it as a tertiary acknowledgement that there is indeed a collective consciousness outside of this reality, our other dimensional counterparts, which we the members of the last religion do believe there are. Then subconsciously and indirectly, we are somehow getting bytes of information via a natural process, which means the info is interwoven in the background of our reality somehow. Could be that whatever religion comes to this understanding was because nodes of affirmations were reached because they followed highlighted paths that they found along their culture's journey due to their relative SCNVFECFGI. Understand that this is not a newly formed affirmational bridge. No, this has been there since we became aware on this level of consciousness. This and other circumstantial evidence has been piling up for centuries, and has highlighted some pretty powerful affirmations, which has helped us create a lexicon to guide us in this reality to the message from the universe, and the grand design it reveals. So even if this tangent is tertiary, it is an embellishment we absolutely can afford. That being said, there are also many dissonant belief affirmations we must leave on the table per se, when we are trying to not just survive, validate and cope our way through this reality. Our feet must be firmly planted in the primary. Although subjective, many of us have dreams that we feel to have some rather important messages that we are supposed to extract, such as the ones listed below. It is not a stretch to say that the subconscious and dreams offer possible insight, but it is because the brain is an amazing tool, and not because we are speaking with the dead, or aliens or God, etc. We respectfully decline that perspective and that method of navigation. However, understand that even though someone might say they dreamt something, does not mean that if the inhabitants of the dreams hailed from a circus world, that doesn't necessarily mean that is where the info came from. A more logical embellishment is that one of the purposes of dreams is to run simulations of reality in abstract form. Ergo, the information was therein scattered about by aspects of observation from various parts of the brain, and the subconscious collects these bits, and then through repeated effort, albeit analogous to winning the lottery, one might be able to extract meaning and function from the dream that can be manifested in the 3D. The really hard and rare part is how and where to apply that information correctly. Furthermore, remember that your subconscious is always active. You can tell because you catch yourself daydreaming sometimes, or as you are drifting off into la la land when you lay your head down. Your subconscious becomes very active. It doesn't have to be full-on REM sleep. As well as more lucid dreamers have reported having more than one dream simultaneously, which I myself have experienced. Have a look at how a computer runs simulations of robots learning to walk and run. Our brains does this for every aspect of stimulus it receives. Examples. Einstein was inspired to develop his theory of relativity after dreaming of a farmer turning on an electric fence and seeing the cows jump back simultaneously, while the farmer saw them jump one by one in a wave. This experience demonstrated to Einstein how events can appear differently depending on the observer's perspective, due to the time it takes light to reach the observer's eyes. In a dream reported by Niels Bohr, he claims he saw the nucleus of the atom with electrons spinning around, like planets do around the sun. He had a gut feeling that it was accurate, so he focused his research to proving his theory and as a result, won the Nobel Prize for Physics for his visionary breakthrough. It would indeed seem true that the brain functions much like a quantum computer, and we know quantum entanglement exists. With this knowledge, combined with our presumption that before the Big Bang as it occurred, all of the matter of our universe was compressed through the eye of a needle, which was probably a white hole. The collective consciousness as one, still connected, but separated to go on this journey we call life. Everything in existence is consciousness, existence is God. Therefore at the base, everything equals everything. All systems are the same. The universe is God, could be viewed as a computer-like, but with capabilities that are beyond our comprehension. All of our existence is fractal recursion, etc., etc. Add all the affirmations of our philosophy here, and you might come up with an entire book. Oh, looks like that is what happened. Suddenly I hear the song All Together Now from the Beatles. Does that not seem like the most plausible explanation for the creation of life, our role in it, and the existence of the universal consciousness as a whole? Does it not describe every scientific and esoteric belief system, just in a different dialect? An existence before and after this experience is more than just plausible or probable at this point. According to the inference of evidence, it is just another phase change of this reality. It seems that there exists a reality outside of ours, and the soul is literally delivered via quantumly entangled transmission to the pineal gland into an actor, when the conditions of consciousness become available. Therefore, we are a part, another aspect of the universal existence that is connected to everything, God. When you think about it, we have been just hearing the message from the universe, in a different dialect of energy. It's all the same, but translated to us not just in some ways, but in all ways. Separate beings, one and the same, but one is the transmitter or creator, and the other is the receiver that is imbued with the spirit. The human in its tragic yet beautiful existence subjectively crafts its own destiny, and along the way we can go on to create another life, another variable of existence, and so on. We live to bum ba bum, sail the ship. Bum ba bum, chop the tree. Bum ba bum, skip the rope. Look at me. All together now. This is why the base understanding for the last religion is that all belief systems are valid, because they are. From our subjective experiences we can see the universe from any perspective. One day we might feel we could jump off a cliff due to the pressure that life brings, and some people even believe that there are gods out there who demand that one be ready to jump off a cliff if commanded. It's all about the SCENVFECFGI. It might be odd to another migrating and contrasting person's outward perspective, but to the individual who has placed themselves into this belief system, the experience is the reality, and that is the point. You can believe that life is pointless and that there is no God. You can believe that there is a God, and that there are angels and demons, and spirits, as well as ghosts, etc. You could also decorate your belief system with embellishments that require ornate ceremonial reverence and add some mythos around it too and are the target audience. Or you can view our existence from a more modern and logical perspective, as if we existed as a variable in a data set, in a mathematical function. It could be that God is the CPU of a hyperdimensional simulation that is transmitting data via Wi-Fi, not really Wi-Fi, but you know what I mean, albeit faster than the speed of light to the monitor, a player character. No matter what your lens of reality is, the important aspect and what is synonymous across the board is that we have the choice to believe what we want to. And I will say this one more time. What an individual believes is their undeniable reality, and it will stay that way only until they believe otherwise. Is it not about time we create an SCENVFECF that will usher in a new beginning for those who wish to join us? So many out there are just trying to find themselves, And this is the catalyst for that empowerment. You and I are literally a prime conduit specifically designed by the universe, to gather and observe this experience in a unique way. Life meaning without all the excess baggage of dissonant human ambience. We have all been collectively and subconsciously running the simulations needed to successfully solve for X and revealing the paths that will remove and replace the veil of the false system with true equality. At this point, I am tickled with riotous laughter because for the most part people in this world see most belief systems as science versus intelligent design, as an uncrossable chasm, when really, they are only two sides of the same multidimensional coin. We are of God, and beyond that, you can see the many different translations of this occurrence in our human history and how they created the human ambience aka religion that created numerous systems aka governments, and the byproduct of those systems aka duality. Yet no matter what version is churned out, you'll find that the spiritualist, and the mathematician or scientists, and everyone regardless of their SCNVFECFGI are actually uniquely and earnestly trying to solve for the same X. Yup. That's right, you're doing it, you're crafting your own adventure right now. You are who you are at this moment. So regardless of the intent of your innate movements going forward as you navigate this 3D life, we must always strive to have empathy to the human condition. Human life is sacred, and understanding that it is the SC from ENVFECFGI, that overall create the compass that we use legitimizing our actions. This is why we must re-engineer and maintain a better way to navigate. This is the overall goal of the last religion. What to do with this affirmation constant? Continuing on this most valid perspective, we see that the ancients came across this knowledge. In their own way, we know that this information was transmitted via phase change from the background information. Think I am far off? The concepts are ancient. Even secret societies understood this in their own way, and embellish it with code and ceremony, even further shrouding its real nature to their own members. Our lives are paved with black and white tiles, and we walk along and over the lines of duality. Embellish all you want and revel in the nuances that were created from the understanding that psychedelics and the pineal gland allow humans a window into different realms of consciousness. However, life is finite, and rather than spending a lifetime unraveling the crumbling scrolls, let us instead create our own legacy and law that will stand the test of time. After all, are we not endowed with the same physical and mental aptitude that existed for the ancients or the framers? This of course excludes those who have philosophies that cannot be questioned. Well then, what's stopping us from gaining quote-unquote infinite wisdom? For the last religion, there is a ceremony which we will be partaking in, but it will be one that we will experience in a whole new perspective, which is the foreknowledge of the message from the universe. Let us experience the true sacrament, and explore the only cosmos that is available to us in this current space and time, which at this point is it not our duty, our holy geese? As we know, every original thought was first a tertiary affirmation, and then a refined expression. For it is when we call out into the void that our emotions are at a peak. Therefore any reply we receive that passes the barrier of our SCENVFECFGI is one that resonates the loudest. It was from the environment that we were made, and with the aid of it, we evolved. Allow me this loose explanation for the sake of time. Our evolution, much like the other animals around us, met plateaus, and these thresholds along with environmental constraints kept certain variant species from further evolving. I would say that it is no coincidence that the synthesis needed was derived from not just from plant nor animal, but an entirely different being. I know many of you here already know this, but for those who don't, we are referring to the psychedelic mushroom, for it was through the integration of specific mind-expanding chemical compounds that the modern human emerged, having been gifted with not just the body to walk fully upright, but the tether that connected the cosmic consciousness to inhabit our bodies in a unique way. Furthermore, there is the advent of information, a recent shift in the spectrum of understanding. regarding the ability of mushrooms which are reportedly using their mycelium networks to live in symbiosis with the trees around them. I will just drop the name of the book here and the author, and you do the rest. Peter Walban, The Hidden Life of Trees, What They Feel, How They Communicate. The inference we take from his insight would lead to numerous affirmations that I know we have all felt on some levels. For our immediate objective we focus on the fact that psychedelic mushrooms do in fact cause neurogenesis. http://URL. Another node of information is to look at our world's biological evolutionary history, the Cambrian period, which states amongst other things that the oxygen boom that caused massive environmental changes on Earth that helped push evolution into high gear. http://URL. Finally, given our knowledge on how we evolved over the centuries, we know that our diets have a direct link to how we evolved, and given that psychedelic mushrooms cause neurogenesis, I'd say that our relationship with them, as well as this Earth, are deeper than anyone can currently grasp. It is true that we are one entity. This is the other half of the story detailed in the message from the universe and is displayed in all the harmonious ambience that exists around us. This knowledge provides us the proof that validates tertiary affirmations that can be expressed on primary and secondary levels that we are the universe, exhaled into the void, living as variables of existence, and our unique expressions are subjectively true and objectively valid, translatable in any dialect or perspective that we can manifest. We derive purpose with our SCNVFECFGI, and with that relative power in hand, we manifest. With time, we shall cycle back to the birthplace of all existence, for it is there we will live on, and this life will be but a past life, and the new life in the higher dimensions will be our new relative understanding. The pieces will return to the whole, we will return to become one voice in an ocean of voices, the consciousness of God in new physical expressions, returning to and providing the ultimate and most sacred of affirmations. The ultimate validation of existence, and thereafter, I believe, the ability to choose the next phase change for ourselves. This tertiary affirmation might sound like a wild storyline from a movie, but is the most logical explanation to consciousness according to my understanding. Please do not be desensitized to the illusions brought forth by this false dichotomic system. For fiction of humankind is not greater than the reality that we are gifted with. Our reality with proper navigation provides us the power and the tools to manifest amazing things. Getting there has been the greatest non-fiction story our world will ever know. What story could be more wildly adventurous, have its rock-bottom tragic close and its triumphant celebrations of emancipation and the chance to experience the most exquisite chemical compounds the universe has ever offered, the chance to love, and know that love cannot be without understanding loss. In all systems, background information, BI, is available for extraction. This extraction of the BI, with the underlying and newly emerging narrative of the last religion, allows a new color upon the horizon, freedom to navigate, thus allowing for more variables of expression. Why define to such a degree? Understanding how we got here is key to knowing where we are going. Evolution is influenced by all the environmental factors that are present, and as they grow more complex, capability is enhanced. However, for the purposes that we have for the last religion, we do not need to have a fine-toothed microscopic study into any particular field, as those who already represent those fields have and will undoubtedly continue to make themselves and their life-defining work available to us, whether we want them to or not. What we will look to ascertain is the tools to experience the highest form of tertiary expressions for the last religion that the 3D environment has provided humankind since the dawn of human existence. These chemical tools are the synapse cipher to the spiritual realm, unlocking all the nodes of existence on the flower of life. This was and is the secret knowledge derived from probably most backgrounds of ancient religions. This of course excludes any group who does not want to acknowledge this possibility. As many of us already know, Psychedelic mushrooms are not destructive tools in the proper setting and proper administration. They are a part of our sacred affirmations. Of course, the backdrop of interpretation of creation changes with different cultural spectrums, relative to the user's SCENVFECFGI. Therefore, a culture would under the proper dosage experience an overlay relative to their cultural affirmations. The subconscious with the conscious working together to create an abstract artistic rendering. You can imagine how much more curtailed the experience was for those who lived in earlier times. Us modern folks have shared so much from one another's cultures, that the landscape of hyperspace has melded considerably. There is so much more to be explored within the self, and it is through the self that we find God, and it is only through the self that we can change the environment around us. There is evidence that numerous ancient religions did not navigate originally through just faith and servitude only, but had a third axis, a fuel to their flashpoint of esoteric perspectives, of sacred knowledge. However, like most religions, they instead chose to suppress their true origins, because the truth behind their epiphanies to solve for X, were and always were going to be too much for the keyholders and the programmed masses to swallow and digest. They would always end up becoming the martyr if their message was delivered incorrectly. At this point, looking at the history of what religions did X and Y beyond their establishment, is a moot point for the last religion. The how they originated, and how they extracted the background information is at this juncture is what matters the most. What has been shrouded mystery, and in layers of mythology and symbolism, are the tools that were used to allow the greatest phase change humankind can experience, which is the holy grail to the most valid form of tertiary affirmations that has ever existed in this world. This is one of the main reasons why the last religion, in our lifetimes now comes to exist. The universal affirmation has been revealed to us through the message from the universe, and its subsequent revelations, that we truly are ready to receive this gift. Therefore, we call upon our right to have communion, to tap into our higher selves, thus allowing for the most beautiful new colors to be painted on new horizons. Please note that I am purposefully holding off on defining the experience and interpretations of any of these spiritual substances in reverence to the subjective experience that each member will have when they exercise their religious freedom. Yes, we all have ideas about what goes on beyond the veil, but since the definitions that were gained were all previously created in a false system, then we must understand that defining hyperspace with the current understanding of symbology for now is detrimental to the subjective experience, and to our overall goals. Therefore, we cannot define it until we as a whole has become unified. Until then our most sacred affirmation in regard to our ceremonies will remain closed to the public. Disagree? Well, there are outlets for it, and no one says you cannot share them there. Yet we know you would not want to pollute such an important endeavor, so understand that we are not worried. In this book, we have spoken at length about the great minds that have extracted the background information, and to the unsung heroes of history that poured their existence into the base knowledge that we will build our new world upon. We relish their contributions and their unique perspectives, their dialects of energy, which are primarily attributed to ushering us into the growth mindset that has allowed for the last religion to emerge. The tools that brought ancient peoples from dragging their knuckles in the cave dweller days to dragging ass in modern days is tied directly to humankind's relationship with one another, and the intake of the relative environment. The term "you are what you eat" is a colloquialism and indeed a primary affirmation of profound truth. You are what you eat is an insight into the science of nutrition, which also plays an important role in evolution, and is the vehicle that drives us to the scene of a branch of scientific analysis called ethnobotany. Ethnobotany can be a study of culture, region, or even a species that makes use of their food and natural resources that is even further enhanced when coupled with the spectrum of understanding that is gifted by the message from the universe, and the background information that it reveals from the navigating of systems, which is detailed throughout this book. The primary pioneer in ethnobotany is a small world of experts, and for the last religion's affirmations we call upon the wisdom of the late, great ethnobotanist Terence McKenna. Portions of this book are open for expansion and elaboration, eventually open source for those who wish to contribute to the many facets that have been used to usher in this, the greatest awakening. However, the information submitted will be highly scrutinized in order to maintain relevance and to keep our 3D feet and mind, and our relative ability to manifest in the 3D firmly on the ground. I say this because I know of only a few scientists that study the topics we are discussing, but do not seem to over-embellish their observations, meaning, I know they are not faking it. We stand in contrast. We respectfully decline claims that refine the sacred knowledge into a privileged finite gift, which is then advertised through the premise and platforms of yellow journalism or sensationalism. It is not to say that some of the affirmations are not true, especially ones that are based on primary scientific expressions. It is just that these particular subjects have led to affirmations that are in the higher spectrums of the tertiary subjective and should bear a warning label of results may vary in extremes. When looking at the mysteries of the ancients, basic logic tells us that what is left of that culture is what exists today, and no more. The walls are crumbling for a reason. They didn't fully solve for X. Yes, even cultures that routinely ingested the sacred knowledge, were still in a relative cave of shadows. Even in times where they felt their consciousness had expanded, their new emerged reality was just a larger but more embellished cave of shadows. Which is why they always return with trip reports where they were unable to fully blast off. They, of course, like all other civilizations, then naturally embellished even more of a divergent mindset since true equality had not yet manifested, therefore placed an overlay of dissonant nuanced mythos around subjective experiences, thus drawing relative foregone conclusions, embellishing the idea that humans could have the ability to tap into divine powers. If you don't solve for X, then you are just improving your methods of cope. The gaining of powers is viewed by the last religion as a dominating overlay that hoards and bottlenecks knowledge as products. Therefore, like all expressions that promise a sum for voracious devotees that cannot be measured in the primary and secondary, they will be respectfully declined. DMT offers a very intimate look into the self. There are countless hours of recorded audio of Terence McKenna explaining his encounters with DMT with masterful linguistical technique. He definitely was the genuine article, a pioneer in psychedelics, true in the trade of shamanism which he was classically trained for at UC Berkeley. Terence had a very unique gift at explaining his experiences, and his SCENVFECFGI was shadowed by highly impactful world events. He lived during the heyday of the hippies, which ushered in a unique social awakening, which was undoubtedly fueled by the introduction of mass-produced LSD into the American population by they who should not be named. Meanwhile, the civil rights movement was coming to a peak, and the US inserting itself into a proxy war in Vietnam. Terence traveled the world, and to realms of the mind that very few had gone to and returned from without distorting the sanctity of knowledge by tainting it with self-indulgent tools designed to remove cognitive dissonance by only adding jaded veils of distraction. In Terence McKenna's book, Food of the Gods, Terence insightfully argues that this incorporation of the mushroom's psilocybin compounds into the early hominids' diet played the most important role in the evolution of humankind, and that the long-term effects aided humans by hypertuning the senses and motor skills. These boons come to us not only by physical manifestation, but what was later revealed to us in numerous religious-like artistic renderings, in archaeological sites around the world. Psilocybin is also a key tool in connecting people with a higher power, which, using our lens of perspective, is actually a direct line to our inner voice. When asking whether consciousness is local or non-local, from our spectrum of understanding, we know that it is both, and this is also same in regard to the universe. Since the incorporation of psilocybin produced heightened ability, it no doubt brought with it relative affirmations that in time also produced ideologies, thus taking a sacred place amongst the logos of those people and vastly contributing to their spiritual belief systems, further evolving into philosophies and disciplines. In time, narratives began to form, then onto the cave walls and eventually temple walls in the form of hieroglyphs and Sanskrit, and other ancient affirmation in various forms of communique, and the rest was history. Simple, right? Terence explained that these same early humans in ancient times would regularly see and hear tale of others, those who had fallen ill or even die while testing and foraging for edible foods, and as time went by, climates shifted around them. We all know what doesn't kill us, makes us stronger. To survive we must take chances. This of course implies the need to be less picky if a previous food supply runs dry due to climate change. Therefore you would just move on to the next best thing, supplementing your diet with pretty much anything that had a halfway decent flavor and can be choked down. With the incorporation of the psychedelic mushroom into the mind, you would be guaranteed a relative level of neurogenesis. There was indeed a span of time where the planet environment seemed to allow for the evolutionary process to move at an unprecedented rate, but regardless of how long it took, whether it was thousands or millions of years, the power of the psychedelic mushroom would have undoubtedly changed the perimeters of the game, in favor for the early human. You can imagine that before humans were able to write, that warnings of toxic plants were just handed down through oral tradition, from the wise man, woman or shaman of the tribe. While we are talking about warning labels, and before we get too far into this topic, let's clear up some misconceptions about drugs. Everything that you observe around you is only perceivable because of electrochemical compounds that execute programs. Purportedly, the brain through training can produce some natural highs. And again we must point out that if this was a normal thing, or if there was a formula to that type of enlightenment other than what has been produced, then we could say that we would be in a different reality. For the rest of us, being high on life cannot compare to the power that plants imbue upon us. This is again one of those roundabout ways of realization, in that certain chemical compounds can bring us to the precipice of a paradigm shift, yet when they are mislabeled and mishandled, we know that they can cause great harm. However, we recognize that without chemical compounds, many of us would have never existed. Stop yourself before you put the regulated commercial-pushed drugs in the same category as illegal substances. Also realize that a lot of those drugs are also narcotics. A primary example of that is the ongoing opioid crisis, no doubt fueled by overprescribed painkillers. Alcohol is a legal drug and can cause irreversible damage and death. 140,000 people die of alcohol poisoning each year. Why do they not call that overdosing? 20,160 people died because of drunk driving last year, and 80,816 died from other types of overdoses in 2021. Let's not forget to mention that methamphetamine and opioids are hugely popularized and sought after because they are extremely cheap and can even be prescribed by a doctor, and according to the CDC, 1 in 4 people struggle with addiction to opioid prescription drugs. Anyways, at this point you'd probably have to been living a rather sheltered life to not understand that a gray area exists. Don't turn your heads away when you know that the risk versus reward to key holders is a moot point, because they prioritize sacred profit over basic human life. Whether it's a war on drugs, or some other name, it is a war on the people. Understand that we must forgive the keyholders because really what we are living is an alternate reality due to the false system overlay which unfortunately, and the only way the keyholders know how to operate is with the tools the false system grants them. However, we are being intentionally destabilized, we are the proxy war, we the products, are the conduits, and they make money and strife off us whether we want them to or not. All systems are the same. Mess up and find yourself in a for-profit prison, and we won't even mention how invested our government really is at solving not just the war on drugs, but any problem at all. We stand in contrast, because we know the cause is because the baseline is not equal. Therefore SCNVFECFGI of all cultures have their own spectrum of ability when it comes to drug use, and those who fall prey are still of course victims regardless of the scenario. The problem was never fixed, therefore the efforts and those in charge of their operations are definitely responsible for that failed mission. Please understand that we are not advocating for widespread use or deregulation of these or other particular extremely harmful substances, we just really disagree with the mixture of the extremely beneficial ones with the extremely harmful ones. We don't need a fine-tooth comb to know what those are. Read on and we will expand your mind here shortly. In the proper quantities, other than straight-up deadly toxins, humans would simply not be human without the aid of plants. Philosophies oriented around them are really what led to the creation and longevity of civilizations. Outdoor plants acquired through foraging was where the world's pharmacy was located up until the late 1600s. We all know that some of these plants were revered and then kept secret and had to be protected because of tribalism and because the chemical expressions, however helpful, would be seen from other rival tribes as possible demonic, paganistic, blasphemous or zealotry. The farther you go outside of your SCENVFECFGI, the harder it is to understand another culture. All systems are the same. There has even been some extensive and rather compelling research around religious-related artwork linking Jesus to have possibly been an allegory of the fly agaric mushroom. Not saying it is true, but what is true, is that many people have been able to find God through, psychedelics. Today, due to wild misunderstandings, and lack of education, psychedelics still remain a Schedule I drug in most states, but thankfully that is changing, due to a shift in the spectrum of understanding. In cultures where sacred life forms are vilified and titled as drugs, we find that they are also erroneously categorized as gateway substances, and ironically share the same space as dangerous compounds intentionally manufactured by the bad guys to engage in chemical warfare on their own citizens, and now hold severe lifelong stigmas and punishments. Chapter 22 We stand in contrast. It is in this understanding of the chemical and social evolution highlighted by the lifelong pursuit of knowledge by Terence McKenna and others before him, that we now know why we must make our intentions clear, because we do not want to be demonized or categorized as a danger to any culture's keyholders, and we can do this with reverse engineering. We will reinstate our right to freely gain access to the sacred knowledge, and in order to do so, we must adopt the level of reverence it held in ancient times. How the last religion will navigate the use of this sacred knowledge is to reclaim that it was always our innate spiritual right to ingest or take in DMT and psilocybin, and how we do that is by unification and exclamation of our spiritual rights by forming a collection of individuals with the same SC as us. We are not looking for a workaround to existing government regulations, in hopes of recreational use as our ultimate goal. Nor will we partake in the manufacturing, intake or handling of these substances anywhere where the law states it is prohibited. Again, we stand in contrast and reiterate that the senior members of the last religion shall by oath, and by contract in regard to any hypothetical enlightenment ceremonies, have any events proctored by certified professionals, and that all members participating will have previously satisfied a prerequisite of mental and physical verification of health, as well as have satisfied a set of standards that must be met and maintained, that are derived from the philosophy of discipline that is gifted to us via the message from the universe, and the navigating of systems. Thus includes the primary and secondary affirmations, which can be referenced by this book, and any further philosophies that will emerge from it henceforth. A healthy balance must be maintained to avoid the experience from becoming tainted with dissonant human ambience. A definite line exists, and it is extremely thin. Members will not abuse substances thus routinely navigating in a stupor, for it mars the symbology and the psychology we hold as a pinnacle of understanding. This sacred affirmation is a staple of our religious belief systems, in our diets, and in our lives. This discipline is of the utmost importance in our philosophy because it is the only 3D verifiable tertiary affirmation that can be felt on the trinity of affirmations. The person receiving the gift in the case of DMT, is receiving a deluge of electrochemical messages, interacting with the pineal gland and visual and auditory parts of the brain, and shockingly the veil of reality is lifted for a period of time. Again, I want to impress upon our future potential members that our lives beyond our shared SCNVFECFGI are a subjective experience. Even though there already exists a barrage of ideals and imagery of the who, what, when, where, why, or how the body reacts to ayahuasca or DMT, and what manifests while in hyperspace realm is an event that we need to keep from labeling. I firmly believe that we are doing ourselves a disservice by making foregone conclusions based on our previous comprehension of symbology that was derived from a false dichotomic system. We should hold off on interpreting symbols until the experience can be vastly investigated as individual accounts before any conclusions are made. The time frame for this policy is in effect from now until the foreseeable future. It is not a throttle on the knowledge, it is a controlled scientific and spiritual study we intend to conduct. If we could offer a warning, it might sound a little like this. Take for example the endless interpretations of symbology that exist in all the practices that are in our systems. Just a whisper or inference of the meaning to a word relating to an image can be wildly different between interpreters. Do not let someone tell you what your spiritual experience means. Do not let anyone interpret symbols, animals, or tell you who person or an entity is. It is all subjective. Likewise, do not be caught up in the dissonant human ambience that infers that there are dark energies, or evil spirits or demons with malicious intentions in hot pursuit of you all the time. Quite literally, the human mind is a conduit for thought inference, meaning if your subconscious can picture or fathom a form of negativity, well then, your mind combined with the sacred life forms will always deliver unto you what you wish to manifest. The ceremony of the rite is the precursor event of painting new colors on new horizons, so why mar that experience with society's petty insecurities, when this is your chance to shine? It is the discipline of letting go and allowing the creative energies of God, of you, to flow freely, and without parameters that hinder you from manifesting. That's right, although we might be microscopic in the 3D, in the higher dimensions, we have no physical boundary, unbridled energy awaits. Results may vary. The power of the experience is honestly indescribable, and that is for a reason. To try and put parameters on it is preconditioning which might diminish and desensitize important emotional responses. It is best to stop yourself from hearing other people's experiences because only your experience matters. It can become tainted if manifested with the cognitive dissonance that is derived from a false dichotomic system. In the same way, one can have lucid dreams. One can also have some slight control of the navigation within the DMT and ayahuasca experience. Attempting to resist the experience will only trigger events where cognitive dissonance and classification of good and evil will lead you to a negative experience. Herein lies the problem with thinking there is some eternal battle over one's immortal soul, or wildly fantasizing that there is some dark spirit in a person's house that follows you home after tea time, or that the devil is out to get you, etc. and hear you thinking there is anything you can do outside of the 3D while you are chained to the walls of the cave. When one adopts a religion as the key to their survival in handling their daily onslaught of cognitive dissonance, and as they pour countless hours of reading, meditation, self-loathing, etc., they are then changing the flow of information, of energy, which was once a wide path in a forest. They constructed a building around it, and now they are behind a blast door at the end of a long hall, and they peer through the keyhole to see the world around them. We stand in contrast. Thank God the universe was designed to allow for the freedom of choice, which allows us the ability to take the best of both worlds and move forward with our efforts. With action, and not promises of it. So, we do indeed need to stay cognizant of the non-productive ambience and abstain from getting lost in systems where countless interpretations lay. It does not mean, do not have fun. It does not mean, that you can't stop and smell the roses. It just means be careful how you navigate, and what systems you fall into. For once you are in them, you are justified to actions within, unable to walk out, peering from the keyhole. The last religion, following the message from the universe, recognizes the power of choice, and the beauty of each individual's song, and makes no effort to contrast, avoiding all dissonant vibrations that would create an opposing wave that would stifle another chance at its full potential. We do this because we respect individuals' SCNVFECFGI, and their unique ways of solving for X. We make this and other declarations herein, because what is religion, if not a philosophy? And what is philosophy, if not a disclaimer to action? Getting into the human ambience of good versus evil, angels and demons, is a self-inflicted curse, because there is no bottle stopper on the subconscious. The RAS system already has a full-time job with interpreting the 3D. Don't add this unnecessary element. There is a reason you are hit with a barrage of scenarios in your dream world, and that is because your mind has been and always will be preparing you for survival training in abstract ways that will place you in a compromised position. So if and when variations of X occurs, you have some mental orientation to what is, and what is not, and therefore you won't shatter like a piece fragile pottery from the oldie antiquated dynasty. Your subconscious is abstractly training you to survive under any circumstance, cushioning the shock of CD, just in case of emergency, so you don't end up being the deer in the headlights. Since we no longer live in the days when you would walk outside and get attacked by a saber-toothed tiger or wolves and snakes, etc., our minds still must condition us to not have to fall apart, which is why often we hear of people dreaming about attending school or taking a test, and then discovering that you weren't wearing any clothes. I thought I was immune to such silliness, but recently it happened to me too. LOL aniho, where were we? Ah yes. There is no end to that type of human ambience of the spirit world. If you want to live your life where you are constantly looking over your shoulder or thinking there's a chance you will be cast into a lake of fire after you die, then you are playing a dangerous game. As well as since we know that everything is SCENVFECFGI, therefore, you are conditioning your mind to interpret negative things as evil or demonic influence. This ironically is true symbolism that one might exhibit when they are unable to cope with their view of what is happening in the world around them. It is recommended to steer very far from this thinking, because it conditions your psyche into believing that you have set privileges that others do not, because you live in the light of the graces of God, which is a self-appointed subjective hierarchy of importance no matter how you try and explain it. Then once you are able to quote-unquote to see, you then feel compelled to want to save someone's lost soul, etc. Ironically, you could be crafting your own afterlife. Hopefully you lived up to your God's standards. Yes, cope your way into heaven if you can. On this tangent, note that most, if not all near-death experiences or NDE, if they had something to report that was spiritually related, was that they were sent somewhere, and generally that trip reflected that person's religious belief system within their immediate culture. No, We are not talking about reported NDEs from your favorite Bible channel. We are talking about ones that are on official medical records. From websites that end in edu and gov etc. Oh, the irony of ironies that we might be crafting our own universe inside our heads, to be played out in the afterlife. Would it not be the ultimate mind job? Realize though you are already doing it, to some degree, and that depends on what you believe in. Then again, what if you are wrong? Guess you gotta have faith. Well, if that ye old belief system is plausible, then what is proposed in this book is highly possible. We respectfully and adamantly decline those poorly adapted tools of cope. Understand historically that methods of cope and embellishment evolved, as do our interpretations of what we perceive as God, as our connection to God and so on. This will bring you back to wondering why we needed God in the first place. Yup, that's right. To explain the unexplainable, to offer us solace when we are alone. Humans evolved, so you can too. Stop pretending you cannot explain what is causing the system to fail in the first place. Otherwise you are just as bad as the key holders, because unlike they who profit off the dissonant products that the false system creates, you on the fringe wish to dither about ritualistically and esoteric interpretations of the energies that are exuded from the products of the failed system's social products. Resist the temptation of becoming a statistic of a culture. A false system creates loops for NPCs. We the members of the last religion are pioneers, and we're forging a path to a new frontier here. The universe is vast, and we want to explore it. So, the last religion respectfully declines navigating in fear of the unknown. Instead, stick to navigating properly, and love one another. And you will be okay. It's as simple as that. Oh, and two more things. Let people choose how they live and allow them to enjoy it, while keeping your CD to yourself. I know we've said it in many indirect ways as possible, but I thought we'd be clear just in case you didn't pick up on it. Let's get back to reality. The true form or meaning that is underlying the sacred ceremony of communing with the universe through the aid of the sacred phase conduits, aka called psychedelics, is on a primal level what reinforces our social contract and respect with the most sacred of life forms, humankind. This is true because what is ubiquitous in this experience is the primary affirmation that life is indeed a gift. We come back, with a renewed and higher reverence, to life, and we then take more time and effort enriching our relationships with those to whom we hold dear. If you think that your experience was profound with the false system overlaid, imagine if true equality was the base foundation of our society. Do you hear that song? Most importantly, when communing with our inner self, we get that feeling of Zen, which is a universal empathy boost that is much needed due to the dissonant symphony that is the current state of the human condition. We have found through the insight brought about by the message from the universe, and the navigating of systems, and of the Hoba, that in order for humankind to truly understand their purpose in life and to find true happiness, that it can only be extracted from primary expressions, and not ones derived from systems based in a false dichotomy. All systems attempt to solve for X, survive and be validated. All systems projected off the baseline are valid, and their trajectories naturally taper off. All systems previously were always engineered with a dualistic mindset. Thus, the machines of this false economy were only fueled by subjugation, blood, sweat, and tears. All expressions created from a false system are homunculus placebos of coping while, yet still dying in cyclic systemic sabotage, we call the real world, while the local emperor parades their new clothes. The system that was manufactured for survival is really just a pre-maligned, post-malignant method of commercial and material laissez-faire navigation, which only etches a manifest destiny for those who hold the keys to the narrative, and it is they who mandate the standard operation of their relative understanding, which results in further refinement of exploitation. It is our right. There exist worlds of wisdom in the exploration of the self, as the universe, no doubt, has become aware of, as we become aware of. We ultimately seek the authority to practice our expression as a sacred right, to concoct and distribute to qualified members of our religion only, ayahuasca, psilocybin mushrooms, and dimethyltryptamine. This is of course only when the manufacturing and distributing of these substances are 100% legal. We realize that our communions might even have to be held in locations outside of the United States, and in any of those scenarios, we will have the most qualified staff available to ensure safety. To better understand this rite of passage, which leads to the ceremony of communion, the proper navigation that will lead to a member being awarded the privilege to experience this tertiary affirmation with its congregation will be through the visualization of the ceremony we will tentatively call the rite. Be aware that strict guidelines will be set for all members to partake and share in their experiences. Again, we will save these experiences for locations that are deemed legal. Also, and more importantly, is that no person under any circumstances will be coerced or forced to participate in the ceremony. You are coming to us, so it's voluntary, which will be solidified as waivers will need to be signed by any participant. The last religion abhors over-embellishment and disillusionment. Like the universe, we wish to preserve the experience in the truest form of expression without false pretense, and we view the ceremony as the highest form of being, understanding that previously learned symbology derived from false dichotomic systems will be abandoned and redefined through the proper lens we have established herein. Therefore, there will be a set path to which one will voluntarily place themselves on, that will ultimately align a member with the last religion's SCNVFECFGI. How to be a leader. Through the proper navigation and observation, members of the last religion will gain rank, thus proving their ability to manifest in the most effective and important way. As our aspiration was one that has never been even attempted due to the false system, our mission is to usher in the true form of equality into our society and economy, through our branded humanitarian business practices. We do not wish to needlessly traverse the path of all who have failed before us, therefore we will not be manifesting on the platforms of cope or claims of miracles or of a spiritual connection to otherworldly beings, nor through rituals that require any other religion's tertiary expressions, but only through perimeters that will be established by the most qualified senior members, thus requiring all members to follow the same structured path, which is needed for consistency, which creates reliability, thus producing validity. The result will show its members, and the rest of the world, that our system works, not only as a theology but in all aspects of life, which will be displayed in our version of miracles that will manifest on the primary and secondary levels of existence. These miracles will be a testament showing that the member cares about what is most sacred to the last religion, which is the physical welfare of all human life, and not just the relative elite. True equality. Be aware that attaining and maintaining membership in the last religion will be unlike any other religion that has existed before. The members of the last religion will be innately avid humanitarians and will have a most fruitful relationship with society and will be unlike any previous religion or business venture, and will have leaders who are primarily hands-on, connected and proactive. The last religion will be overtly transparent on how it conducts itself. This is done intentionally, and not because we fear that we will not handle business properly. The underlying purpose for this navigation will reveal itself to you in time. In order to explain who we will be is to detail who we will not be, and we will prove this in action. It is there overall that the world will see that our methods of navigation, and not systems created in false dichotomies, are what create the most qualified leaders. What sounds like a very dogmatic strategy is actually very pragmatic and natural, which should be the norm. As stated, the base tools and blueprints exist here, and the evidence that solidifies the validity of these blueprints exists in all the systems throughout history. As long as you are not barricaded behind walls of cognitive dissonance, you will find yourself open and ready to take action. You might wonder now, what type of leader will emerge within the ranks of members of the last religion? As we discussed, Our religion allows for the reinvention and reintegration of all systems of philosophy and religion and even businesses. For now, there are at least a couple of reasons why we will avoid labeling what a true leader would look like. Reason one will be because there is no such thing as perfect. We don't want to build up people's expectations just to let them be disappointed later when our childhood hero's name is besmirched on a national platform, as we have seen time and time again. We are all one in our congregation, beyond that is embellishment that society assigns. Reason two is that the current definition of leadership that is mass-produced is a jaded model based on false systems. The last thing needed in the last religion is more of the status quo of the systems built out of cope, a false overlay, in order to solve for X. Therefore, let me press on to explaining the previous definition and the underlying function of the wise guys, so-called leaders amongst the systems. Wise men recant memorized coded messages from the past. These messages always have the ability to hold underlying dualistic meanings. The saying that history repeats itself is true. The stories of past struggles were brought about due to the decisions we humans made, which do provide relative wisdom, which should be utilized as warnings about the future decisions we make. However, due to the failed systems this history was built upon, and the fact that history was inefficiently recorded, we only see glimpses of a one-sided biased reality. There is duality and sometimes hypocrisy and injustice when looking at a history book and calling it the official version. We all know that minus the veils of cultural programming that we have all taken part in, that we now must recognize the colossal errors that were made so we don't find ourselves forever spinning in the never-ending balance of the contrasting energies. All systems are the same when they are derived from a false dichotomy. History itself and all the actors within it are unwitting tools of ancient narratives. If this is not recognized and addressed, and full disclosure of that system's failures is aired out for all to see, then exact ways of properly navigating a way will never be ascertained. We must evolve by facing the cognitive dissonance inherited from the SCNVFECFGI, and the divergent systems, and if we do not, then we emerge complacent and resolute to navigate in perpetual failure. A dull green bud, content with never blooming into a rose? These current parameters we navigate in were designed to perpetually allow keyholders to constantly be allowed to reinvent themselves. A symbiotic relationship that relies on and condones perpetual exploitation. A phantom that has been following us for centuries. This phantom is our society's coping method, is its primary affirmation which validates the system's existence. Cultural appropriation is the byproduct, and the surrounding distractions are its defensive layers of cognitive dissonance, which will no doubt reverberate into our latter generations unless we act. This is what places the shackles on society from moving forward, because they assume that the old definitions are set in stone, as well as they do not know how to remove them, nor does it seem they want to. Cave dwellers. Like wild teenagers in the height of their rebellious angst, who think that the world is against them and that they must do what they have to be free and alive, and in doing so, they believe that they are leaving the false systems behind. Perhaps this weight that is the false system upon our shoulders that we refuse to simply shrug off is truly the only real sin that we carry. Therefore, it is imperative that we adopt the universe's way of leaving labels of good versus evil out of systems that hypnotize the masses into only expecting more from the status quo, because if you look past the magic show, the system stopped delivering upon its rollout date. This failed wisdom of how the world should operate is perpetual folly. Members of the last religion will become fully aware, and by keeping within the disciplines of the teachings from our systems, we will never allow ourselves to be fooled again. We will circumnavigate these false narratives and leave the human resources department, the salesman or the mindless consumer to dither in the oblivion of their SCNVFECFGI, and we will continue on the winning path. Do not be confused with the old forms of leadership, with how we the members of the last religion shall navigate. We will cut through the dissonant human ambience and not sell ourselves like sideshow snake oil salespeople, but instead will show the universe what we are truly made of. History repeating itself is the cancerous cycle that claws at growth, which drags us back into divergent systems that we must avoid at all costs. Members of the last religion are truly understanding of all the dialects of energy that has been overlaid upon the canvas of life and see exactly where the lines of navigation mix and meld into one. If you are grounded in wisdom innately, you will be wise, without having the sage's false narratives embedded at the base of your SCNVFECFGI. Be wary of those who have chosen a side. A team player is an unwitting NPC, and we want to avoid dissonant human ambience at all costs. You may have wanted to help, but we know that many people who wish to help us, help others, also have ulterior motives, which are generally politically loaded initiatives, which do nothing more than to place a monetary funnel on a tangent of the narrative that is doomed to always be fighting the good fight, but unable to provide a path to win. This current system we live in is the grandest iteration of illusions that our world has ever manufactured. We know we are being pitted against each other to fight amongst ourselves, while the extremely wealthy make yet another move towards de-evolution. So how do we get to that better life just when the false system just keeps moving the goalposts just outside of our reach? How our leaders shall navigate forward will be by delving into these failed systems, in an attempt to remove an aspect of duality. We will begin our momentum forward with proper navigation, by utilizing the manifesto that is the message from the universe, the psychology that is the navigating of systems, and the HOBA, and by implementing systems of navigation for our members. Understand that we cannot utilize tertiary methods to manifest in this world. As we stated, the gods evolved, and we are putting the old methods of cope to rest because we have ascertained the need for having them in the first place. We thank them, and they have passed the torch. Therefore, our evolution requires us to manifest in this 3D, and to do that, we must utilize the energy that it sees at the most valid, which will be revealed shortly. While we are marching forward on our newly paved pathways, we welcome those who have the potential to see past the divergent energies, and remind you to stay vigilant, and avoid the false systems distractions so that we can begin this rebranding the world around us with our philosophy, until we all come together in this transcending spectrum of understanding. All the background information is now available, so it's time to get a dose of the real reality that will give you the lifelong motivation to stand in contrast and begin to solve for X in ways that were previously not possible. Chapter 23 Stand and join our ranks. We've pitched this initiative in 1,000 different ways, but some of you might not yet be able to grasp why we must use religion and business as our vehicle to the proper future. Especially when this false system has shown that it is integral to maintaining of this entire divergent system. Simply put, the spectrum of duality changes as each subsequent generation navigates further and further away from the original message, and it is up to us to initiate and formulate the newest iteration of the compass that will allow us to navigate more efficiently in our lives. We must act. The older systems will always exist until newer systems come and take their rightful place. I wish for transparency and truth to be a #1 priority for the last religion, and so we must never over-embellish our initiatives beyond what they really are. So really, it all depends on your level of involvement. However, you should have realized by now, that this is truly the only cause worth fighting for, because the action we take will in time alleviate the damage that inequality has caused, so in a way it's all the good fights and causes rolled into one. We stand in contrast and will not simply squander this great awakening of these affirmations, and fade into the background like all other previous philosophies have done, and we will not be deterred by the blockades that no doubt will be placed in front of us. Our philosophy is a quantum leap of improvement in contrast to the systems of old. Our philosophy is the future because we will be doing it without the mindset of hostile cultural appropriation and without the failed system as our backdrop. The mechanisms that propagate the systems are underlined sentinels. This is an essential understanding on how to navigate appropriately so as to not agitate the balance, even if it at this time a false one, because the same laws that now protect the old systems will in turn protect us from them. Naturally, there will be people that will align against us. Many of them will be operating in a standard NPC-like fashion, and not for even a moment will they consider a different perspective, and thus would never allow their SCENVFECFGI to be questioned or compromised. They simply cannot fathom a reality that would allow the re-engineering of their systems, as they cannot see the paths of destruction that they had previously forged. Statistically, there will be some that will throw curses at us under their breath, never looking inward, never comforting the cognitive dissonant systems that they erected. Even when they grow old and their perception of the right world is eroding all around them, their scrolls of cope, no longer valid. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Many will try to utilize their relative soapboxes to speak out against us, but with the truth gifted to us by the message of the universe, and of the navigating of systems, and the hobo as our primary affirmations, their attacks will not be felt, because any attempt from the saboteurs will never be able to even trigger a reaction. We exist as an all-inclusive congregation operating within the realm of the law, so what would be the need for debate? They will of course try, so be aware of this rule of the highest order. We will always have non-confrontational discourse, or no discourse at all. Might sound odd because if you disagree with someone you would think that there would be no chance to even have a conversation. However, we will have proper systems in place. Understand, it is not the topics that we are trying to avoid or discussion of them. What we wish to abolish is the manipulation that happens between two contrasting parties while they discuss their views. With the aid of technology, and a sort of moderating buddy system to put it loosely, we should be able to eliminate the dissonant human ambience so that we can strike at the core of the issue of microproducts social disorder that the false system produces. We will never have to unfairly defend our views, because our philosophy is designed to preemptively validate all perspective and actions, and automatically provide answers, which are here and will be online. So really, there will never be any need to debate. You might have heard or taken part of conversations either direct or in passing, where a person claims they debated someone else's faith, and then talked of staged counterpoints which in hope would then prove to be the opening in the dragon's scales, ultimately leading to the downfall of their faith. No such doctrine exists here, and that is because all movements in the universe are valid. Therefore, there will be no collateral damage one would lose before they even begin, and that is the essence of our philosophy, the standard operating procedure, SOP, for the members of the last religion in regard to what compels us to action has nothing to do with confrontation founded in the dissonant human ambience. Allow the philosophy as it is written to speak for itself, and then respectfully decline any attempts possible by emerging cave trolls and navigate forward with the intent on the ultimate goal of overtaking the narrative without ever having to battle with it. No words needed, and if they ever get wind of who you are or what you represent, they will in time find themselves referencing the help desk, and the message from the universe will take it from there. If you feel compelled to act in hopes of teaching someone a lesson, always pass that moment up. That person is chained to the wall, so know that someone else will come along and fulfill the role for that toxic person's need for validation. That programmed interaction will play out with or without you. Think of a social network's posts or in-person confrontations where the multiplicitous actions and reactions take place as if they were a mathematical formula depicted on a graph. Emotion projected from the baseline will shoot off like a rocket, then will naturally taper off and terminate in due time, with or without you. Finding fame in fortunes by interjecting a one-liner in the rubble of a house made of cards built upon sand is pointless, energy wasted. Consolidate and focus your energy with us, and your opinion will resonate with the truest form of power that the world has yet to even witness due to the false systems overlay. Learn from these everyday examples you see on the internet. avoid it at all costs. We lead by example, and together we are the champions who never had to fight. The tired will lay down their arms and retire indefinitely, and those who see our cause as a righteous path will join our ranks, and together we will win with the monetary mobility gathered from it, and then we'll channel it into our business platforms that will be manifested from it. The last religion is needed, and if you think about it, it was actually the first religion, but we humans rejected it because the environmental factors were not conducive, therefore not ready for true equality. Early humans naturally failed at coexisting with their environment due to tribalism, and instead moved to dominate all aspects of it. Dominate instead of peaceably assimilate, because it dealt with our innate need to survive or even be immortalized through legacy, which seemed to be only verifiable through genetic proliferation. The keyholders failed because of the false perception that there was not a path to success in life for everyone. They failed because their idea of genetic proliferation was also guided by their economic pontification. Those validations became one and the same, and in their selfishness, they erected the walls of their machines and navigated away from equality so quickly that it made zero sense to try and change it back. Even in times when they wavered in their futile attempts that resulted in the loss of life, they only looked back at the destruction they brought upon themselves and knew that they could never go backward, only to flawed perceptions of forward. Realize that the rules are always left with intentional loopholes which are designed for their exploitation, since mobility is fueled by money. The rest are left with the savage upkeep that is our everyday lives, and what we look like when we catch them red-handed is something they recount with raucous laughter, as they watch our life rafts slowly take on water and disappear into the darkness. This is why we cannot directly contend with them. It is perpetual folly. The change must be natural, and come from within. We will remove ourselves from all dissonant equations. The programmed animal fights for real estate will always have actors waiting in the wings, salivating at their chance to showcase their talents to the world. For us, we have our own vantage point, our own agendas, and we must stay vigilant in our cause to see true equality manifest. We must stay the course for the sake of the world. Also understand this: the plan we will enact has so much depth and complexity that is beyond what can be said within these pages. We have provided the blueprints and several of the first layers, but when you see it unfolding before your eyes, you will know what must be done to see the process to fruition. You will smile from ear to ear when you realize your role and how much we stand to gain from it. A facet you will see emerge from the systems of the last religion is freedom and equality through a special social engineering program. By now, we can see that the false system's keyholder promises of equality are flawed, futile attempts at coping, which were doomed to fail before they began. Furthermore, it is these historically failed divergent systems that threatens any chance of manifesting purer ways to navigate. The keyholders' systems and their thralls are fully invested in themselves, which perpetual demonizing any attempts at equality, hypnotizing the masses into thinking there is no better way to live. Hitting us with an onslaught of propaganda from the day we are born. They utilize our SCNVFECFGI, lined with distracting dissonant incentives to maintain the status quo. Time passes, and here we are locked into systems that savagely protect the false system. That's right, we, the people who are in the middle, are also responsible, because we allow it to continue even though we know it is irreparably broken. It's a travesty, it is inhumane. We must reject and reinvent. However, do not be dismayed, even if the veil of dissonant human ambience was shrouding your eyes before now. It was simply because you were distracted by the dominant resonant social contract, but that is all in the past, my friends. You will find, if we do this correctly, within their crafted parameters of success, that we will simply walk into the heart of the system and take its place. Surprisingly, when tired sentinels are relieved of their duty, we will only hear a great sigh of relief followed by tumultuous applause. for the systems in place are operating in a state of voracious autonomy, and the keyholders are just unwitting slave NPCs. No need to name names, or point fingers, it's all SCENVFECFGI. We are just here to facilitate the change. When you hear or dream of the possible ways out of this dystopian timeline, know that it will never be possible for the efforts of those who build their systems within a false dichotomy. It will be up to us, the members of the last religion, to fix this world, and we'll dive in headfirst, and resonate so harmoniously that the cancer of these false systems will be willfully destroyed. All systems are the same, so the cancer of the false systems and the keyholders prove the correlation, as they are abstractions of that malignancy, out of control, therefore subconsciously yearning for a return to the baseline. Yes, there will be new struggles and plateaus of complacency that we will face. We understand duality and that the energy that the universe is made of, which requires relative struggles in order to motivate us to change the environment, the programming of this reality. So henceforth navigate with the knowledge that all systems are the same, and it is in the wisdom of this book, that we can all deconstruct the veil, and when you do, you see again, with the eyes and the heart of a child, but with the wisdom of the sages. We will penetrate past the duality of the false system. See you soon. Chapter 24, Our First Meeting. Agenda: Identifying and understanding the true nature of the divergent systems. Our battle stations begin here. Learn your strengths, and discard your dissonant human ambience. Let us tackle replacing the false system together in harmony. If everything is SCENVFECFGI, then we must contemplate the functions of the false system that allows dissonance to flourish. The economic factors. Money, or more importantly, the lack of it. We must ask ourselves the tough questions in order to profit. Is there really an infallible reason as to why there just isn't enough resources in the world to cover base survival for everyone? To make it clear up front, we are not talking about the amount of jobs out there compared to the unemployed numbers. Know that we have plans on how to fix that problem as well, but it will come later. Many will say no, but let's just agree to disagree, move on and prove them wrong. There is so much misappropriated funneled capital out there, I guarantee it's possible. Remove all stereotypes and stigmas of the typical go-to words that describe failed systems. It's not like you would be interested in helping if you disagreed. So, why should we waste time on the dissonant ambience? Do we really think the power-hungry can relinquish their death grip on the system just long enough to try new things? When hell freezes over. It will never happen. SCENVFECFGI etc. Does everyone think that new systems just pop up and work overnight? Quick fix everything with duct tape? You know the old tropes, Rome wasn't built in a day. There is a plan, and if we stick to it, start small, it will work. Check out here.club and speakright.live. The groaning we all hear under people's breath for ages now is a problem we all share regardless of the distracting illusions set before our eyes. To fix the world's problems we need equality, and if we change the economic factors, instead of relying on the machine, it would be like removing the knee from the world's neck, and if you don't agree then that is your own social conditioning. Then, you must look at your environmental factors, and from there, the economic factors. Believe it or not, if we did this on our own, there would be no stopping us, and we would be applauded along the way. Of course, the keyholders want us to pick up the slack, where they refuse to budge. They cannot be sympathetic to the plights of those who endlessly toil to make ends meet, because that is not in the business plan, because the masses, the poverty-stricken to the lower middle class, are the most exploitable portion of their assumed power. Some of you might still be utilizing the false system's walls of cognitive dissonance, and become triggered, but know that any response will be a failed attempt to slow us down, even if you were to say something like, Scenario 1. Triggered individual. What you are asking for is socialism, and my hard work is what got me here. My family member taught me X, and it should be the same for everyone else. Answer. You would be right, except your scenario, and how your life played out is not the same for everyone else. You are your own social conditioning, environmental factors, and economic factors and genetic inheritance. Scenario 2. If someone played the "if I can do it this way you can too" card on you, you would be offended and say, "You don't know anything about me or my life, girlfriend, so don't judge me," etc. etc. Instead, send them to the help desk and walk away to have a nice day. Scenario 3. Someone might say, "My family came from nothing, and hard work and perseverance made me into who I am today," and yet, even then, that would still be SCENVFECFGI. There are so many possibilities, but you get the picture. Please note that these responses are also targeted at you, the reader. Your quasi-alignment and social conditioning have been what has stopped you from seeing the reality of this situation. So let your walls down, and to help, let's get personal here. Compare yourself with any person in your family who collapsed under the weight of the world. No matter what they did, even if you saw the path out of their problems, they however just could not make the cut. Someone you know out there has or had great potential, but because of, insert your perception here about them, they just are not living up to society's standards. We are formed only by our SCENVFECFGI. Therefore, if the system is unequal, then it is not ultimately the person's fault for failing. Remember, the old world governments will not initially include themselves in the last religion's endeavors, nor should they. So, you can stop protecting it with your programmed dissonance. Some of you would rather fold your arms and scream till you were blue in the face at some random stranger rather than join us, because you might assume that we will just be another failed endeavor, or perhaps you like pointless confrontation. Fear of the unknown is irrational, yet it doesn't stop you from getting into your car every day. I would like to challenge you by asking simple questions in order to help you see from a different perspective. I think that most would agree to join our ranks, rather than willfully watching the world continue to burn down before our very eyes. Undoubtedly, there will be a percentage that will refuse change no matter how logical or feasible, and they would rather draw the curtains while shaking their head thinking, if they had only listened. Ask yourself honestly which perspective of understanding leads to world peace, and which perspective of control leads to humankind destroying itself. This is especially and ultimately true with the current system in place, this malignant consumerism under toxic capitalism, and incentivized tribalism. All systems are the same. Everything you utilize in the 3D is a conditioning tool, therefore capitalism is one as well. It is a religion, a philosophy, a disclaimer for exploitation, and we are unable to exist within our society in relative comfort without acknowledging complete fealty to it. We are all compelled to play along, sing that song, and this is because we have a collective mental block, a symbiotic Stockholm Syndrome relationship with the false system. For those who wish to wage a frontal assault on the system, know that no amount of anarchy would change it and would only allow the keyholders an excuse to tighten their hold. Standing in contrast in systems within a false dichotomy, thinking that the keyholders would ever be able to make difference is a delusion. Adam Smith, the father of capitalism, said that capitalism was the invisible hand, but the power of the keyholders is what stabilizes the environment. Thus the ECF is not a just hand but a gun to our heads, due to our addiction to our survival, and our relative comfort we get, our creature comforts, or consolation prizes for chasing the cheese. Success is the carrot, the paycheck, and if you do not chase it you will end up destitute. The carrot is also the divergent energy that represents the opulence and decadence of the elite class and is paraded in front of us in a 24/7 media feed. It's embellished and synonymous with the definition of success. We are making a huge mistake by not supplying the basic needs of everyone firstly. At the very least, Since we are severely underpaid for our work, the key holders should compromise and provide us the basic needs to compensate for our losses. Also, pay us for our work fairly. Don't make me pull out the chart that shows that the federal minimum wage and the cost of living is extremely disproportionate. They're literally killing us, if not you, then your extended family or friends and so on. So why you would defend them? Conditioning of the false system is why you would. Shifting focus. You cannot tell me that within the landfill monoliths of waste that are blocking the sun that there are not products in there that could have satisfied someone else's wants or even better, their needs. Another person's trash is someone else's treasure, as they say, and the liquidation markets is a testament to that fact, as one of their sustainability claims to fame is that they are stopping millions of usable products from needlessly making their way to a landfill. The liquidation industry used to exist on the fringes of retail, but in the last 2 decades has grown into a multiple billion-dollar industry. Do you cringe when you hear the ideals of those who think everything should be equally shared? Is everything you don't like socialism or communism, etc.? Wrong, and that is not what we are inferring or going to implement in the systems that we will build with the monetary mobility that is manifested with the last religion or Uhura Club, and that is a promise. So let's move forward. Challenge your empathy. Challenge the status quo. Challenge your old system's tertiary beliefs for the sake of the world. Realize that all behavior is a manipulated product of a system in any circumstance. Ergo, conditioning human behavior is imperative to key holders to create a conducive environment that helps perpetuate the status quo, which is why in any system in our universe, inequality exists in extremes, if the system is not based in equality. Extreme contrast exists in order to gain perspective of where you are, and where you are going. Think about where you fit into the overall picture. Earlier did you answer, why or how could someone not live up to their fullest potential? Answer. Social conditioning, environmental factors, economic factors, genetic inheritance. Question. Why should even one person on this earth out of 8 billion not be able to live up to their fullest potential? Answer. Economic factors due to inequality. Question. Well, who makes those rules and standards? Who maintains the status quo? Answer. Anyone who is opposed to this information helps to maintain the status quo. Why? SC, ENVF, ECF, GI. Okay, so you should at the very least, given real introspection, see that the system, our economic system, is what primarily perpetuates inequality in society, which the previous generations sets the stage for the current state. Basic needs must be guaranteed. Below is a chart of Maslow's needs. Please reference chart. Regardless of where you feel you are on this hierarchy, you don't have to imagine that many around the world lack the very basic needs. Have a look at any country's or city's poverty statistics, but don't just stop there though, ask yourself a more fundamental, root of the issue question. Why are there levels of income? Call it what you want, income level is just another name for levels of class, as it is a monetary representation of one's SC, ENVF, ECF, GI. Regardless of whether or not you hold degrees in XYZ, or how much philanthropy you participate in, as each level provides certain amounts of privilege that others cannot get due to the lockset of the chemistry of the self. Again, take time to evaluate yourself, your class level, and where do you fit in on Maslow's scale. Often people find themselves looking at this chart and realizing that they too lack possibly the top 3 portions of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Remember that it is in this moment that you were conditioned to lie to yourself and utilize a coping tool to stave off cognitive dissonance. Why do we lack? We lack because of economic factors. Question. Why economic factors? Answer. Because it allows mobility within our society. The knee off the neck. Okay, so you still might even after all this, still have not come to understand or be allowing yourself a level of empathy for a mindset that is conducive to demanding a universal solution for society's most basic and longest-standing issue in human history. If you can't do it for yourself, then how about your family, or for your children? Here is another sad phrase you might hear or think. Well, if I had to live through those times, pay my debt, then why should a subsequent generation get a free pass? Student debt perhaps? This isn't just about you. It is really about all people of the whole world, and the survivability of humankind. A lot of people want to solve the world's problems, and a lot of people want the people who think they know to shut up and quit complaining. Those who are complacent in their position in comparison to the complainer might get fed up thinking that they couldn't get through to someone who just won't accept the way things are and then throw up your hands and say, "Why ask me then if you don't like it?" They aren't asking whether you agree, they are begging for people to see the reason or lack of it behind all this madness. So even if you do somehow manage to see that there is something inherently wrong with this system, if you were complacent, then you might say at this point, "Why do I need to make these decisions for society?" If you really do have issues with these perspectives, it makes me wonder how you managed to get here in the first place. The message from the universe is ready to show you. Please begin reading again from page 1. If not, then let us part ways in peace. Let me repeat. When we disagree, let us respect our differences, and part ways in peace. Realize this very important detail because it's the part where society seems to be getting stuck on currently. This SC that makes us think that we must prove our perspectives or else our world would be shattered. All social interactions or negotiations of validation are simultaneously a query on another's ability to navigate systems and subsequently a request to coordinate, and note that resonate sometimes means comply or else. We are stuck in the failed mindset, in a justification loop, where we think negative actions lead to positive reactions and realize that we are stuck inside a system designed to keep us disempowered and demotivated from helping others. Which in turn requires you to stabilize walls of cognitive dissonance, which require higher levels of indifference to inequality, and knee-jerk reactions to people who have different opinions than yourself. If you were fortunate enough to be able to even climb that ladder of success, and you made it to a point in your life where you can exist in relative comfort, then know that the keyholder's narrative will become your manifesto by default. For many, this is the real reason why they go to church. You do indeed feel the weight of the sin of the world, and are powerless to do anything about it. Therefore you dive headfirst into unquestionable philosophies of cope. One more time. Chapter 25. How does this affect me? You choose what you plug yourself into, but think of the wasted potential of life if we cannot conquer the problem of inequality. You already have a relative stake in the game, which from any perspective is still an extremely drastic understatement, considering what is at stake, and if you cannot let go of the system that stabilizes it, then we understand it is because of your SCENVFECFGI that you are not ready, and that's regrettable. Disregard and go about your life, but before you go, ask yourself why you are so resolutely defending a system that systematically casts away those who cannot perform well enough. What does a person do if they hate someone? They get them out of their systems at whatever the cost. They throw them away. They pray for them at a safe distance. Well, what does our current system do with those it hates, and why does it not shock you? Why would you not want to join us in shattering the status quo? Is holding a protest sign good enough for you, or do you truly want to make a difference? What shocks you when you are young, given time, will not even cause you to blink when you are older. Maybe it will make you incessantly rant to random strangers when you get old, while they are wiping your butt at a retirement home. Maybe, just maybe, you will see it by then. Yes, the world is dying, and they are doing their darndest to distract you from stopping them from profiting from it while it continues on its downward spiral. No one ever said war had to be fought with guns. That's just a phase. No. The World War started over 2 millennia ago. The phase we're in is a mixture of all sorts of dissonance. Hopefully you can recognize it. A lot of it is psychological, and the dissonant ambience is a tactic used for a myriad of reasons. Among them there is desensitization, which operates autonomously and conditions you for relative survival in the walls you put up to protect it, even when it's been given to you from the false system. Look, no one is asking you to drop to your knees and sob, or lock yourself in a room, and stare out the window and watch as the rain falls down. You can be cognizant of the world's problems, be affected by them emotionally, but you choose whether or not it destroys you or defines you. You decide if it will make a difference in just your life, and a consolidated choice and effort means that we can change the lives of millions, and eventually the whole world. At the very least we ask for your minimal participation. No? Maybe donate. Still no? Well, you can manage a like and subscribe for clickbait underwater basket weaving channels, so maybe you can help us out. You can understand that it would mean the world to someone who is living on the fringe and is unable to participate. By ourselves we can send out only tingly wavelengths, but it takes two or more to make true harmony, and that will be the only way we can send our song, the message from the universe, to the corners of the earth. You heard me right. You, a single person, even if you do not make the cut in some aspects of life, can change the world. There is a reason why the last religion operates within all systems, as it is the call to action for all, not just some. When comparing philanthropic companies who devote a single day to climate change once every couple of years, in order to give the appearance that they want to impact the world in a positive way, just imagine the ability of a religion that solely works every day to make the crucial changes the world needs. Furthermore, let's clean house. We won't be working autonomously but in a uniform capacity, so imagine our local congregations planning and enacting this change nationwide in unison. If you have ever donated your time, or the change in your pocket, picked up someone else's discarded item, and placed it into the proper receptacle, imagine placing a brand label on that action, and then multiplying it by 1 billion. For some perspective, you wouldn't walk into a room and announce that you just cleaned the area around a waste bin. We do not get much social recognition for individual effort. However, realize that there are billions of these unsung heroes, who are missing out on the online trend gaining validation and function for their individual efforts, and that is because they are not plugged into a community that is designed to help them resonate this action. We are building a platform for these unsung heroes to shine. Now imagine how bright you would shine if we were to unify our efforts under this philosophy. I believe they call that a business, but we are not just a business, we are the congregation of the last religion, and we have come together to wake the rest of the world up from their slumber, and in doing so, we will navigate and resonate as we deem fit. What works to make change is not just the act but working with the system that dictates the perception that in order to have a voice, then it must have a brand in order for society to recognize its existence. At that point, all it takes is the commitment to continue in that action. Individuals fade, as a group supporting one another, the chance to become viral is increased exponentially. Seeking meaningful notoriety and proper advertising for all the right motives means we can enact real change. It's rare to stand out as an individual for miscellaneous deeds. One good deed is a drop in the ocean of deeds, and a collection of good deeds that makes a consolidated impact on the environment is a storm that gets its own name. As an individual, you can feel good for doing the right thing, and you might say, hey, I don't need a religion to tell me to love thy neighbor, or in this case, do not litter. It's true, you don't, but consider the branded organization of the nameless opposition. The act of dropping an item on the ground is called littering, and people do it all the time. Those people are not organized like the way a company is, but they do autonomously wage a war on the environment and the economy, and to be nice, we call them litterbugs. What are these people if not a disjointed organization of disrespectful people living in unbalanced symbiotic relationship of entitlement? Effective civil service is a dire need for their world we live in today. What we see today in companies that represent those efforts is about as memorable as a plastic bag blowing in the wind. What good are billions of dollars of donations, if there is zero social impact past the time of the event? Of course, we are not saying that disenfranchised altruism is a waste of time, it's just that we want to help each other make that statement resonate at maximum potential. How about some national or even global recognition, compensation, and reinforcements for your next project? We are building that empire right now. Yes, you are being recruited. Join us. If the impact is not seen and felt, and perpetually maintained, then it wastes the overall efforts of anyone who volunteers. Why? Well, because your good spirit is being used to cast a spell of cope over you and any other participant, all the while the company takes the credit for your efforts as the one who really cares about the homeless or the environment. Just because your cutthroat business has an annual event where it stages philanthropy, does not mean it cares. And it does not diminish from its overall mission of squeezing the life out of you and then giving up your sacrifice like an offering to the elites. If you're not aware of these types of business practices, you are fully immersed in the game. People who feel that they need objective worth need a much easier route to active engagement than the ones provided. How do I know this? Just have a look at what people are willing to do for attention these days. Those folks, and billions of other people out there who are sitting idle, sedentary, are dying to connect, wishing to be a part of something greater than what the autonomous machine churns out, which is endless toiling for people who view them as expendable, and as numbers. How does this affect you? Stand and walk out of that cave. Changes in others might be subtle, but for us, the change will be profound. I have been explaining how and why you were destined for greatness throughout this book. This will be the baseline for our society. We are no longer drawing parameters that would keep us sheltered under lock and key by a false system that tells us to stay on our knees while we empty our pockets. Beyond this point, you are still you, but at some point, you will become aligned with the multitude that will take charge of this potential energy, and by God, we will combine our energy and put it to great use. Given the knowledge of the true nature of our universe, by fully understanding the gravity that is held in the word choice. Time is passing moment by moment. Plug yourself in now so we can be on our way. You've been searching, of that there is no doubt, after all, you are here now. You only need a point in the right direction and a group with a solid plan. We will talk much more about the future efforts of the last religion, throughout the exploration of the false systems. While doing so, try to overlay the words, we stand in contrast, at times where you feel heightened emotion at the injustices that we all must endure in this false system. Our righteous indignation against the keyholder's endless greed is validation confirmed. Emotion is not the enemy. For it is emotion that aids us in survival. Without it we cannot consider ourselves human. The systems of the world have spent all of their efforts drawing you into indentured servitude. Your potential skills and abilities are squandered if you are placed into a system that requires conformity and anonymity. To remove the weight of the biblical sins of the forefathers, you have to change. We have to evolve. Release yourself from the chains that bind you. A curse or the sins of the father only exists because of the system's hold upon you. Live in the present. You cannot move forward if you are living in the past. You must convert the negative experiences into positive lessons, remove cognitive dissonance by identifying where those systems were constructed. Tear them down and your emotional intelligence will grow, and you will in time, change your life. You are not stuck. You are not lost. Here is why. Have you ever heard that words can be like magical spells? Labeling yourself as a victim can be a self-inflicted curse even if the perpetrator is wrong, even if they get away with their deed. to exact justice outside of the event, to transform and emerge like a butterfly from the cocoon, you must be ready to form cognitive dissonance into strength, otherwise you will live in relative misery, inviting the shadow of the vampire in, the emotional downward spiral. Romancing, and defining yourself in tragedy, rather than seeing how you might have looked when fully bloomed. Imagine endlessly jamming out to song lyrics like these, which are very similar to a popular song I am sure many of you know. My skin is crawling, because the wounds won't fade. Their fear inside me, I am so confused and unable to know what is real anymore. Etc. etc. See where it will take you. Look where it took him, and his friend. The message from the universe asks us to be more flexible and utilize its perspective and look less at defining movements, and instead focus on determining how we will enact changes that focus on the root of problems, which will then never allow cancerous expressions to manifest and evolve. Understand that the things you hate in your life are products of your SCENVFECFGI. You are the messenger, the tool for phase changes of energy. Hating or wishing to harm or even wishing death upon someone, does not change the root of a system that created that dissonant energy that triggers you. Take a moment and think of the things that make you boil or even things you might hate. You might ask, why can I not be a staunch defender of my beliefs, and be proud of it? Some would argue that our objective reality dictates right and wrong perspectives, but consider the source of someone who claims that the states of a belief system are static because they are objective truth. What is objective, other than two or more subjective data points showing inference and trend? No, everything is relative alignment, a social agreement, and everything is first, subjective reality. If the person that disagrees with your SCENVFECFGI has their own group of people who think you are in the wrong, well then, it's just a tribalism thing, and then the narrative can only be enforced by the dominating group, meaning war, in whatever capacity it may be. We are all relative kings and queens of our subjective reality, and of course, siphoning power from divergent energies was what kept those in power fat off the toiling of the masses. Historical reference. In 1632, Galileo Galilei, a prominent astronomer, physicist, and engineer from Italy, posed a significant threat to the narrative of the keyholders, and at the time the church also held near equal authority to the government. Why were the keyholders and gatekeepers' jimmies so rustled? Galileo claimed that the sun and not the earth was the center of the galaxy. This idea would really damage the objective reality of the keyholders being the center of everything, even if it was completely inaccurate. The church disliked this notion so much that they threatened to burn him at the stake unless he renounced what they thought to be a preposterous and sacrilegious idea. Just another example of how objective reality was, and actually is, and always will be dictated by those who are voracious enough to fight and to do whatever it takes to get a hold of it. We stand in contrast. Does this help you understand why we, as disenfranchised individuals, cannot make a difference? Notice I am trying very hard not to reference current events, or even ones within the past 40 years. Why? We don't want to trigger retaliation, that's why, and I think we all know that resounding proof. The dissonant human ambience is just a few clicks away. Let's navigate properly. We need to organize and be protected by the greatest invention of humankind and protect it as a last right. We need religion if we are to navigate without hindrance from the keyholders' endless attempts at manipulating us into a perpetual system of slavery. As we all know, one of the main reasons Europeans came to America was to get away from the overbearing British government and to have the ability to have religious freedoms. So, you bet we also have this right to do so as well, and those rights are protected for existing citizens. The United States before it was the US, was firstly a migration of a large group of practicing invading Protestants. As we know, religion is philosophy. And what is philosophy if not a disclaimer to navigate without prosecution? And what is the way to propel these ideas forward, but in a business? When thinking on the tragedies that we have come to witness in our lifetimes, we look upon the machine with maybe a feeling of defeat and anger. However, realistically we cannot fault any person or particular establishment for operating within the parameters of its own philosophy. You want to point at a person, or group of people to take the blame, but understand that it is perpetual folly to do so. What we have seen in the past and present, and what will be the future, is the incorrect embellishment of the establishment of religion and the gross misappropriation of capital to the elite, and an endless abuse of titles which attract those who do not belong, thus perverting the image that the symbol of religion should represent. Or do they know this and navigate despite these failings? The underlying and initial message will always be peace and freedom, but do not doubt that many in the higher echelon understand all too well the reality of this false system. This is why I think we can all agree that this is not how it was supposed to be. So, let's show the world how it is really supposed to be done. While we stand in contrast, we must also always stand for peace. We must never place ourselves in the compromising position of letting our convictions be marred by the keyholders who, like in the case of Galileo, could only see things from their own perspectives and then subjugated everyone else to their beliefs. As we know, Galileo was correct in his assertion that the Earth orbits the Sun, that over time the consensus changed, thus the objective reality changed as well. This is why we can live with our convictions, but not have to force others around us to believe in them. It circumvents the cognitive dissonance entirely, and with the last religion, we never have to make any excuses for our belief systems nor apologize for them. Such a powerful tool should never be coupled with false dichotomic methods such as behavior and thought control that is reinforced with violence against those who disagree. An example we can relate more to, that has had its effects felt within all of our lifetimes, is the scenario of terrorism versus objective reality. Note that in any instance where a trend of information that is relayed in this book, if not labeled by an incident, will seem like it can be defined in the present day or are derived within a specific culture, but realize that these examples are geared more towards challenging the systems of the mind. They are examples to help us establish our parameters of how to navigate, and definitely not an attack against any particular system in our world. History does repeat itself, so realize that regardless of the timeline, these real-world systems and scenarios have existed since day one in all cultures, and not only that, but in all forms of life. We all travel the dissonant paths in our daily lives because they are in a way unavoidable. Carrying over that energy into our religion would be a hindrance on our forward momentum and would leave the paths tainted instead of open. A tainted path is one that is more visible to those with malicious intent. To help tear down these hypothetical but very relatable barriers, one must take into consideration the extremely discomforting walls of one's own systems of cognitive dissonance. Realize that they are your walls, even the ones you are not entirely on board with. This is because living within the system means you are in relative alignment with others within the same system. You can at least see and understand that they are evolving right before your very eyes, so consider the history and the cost of maintaining those walls. Remember that the battle is within the self, within the mind, and to change the world, you must change yourself, and since all systems are the same, then this is easily translatable. So I choose to utilize these examples for the reason that they personify our struggle with thought dominance, and of our mental systems of SCENVFECFGI. Two real-world examples: election introspection. Who is a terrorist? With this visualization, you can see the reason why an election would tout candidates where the constituents of both sides felt that they were stuck with choosing the lesser of two evils. It is my goal to not specify any particular people, group, or instance because I choose to navigate systems carefully in order to ease the possibility that I might trigger someone in a contrasting system. Understand that it's not that I particularly care that someone might be offended at my conclusions, it's just that their perspective, if not what is stated here, is not the same as our spectrum of understanding. Therefore it would be a waste of time to argue if our perspectives do not align. We definitely do not want to waste time being a terrorist to someone else's systems of cognitive dissonance. That being said, let us consider definition of terrorist in this objective reality. Every country has its history, and as all systems are the same, every country too has its overall commercial SCNVFECFGI. With that in mind, take the homeland where you live, and then think of the polar opposite country that wishes to vaporize you from existence. Sure, maybe you could find some nice people in those places, but we are talking about the overall consensus. Given our understanding of duality, and the ability we have gained to look past base definitions, we can ask this question without inserting bias from our SCENVFECFGI. Simply put, somewhere someone considers you to be the bad guy, and they are the victim. We all know names of terrorist organizations that have emerged within the last 50 years. And just so you understand that those people, even when it is they who wield the sword, believe you and your lifestyle to be a threat to their existence. That contrasting system for now, has us placed in a stalemate. The system is static. Then let's look at the objective reality of the contrasting cultures. We must now take into consideration what other elements are at play with both sides. We must consider both sides' social conditioning, the environmental factors, and the economic factors, and genetic inheritance both historically and currently, and what is to gain if either side wins. Really, we kind of know what is to gain, the unadulterated ability to navigate as they please, and even better when they secure your fealty, which allows them to be burdened with less cognitive dissonance as they carefully plan your demise. What we know is that the idea of both the terrorist versus objective reality is if the opposing side is allowed to continue in its pursuit, that it is a matter of life and death. Both sides view the other as the perpetrator of terrorism, and both sides consider themselves as victims and consider their views as the real objective reality. Or in other common scenarios, your simple existence is disgusting to them or against their God. Both sides will always feel they are justified to continue its pursuit of existence, of their projection of what they believe is the objective narrative, even if it's considered terrorism, and they do so truly believe that they are a part of a liberation front. To provide further cognitive ease, either side always has a list of travesties to air on the proper channels if and when they need to educate the public about said opposing quote-unquote evil organization. No matter what led either side down the path that they are on, it all boils down to perceiving the people who have a different SCNVFECFGI as the recipient of long-term ill-gotten wealth and power, which in turn allows the righteous side to project a counter-initiative within their own culture, in order to receive confirmation bias from those who identify with their cause. A narrative allows a protective masking of perceptions for both sides. When a happening occurs, those who are still subjectively existing on a fence are prone to then choose the righteous side, or live in contrast to the opposing narrative's objective reality. Historically, wartime is always interlaced with religious ceremony. Of course, people become fervently religious when their loved ones are ordered to travel to foreign lands to kill the unbelievers and nonconformists, the people who do not accept them. During these much contentious times we see leaders saying prayers in public for the safety of the troops. Videos of people gathering for prayer or candlelight vigils to honor the dead heroes. We have even seen raw videos of praise being offered up to God as a soldier launches the holy hand grenade towards the nearest enemy. As we find ourselves cursing our enemies with labels, and then claiming our God, our government, our religion, our culture, our SCNVFECFGI as absolute. This is all very similar to who we perceived to be the holy protagonist, for it shows us that the terrorist is anyone who contrasts what the perceived majority thinks is objective reality. Now understand that this label doesn't fall upon people that we personally know that are objectively not terrorists, but we know where the line is. We know what happens to the people who are labeled terrorists by the keyholders. With eyes unveiled, we understand that all this needless duality is just another mode of survival. Unfortunate that people feel compelled to use violence in contrasting systems, in order to validate their existence. Note the turning point of when God is no longer the reason for war. The next holy antagonist that took its place was business, and we know there is no end to conflict when business is the foundation. Understand who will be the terrorist if the system of business is threatened. Cope with the 3D. Note that no civilization that emerged from our history ever was devoid of governmental use of religion, of sanctioned terrorism, cultural appropriation in order to stabilize and ensure the keyholders' longevity. Then keyholders utilize new social norms and laws to isolate differences in people, and then when someone makes a big mistake, they use that person or people as examples as to how not to navigate in the newly defined system. They then branch out their belief system, which allows them to use migrating systems, which no doubt led to rooting out others who disagree with their SCNVFECFGI, and then use that instability to create new layers of stability. They of course do this all the while acting ambiguously when they report the facts about the terrorists. If it is found that they have skewed reality, then there is always plausible deniability and distractions that can be queued up, and the rest of the arrows of doubt bounce off their previous good deeds, which acts as padding to their reputation. Please note that I am mixing somewhat the standard definition of terrorist with the same plan of attack that keyholders use to pontificate their belief systems to assimilate contrasting cultures. It's just that terrorists usually target large quantities of people in order to cause them harm, which they think sends an effective message to the right people, and of course the keyholders are grateful they think that it does. Dismissing egregious actions of the keyholders or terrorists within a culture is even easier when there is a very diverse population, as more diversity, coupled with the embedded innate differences between the cultures, means that they cannot generally come together in agreement and voice their opinion as a majority. This is especially so when the narrative is controlled by two or more parties, and has the ability to utilize media outlets. They do this while they shift the focus in order to distract you with the latest breaking controversial news, which is really cringe because most of us know exactly what's going on. Get past all those defenses, and they'll let loose their teams of lawyers on you. But don't worry folks, we don't speak of those who should not be named. We don't need to live in fear, nor use our tin foil for anything other than covering our food. We are just describing movements within the systems we live in, and the lesson is that symbols really do have power, and many find solace in even doomed systems. False systems can create illusions of progress of relative good, but when you attempt to view the prime factors of good versus evil, you always receive the outcome of duality, a false progress. An example of false progress is having not shifted to a universal healthcare system, because why walk away from a system that already has its teeth sunk into the taxpayer's neck? Even when people are literally dying, and these companies will even opt to bankrupt their victims even though they already paid into the system monthly for years. Survival of the fittest, right? Greed should never have been a part of the foundation of a healthcare system. Imagine how the keyholders would writhe in agony when they hear that phrase. They are the conduits for that energy, but threaten their operation, and you are then the one who is the bad guy. For those who do not understand the correlation between these products of the systems, which being terrorism and economics, some pre-education or general life experience would be needed. Sadly, most people are caught up in the pay-to-play programs, the fly-by-night rigged fair games. Most people cannot see past these illusions to be able to identify the core issue. If they did, then we wouldn't be in this timeline. Upon reading the past couple paragraphs, I am sure some of you started to think about keyholder opportunists, to put it nicely, and then thought up statements of cope like, "If only this or that happened. Cope hard my friends. Didn't like how things turned out. Come on y'all, why didn't you rock the vote during the last election? Isn't that what they say should have been done every election? Duality is the only outcome in a false system. If you think your side will sit cozy for the next 4 years, sure it could happen, but it's only a matter of time. If there was anything you could be sure of in this life, is that the opposing energy will hit back twice as hard if the conditions are right. All systems are the same, so in the religion, philosophy and government, we can see that, aside from the belief in a supreme being, whether that is God or an invisible hand, these systems are in pursuit or have a primary interest to which its members, those locked within the system, come to ascribe participation as supreme importance, and what is more important than the economic dominance and control of the narrative in any timeline's theater. Participate in the false system or be cast to the fringe. Chapter 26. We stand in contrast. Imagine what a religious organization could achieve if it spent no time in defining and conditioning its followers into accepting the systems of a false dichotomy. Some would still feel justified in stating that they are resolute in their current stance of convictions and allegiances. SCNVFECFGI. This is of course the right of our subjective reality, and no matter how absurd or morally or ethically skewed one could be in any scenario, the term choice is the real objective reality. Without choice, there is a flatlining of existence. We would have never come to exist past shortly becoming aware of our consciousness, or perhaps the universal toggle switch would never have evolved to having a second position. We must look beyond the tribalism of whose team we are playing for and denounce any perceived dominance. As a necessary example, we could start by all agreeing that murder cannot be the way to solve the problem of coexistence. In some ways, we have; in many ways, we have not. Those holding the extremist titles and are overtly proud of it, could never realize that since they have not murdered everyone around them simply for having different ideals, then they sort of prove that they are not fully aligned with the doctrines of a philosophy that claims dominance over others and are instead, actually fully capable of coexisting without acting out in hate and violence towards those who do not live the ways their masters think they should. All systems are the same in this fractal society, and so understand that your philosophy is not your compass, but your walls of cognitive dissonance that your keyholders programmed you to participate in. They infiltrated and took over your life by utilizing and satisfying the formula of leadership, and that your SCNVFECFGI, your optimally honed skills, albeit necessary for you, are just a skill tree in a false system designed to keep you locked in specific perimeters. Read further into the ye olde texts, take note to parts where you disagree, and you will find that you in fact too at that very moment, stand in contrast, if you too refuse to give unto Caesar, and are objecting to standing for the ideals of an absolute God that demands reverence or the blood of all who stand against them. We stand in contrast. The idea of good versus evil, black versus white battling over a wanted soul, is laughable because we have proven that reality is not black and white, it is gray. We only figured out through emulation of the universe's nature that the gray is composed of two other colors, and we use the colors of our emotions to paint our subjective version of this reality. I don't believe a centrist perspective can be taken if the laws were written and dictated by a god. The underlying fact is that we all subliminally know that the rules are flexible, and it's based on our SCENVFECFGI. Do you press the narrative and speak in absolutes which state that you only see the world as black and white through the lens of your religion? Do you wish death upon those who lay claim over something that you think is rightfully yours, because God ordained it? That mindset is truly a sad thing to behold. You will find that this always creates more systems that entraps a non-affiliated society to then make their claim. They then have to act out in staunch opposition with the same level of righteous indignation. Zooming into this ambience, it would be plainly observed that the masses thrive off the divergent systems, the mental chemical maps that divide our universe into good versus evil. More like an illusion of thriving, but the energy that they inject acts more like a drug. and they get high off the confirmation bias from being a member of a narrative that bases its faith's affirmations in controlling other people, and ironically so do the sheep, slaves of those narratives. There is no end to the opposing energies and divergent systems unless there is a multilateral choice for peace, and there is no peace if there is not equality, and there is no equality unless there is a group of people ready to disregard and circumnavigate the dissonant human ambience and start a revolution of understanding. Religions that delve out discipline as justification for actions do so despite realizing that according to the word, it states that all sin equals death, but at the same time they then do not list all of those sins. Then, many of the main characters who commit the worst sins can somehow continue to be successful in their endeavors. Then in other books by different authors, it is stated that there is no difference between sin. All sins are equal in the eyes of God, right? This is just an outward observation, and we know that people do what they feel is right. It's not like they want to live that life, it's just the outward narratives won't give them their space to manifest their own narrative. We stand in contrast and denounce such methods. Ye olde cringe. A perfect example, and I really didn't want to have to include this, but it stands out too much to ignore. This is the abridged version of a story about a ye old protagonist, who in his house at the time was visited by two angels of God who said that he will spare his family from the city's planned destruction. The towns were to be destroyed by God, because they were downright evil. While they were talking about their escape, somehow the angels were spotted entering the house, and being the hypersexual people they were, they tried to break into the house to have their way with the angels. The righteous man stops the townspeople from their attempts to rape God's angelic messengers, and instead offers his daughters to be gang-raped instead of the angels. Cutscene. Fast forward, and as the righteous man is fleeing town, his wife and daughters, and previously God had told the main character of this cringe story that if he or his family looked back upon the town for any reason, they would share the fate of the people of the damned. Well, Lot's wife seemed to miss this memo, looks back, and she is turned into a pillar of salt, which is what fiery meteorites from heaven do when they hit things. Then, the cringe hero ends up living in some remote cave with his kids and convinces them that the world is over, as well as he somehow, in an attempt to repopulate the earth, he decides that his mission and his fatherly duty would be that he has sex with his own daughters, probably for the rest of their lives. The end. Like literally on one page, you have God telling his servant that he will kill everyone for being sinful, but on the next page, all the rules are out the window. People who believe in this book, I have to say, something is wrong, very wrong, because to any sane person this story means, other than the sick parts, is that only God's chosen can break the laws when God tells them it's okay. No words in response for this, really at a loss, and this is still in the Bible, and to this day, there are keyholders and gatekeepers out there that find some way to explain its validity and relevance. Perfect example of moral relativism, but talk about some extremely blatant hypocrisy. There are a number of other stories and statements like this in the ye old texts, IMO, which are riddled with duality and gaslighting. Now, as we all know, this is not the norm nowadays, but considering the SCENVFECFGI of when this religious book is written, can we even trust its validity? The keyholders would say that those stories should be ignored, and we should focus on the good messages. Yo, this is the Holy Bible we're talking about. You're not supposed to omit things, but holy shit, they should have been a long time ago. Even more shocking is that there are some people who will think that our book is of the occult. Wow, well, perhaps since the ancients were able to interpret the laws that humans should abide by, we too could rewrite and revise what is considered a sin or shameful, and there really is no stopping us at making these much-needed updates. Here I am being sarcastic because despite the laws, you only need to feel justified to stand in contrast to them, therefore disregarding them, no matter what they are written on or even who wrote them. I choose to put those books down. I choose to let them collect dust. I choose to let their systems crumble as I walk out of the cave and bask in the light of new understanding. We stand in contrast. The last religion and those who align themselves with our endeavors, will continue on our merry separate way and instead will work towards the progress of equality with or without the endorsement of people who align themselves with ye olde gods and governments and businesses that seek to control, monetize and exploit energies from the divergent systems that we live in. Is the justice system we exist in currently a system of we the people? No, and it never will be until equality is the first basic law. In the meantime, other than physical and mental violations of others, we can probably agree that we don't need to worry about how other people live their lives, as long as it is in relative alignment with the laws that keep us safe enough to navigate. Returning back to the topic at hand, we ask for all contrasting systems, your SCENVFECFGI versus foreign religion or foreign ideology, to consider peace not at a last resort, as the only option on the table. The question at that point would be how to return to the baseline after a culture has drifted so far off the objective social contracts chart. A multilateral choice considers 3 or more inputs in a war between 2, and this is due to the question of whether or not the neighbors of those countries wish to allow their existing neighbors to be dominated, and in the case where it is not welcome, the third country must either claim fealty or have a better military opposition. We stand in contrast. For the members of the last religion, the message from the universe, and what is the most important aspect of life other than choice is finding relative harmony. We can do this, despite our differences, through multilateral decisions. The universe wants us to find a higher spiritual resonance, and we can only do that in unison. Not toning down the rhetoric of absolutes or claims of dominance over real estate, as those systems lead to the downfall to our overall existence if they are allowed to continue to clash. The waves will get ever larger until it can no longer sustain the damage, and then it will all collapse. A message for Team Red. Note that depending on the team you are currently playing for, and the jersey you wear, and the vocabulary you tout in public, you could find yourself a terrorist amongst your own people. What will you do to survive? Please understand that it is the baseline that you need to find, and not revenge. Consider your enemies. Now of course you would think that it's just a short list, but it really depends on whose team you are playing for, and what team that puts you up against. Consider the history of the actions of your team and note that unless a multilateral agreement initiates a reversal on control of all resources, then there will always be perpetual skirmishes that follow. If the team you play for is unwilling to allow subjective realities, other than their own objective reality, then you could consider your team destined to be a target for inevitable destruction. You will be used by the keyholders, and they will craft you into the villain. Do you not see that you are playing directly into their hands? Do you not know how to move forward with your SCENVFECF intact and proliferate your GI without damning further generations from having to live in extreme contrast to the evolving norms? Ironically, they know exactly how to make their puppets dance, ergo you two always dance, right on cue. Ask yourself, is genocide of a people because you live in a contrasting society worth the loss of life on both sides? How holy is the land you love if millions of lives have bled out into the soil that you then build your farms over? If this is the system you live in, then please realize that you do not seem to value life that much. In psychology, it is found that those who torture animals at a young age might end up more prone to disregarding human life and have been reported to be more inclined to commit murder. Looking past the duality of the failed systems around us, we can see that there is no such thing as a greater or lesser human, just failed environments that squander potential, and in those environments, there exists only relatively assumed titles. If the actions of contracting SC of people offend your religious beliefs, and you find yourself wishing to inflict harm or wish death upon another, just for their existence, then are these thoughts not akin to an individual who feels entitled to do so? On what authority does one enact that type of punishment? How does one become so ingrained in their faith that they gain murderous levels of righteous indignation, if the religious books themselves state that it is a sin to commit the act in the first place? Is this the will of a righteous God? If you believe in such a thing, perhaps there really is such a thing as demonic influence. On what authority does one enact that type of punishment? How does one become so ingrained in their faith that they gain murderous levels of righteous indignation, if the religious books themselves state that it is a sin to commit the act in the first place? Is this the will of a righteous God? If you believe in such a thing, perhaps there really is such a thing as demonic influence. If you wish to be free, truly free, you must learn to navigate outside of the prison that others have placed you in. Religions that claim dominance over others, where they project that their God is absolute, and that they are God's only chosen, is a scenario that places the people in a perpetual state of inflated ego where the only way they can win is by total domination. Furthermore, consider how they, after years of conditioning, would view people who live in contrast to their tertiary affirmations. They would naturally feel fully justified in believing that they are ordained with authority by the one and only God, which innately places themselves higher on their own perspective of the animal food chain. What greater infliction of psychological influence could there be on one's subjective reality, when the objective reality around them and the environments built up to sustain the status quo, reaffirms your SCNVFECFGI, into thinking that literally everyone around you who is not like you, is of lesser value, or a slave or an animal? It doesn't matter how you word it, those who don't choose the path you choose are not on equal ground. A throttle on grace is much like the throttle on monetary mobility, or status, and those at the top look down at those on the bottom as lesser than trash. It does not matter how peacefully you project it, because you are not the author of the book or the doctrine that created the system that specifically makes these audacious justifications. You cannot rewrite the book, you can only live in relative alignment, which is why I ask for you to consider the cost of your decision to endorse a system that is in contract with utilizing extreme violence as a go-to option. The universe, and billions of other people on Earth, would beg you to reconsider your stance. It must be understood that it is okay to have different backgrounds and beliefs. If you don't allow this, given time you will naturally go from the oppressor to the oppressed. This is not a threat. It is just how history has played out. All systems are firstly a subjective reality and are only objective when the narrative is established. Realize that adopting a narrative that allows for egregious actions, that due to our human nature, duality will reverberate for generation after generation. This is why war crimes are against the law but are a norm. If the SC of your culture is okay with solving the most minor grievance with violence, then they will do so brazenly. If the SC of your culture is okay with burning and looting and beating the employees of the very businesses that seek to feed them, then they will do so without remorse. This is why war against a culture is a crime against all the people, because it is not the people's will, it is the conditioning narrative that is projected from the keyholders, which all stems from inequality. When we start damning others who stand in contrast to our beliefs, that we must question the intention of the authors of our systems. You can see where this tool was historically imperative for those societies to exist. You can see where this narrative is still important to some societies that still need to exist. You can see why it is of dire importance that those societies walk away from the rhetoric of the absolute and then make a unilateral decision to coexist peaceably without underlying animosity, so that the surrounding neighbors and the world to then prosper. They can't see it, but you can, and this of course works in the alternate perspective. They absolutely think you are a threat. If not, then their system would no longer carry its infamous reputation. The world, if you have not noticed, is utterly exhausted with the endless bloodshed and the rapidly declining quality of social enrichment due to the sacrifices we have to make to stay economically viable and financially buoyant, and this is all due to the fact that it seems impossible for people to simply share, to allocate resources properly, and also not mislabel and mismanage services that were intended to be the innate rights for all. Also, realize that the masses have turned a blind eye to the plight of either side of a conflict, and with that, there is a substantial loss of empathy for our society's overall degradation. Igniting the flames of discontent for those who live in contrast to your SCENVFECFGI will never help your side when a disaster strikes. Then it is you who are calling out to others to come to your aid. You must always strive for peace in order to be justly labeled as the victim. To truly be a victor, you must walk away from petty arguments over real estate or holy land, aka any ye old tertiary affirmations or expressions. If you are resolute in your convictions, then it does not matter what land you walk on. The grace of your God will surely follow you if it truly exists. If you find yourself refusing the evidence that is all around you, then at this point your fight is about real estate and the throttle on resources and control over education, in order to perpetuate the divergence of the classes. When you zoom out, you will see that historically the overall claim to the success of the bubble you lived in, and your ancestors, were derived from perpetual war, only staved off by economic surplus. This type of existence does nothing to prove to yourself or the world of your tolerance or compassion, nor does it demonstrate the capability of that relative God. Instead, it outlines what is important to the selfish hearts of that system's keyholders. Like most leaders, you'll find that the dissonant human ambience, the NPC, acts as to always be the scapegoat when explaining the failures of the economy or international diplomacy. When things are going smoothly or there is relative peace, it is only because there is more to gain by exploiting resources or workforce from the relative ceasefire. When relations go sour, the people that have suffered the most will always fight the good fight, which sets the stage for yet more finger-pointing, and then the capitalization of dissonant political ambience can be extracted. All systems are the same. If you find yourself in one of these religions, or mentalities that reside in oppressive subsystems that are willing to cause physical harm to those who do not play for your team, then consider the endgame of that culture, and the relative fall it will have when it collapses under its own weight, of its own SCNVFECFGI. Without the intake of contrasting DNA, diversity in the gene pool, then there will be an eventual spike in the birth defects of the offspring. This statement is only applicable where it is and is not where it isn't. Secondly, there are benefits to genetic diversity, as it increases the body's defense against disease, and adaptability during extreme climate change. What the people who hate the mixing of contrasting human cultures do not realize is that the blood they currently have has long since been mixed from the countless generations that shaped its current physical features. All systems are the same, and it is in this understanding that we can gain the empathy needed to coexist. These simple facts should be enough for anyone who lives in such an old world mindset to remotely consider their position. Realize that if you ever questioned or considered for a moment the alternative to where isolation through hate would ultimately lead you and your culture to, which is death, and have previously opted for a ceasefire as an alternative to endless war, then understand that you have already chosen life. So why go backwards? Realistically, I understand that most who feel this way might not ever get their hands on this book. The walls of people who operate like this are generally an impenetrable force. Therefore they seldomly walk outside of them. No problem though, we definitely do not want to hinder their version of existing. However, anyone who is genuinely searching could find some sympathetic resonance, and if that is you, understand that it was not by chance. There is a reason you are reading this information at this moment. Navigate towards peace of heart, away from death. Realize that your subjective reality could exist without being aligned with the systematic destruction of a race or a culture. Cast away the shackles of symbology that hold you in perpetual isolation. Remove for you and your descendants the iron veil that blocks your vision. Universal perspective. Keep the message of the universe, this cosmic perspective, in mind in order to keep your ego in a state where it is still relatively a conducive environment for diversity and growth, but also away from the dissonant human ambience. Therefore, you are the one who chooses to be the protagonist or antagonist of your culture, and then the stage is set for your existence, as you are the producer of your own distractions. Choose your supporting cast or your demolition crew to enact the play, and hopefully it is not another tragedy. Without subjective knowledge and choice, the only product that occurs are systems of objective control. Since we know we have choice, then we must also know that without others to disagree with us, then there is no contrast. Divergent energies in false systems absent of true equality leads to degradation over time. Then through economic systems, the fringe population are pushed to the brink and kept at a safe distance as to not disturb those who are beating the curve of the false system. To have a truly balanced system, the energy must firstly be established by utilizing a philosophy where sustaining human life as a whole, because it is sacred, is the number one priority. Then and only then can the system resonate to sing harmoniously in unison. There will always be a new fringe, because we will just zoom into another subset of problems. Like when zooming in on the shoreline of Britain, however, having tackled the core of the problem with our societies, the rest should be relatively easy to solve. This is because without the false system's backdrop of products of the divergent energies which was brought about by inequality, which naturally phase changes into dissonant human ambience, there will be far less distractions, therefore far less red tape. The more egregious actions of NPC actors and unethical methods of keyholders that emerged from the false system will no longer be considered optional, because it would be highly illogical, therefore obsolete. This will allow the true formula of leadership to become objectively known, and then it can be utilized in subsequent generations. Understand that most are programmed to think that universal peace and equality are not obtainable. Keep this in mind when you are navigating. For this will set the tone for those who attempt to unwittingly stand against you, even when you are minding your own business. Navigate appropriately, which means lead by example. Lead with empathy, and this shows those around us that we are not just living for ourselves. If they see this enough in other people, they will begin to realize that they are the problem. Then when they seek answers, eventually they will hear the message from the universe. Considering all the scenarios of creation and their versions of why we exist, what if in order for us to ascend to the higher frequency we had to do it together? What if worldwide peace and equality was our only ticket to true paradise? Seems like a necessary embellishment, and really, not impossible, but we obviously have to get real and work together like we never have before. We will all eventually return to God, so let us return triumphantly, hand in hand, in love and peace, and in harmony, having attained a higher resonance. Adopt the last religion's philosophy, the message from the universe, the chemistry of the self, the Hoba, and the teachings herein, and subsequent others that shall emerge. Hold them to your heart, and let's focus our energy, and utilize our shining symbolic emissary, Metatron's star overlaid on the flower of life. Our religion's shining beacon is our concerted efforts, as together we will be the most balanced amalgam of energy the universe has ever observed. If you thought your meditation was a useful tool now, imagine the affirmations we will all feel once our systems are truly aligned. If someone wonders how or why you act the way you do, and they see the wisdom in your actions, then see it in our actions. The message of the universe is no longer wrapped up in esoteric riddles. Refer them to the help desk. Nothing they see here can hurt them, but there is ample power to change them for the better through equality. Keeping philosophy available for all, to be openly explored online from day one. allows for our message to be portrayed as a one-sided conversation, rather than through confrontation from contrasting SCENVFECFGI. This will set a standard for social encounters to once more allow people to freely navigate and have relative peace of mind. For it is in the threatened retreat from confrontation that people utilize the tongue to inflict offensive and defensive attacks, lashing out like the sword. Keeping the sword, tongue sheathed, is a circumnavigation of the dissonant ambience, and in time, will keep the peace, and negate the reason for the in-your-face confrontation that society can't seem to get enough of currently. In time, with the adoption of the message from the universe, there will be no need to even carry the sword.